The world's phantoms merge, and the eerie quietly descends. The place where humanity survives has become a bizarre paradise, with cities turning into death zones one after another. Migrations in search of new homes have become humanity's goal. Extraordinary sequences have become the spark of hope for humanity. During the migration, Lin Yi masters the mysterious sequence Enhancement and awakens the sequence criminal, stepping onto the path of becoming a god with the criminal sequence. On this path, various sequences begin to make their appearances in turn. Mysterious sequences data, time, space, luck, knowledge, enhancement. Professional sequences criminal, thief, snoop, blade holder, ascetic. Natural sequences fire envoy, ice believer, wind apostle, plants benefactor. Each sequence will possess unique extraordinary abilities, allowing the extraordinary sequences to embark on the path of becoming gods. To resolve all of this, one must become a god. Survive. Only by surviving can there be hope. The spark of humanity will ultimately not be extinguished. This land will eventually belong to humanity once more. Emergency notice. All humans heading south to the Demon City, please immediately change direction and head north or east. The Demon City has encountered a level 5 anomaly and has completely turned into a dead zone. I am the extraordinary sequence, the messenger Lu Yong, hoping to provide some help with the last bit of time. The spark of humanity is entrusted to all of you. We probably won't escape the Demon City. Please do everything possible to survive. Remember, only by surviving is there hope. One more notice. In the dim sky, a slightly hoarse voice echoed across the horizon, almost compelling all the living to listen attentively. A month ago, the world's phantoms appeared, beginning to connect with the earth beneath our feet. Immediately after, various bizarre creatures revealed themselves. The sudden change left the entire world unable to respond in time. The terror of these bizarre creatures filled humanity with despair, as city after city began to fall, and even some countries turned into dead zones as a result. And now, Demon City, the representative city of prosperous China. Yet now, a level 5 anomaly has appeared, which humanity's current capabilities cannot cope with at all. Even the use of nuclear bombs or hydrogen bombs would not yield any benefits. Reports from the neighboring island nation-state that a level 5 anomaly, the Snow Woman, has appeared in Tokyo. A group of people tried to find a way to deal with it, opting for the strategy of abandoning their vehicles in favor of nuclear weapons. Using nuclear weapons to cleanse the area indeed seemed the best choice. But humanity knows too little about these anomalies. The Snow Woman was not only not exterminated, she even mutated into a level 6 anomaly due to the nuclear radiation. From then on, the island nation initiated a true migration escape plan, with large numbers of people flooding into the nearest countries, seeking a glimmer of hope. Seeing the island nation's tragic state, even countries with nuclear weapons dared not release them anymore. The migration in the apocalypse became the primary choice. Su Family Village. The village's few shops were already packed with crowds. Almost everything inside had been scavenged. Even a single pack of instant noodles led to people fighting each other, blood spilling. However, everyone tacitly avoided the central area of the village, knowing that danger lurked there. The closer one got to the center, the more scattered corpses there were. Some were even torn in half by something, their eyes wide open in despair and terror. In a shop near the center, Lin Yi, holding a chainsaw in one hand and a half-full box of instant noodles in the other, was about to step outside when he was surrounded by 3 people. All 3 were from the convoy, known for stealing from others. In fact, the vehicle they were currently driving was stolen from a woman. As for the woman's fate, it was easy to guess. Kid, you've run all this way. Holding that chainsaw is just a waste. Why not hand it over to us? Hand over the noodles too, and we can take care of you on the road ahead. I advise you to be sensible. There's no leader in our convoy, and in this apocalypse, it's better not to be too clever. The 3 of them held baseball bats, wrenches, and kitchen knives. It was precisely because of their weapons that no one in Lin Yi's small convoy dared to resist. And Lin Yi, who possessed a threatening weapon, naturally caught the eye of the 3 because of the chainsaw. Others in the convoy didn't dare to trouble Lin Yi, and he managed to scavenge a considerable amount of supplies for himself each time. The 3 had long been envious of Lin Yi's solitary enjoyment of the spoils. This time, taking advantage of the lack of people around, they decided to confront him. Either he dies, or he hands everything over. Lin Yi remained silent and placed the half box of instant noodles on the ground. He put down the noodles to better hold the chainsaw. Seeing this action, the 3 thought Lin Yi had chosen to give in and burst into laughter. Look, working together is great. Exactly. Hurry and give me the chainsaw. I don't want to hold this damn wrench anymore. Put the chainsaw on the ground. I said put it down. The 3 stared closely at Lin Yi, one of them stepping forward to grab the half box of instant noodles. Lin Yi glanced down at the chainsaw in his hand, where a row of numbers floated. 0, 5:13. These numbers could only be seen by Lin Yi, and they corresponded to hours, minutes, and seconds. Just 5 minutes. In 5 minutes, his chainsaw would undergo a dramatic transformation. As for the 3 in front of him, he just needed to find a way to stall for 5 more minutes. What are you dawdling for? Hand over the chainsaw. The sharp-faced one among the 3 had a fierce expression and stepped forward to snatch Lin Yi's chainsaw. The other 2 slowly approached, cornering Lin Yi against the wall. Clearly, they intended to rob him by force. But just then, a shadow flew in from outside, accompanied by a chilling and bone-piercing aura, instantly reaching behind the 3. At the moment Lin Yi saw this shadow, his pupils constricted tightly. A level 1 anomaly, the ghost shadow. Could it be that Su family village became what it is today because of this ghost shadow? However, it seemed the ghost shadow had already been disturbed. The 3 were still threatening Lin Yi, completely unaware of the ghost shadow creeping up behind them. But one person caught a glimpse of the floating ghost shadow out of the corner of his eye, and his legs began to tremble uncontrollably. At that moment, he froze in place. Before he could react, the ghost shadow lunged at the sharp-faced man, its dark aura enveloping him in the blink of an eye. The vitality of the sharp-faced man visibly dissipated. In an instant, the ghost shadow's claws emerged from the black mist. Rip! The sharp-faced man didn't even have a chance to scream before he was torn apart by the ghost shadow. At that moment, Lin Yi, holding the chainsaw, bolted out without looking back. Run! He had to escape. Otherwise, he would be the next to die. The other 2 in the shop reacted as well, scrambling to flee outside. But their reaction speed was evidently slower. After killing the first person, the ghost shadow immediately turned to pounce on the second. Humans appeared so small and fragile at that moment that there's a ghost shadow here. The only survivor among the 3, the little mustache, ran out in terror and shouted. His cry, along with the warning from the sky, plunged the entire Su family village into a dead silence. Run! It was unclear who suddenly shouted. Instantly, a chain reaction was triggered, and nearly everyone scavenging in the village began to panic and flee in their vehicles. Faced with the bizarre, they could only helplessly flee. As the ghostly figure rushed out, it directly floated toward Lin Yi. Feeling the chilling cold air approaching from behind, Lin Yi cursed under his breath. There was no escape now. He could only fight back. Looking at the chainsaw in his hand, he immediately pressed the start button. The chainsaw's chain began to spin, emitting a dull sound, as if trying to reassure the frightened Lin Yi. At the moment the ghostly figure lunged at him, Lin Yi raised the chainsaw high and struck down at the ghostly figure at the right moment. Woo 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 woo. However, at the moment the chainsaw came down, it felt as if it had struck something as hard as steel. Upon closer inspection, this ordinary chainsaw had only left a white scratch on the ghostly figure. The ghostly figure slammed into Lin Yi, sending him flying without a care for the threat of the chainsaw. Many people witnessed this scene and quickened their pace to escape. Some had managed to hold off the anomaly, and naturally, they were happy to flee. In the center of the village, Lin Yi gripped the chainsaw, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Directly opposite him was a creature entirely black, floating in mid-air, wisps of black smoke drifting from its body, resembling a large black plastic bag hanging on a power line. Lin Yi had already experienced the terrifying bazaar over the past month. Originally, he had been traveling in the south, but encountered the absurdity of the apocalypse and could only flee with others. Throughout this journey, he had lost count of how many dead he had seen, much like the ghostly figure before him. Killing humans seemed as easy to it as eating and drinking. The more people gathered, the more attractive it was to the bazaar, as if it had a certain characteristic. Yet this ghostly figure seemed to have fixated on him, making Lin Yi feel like a mouse being stalked by a cat, as if the ghostly figure was toying with him. The reason Lin Yi had not died as easily as the others was that he had become a sequence extraordinary during the apocalypse. For humanity, the appearance of the world shadows brought not only the bizarre, but also means to combat it. The power of the sequence extraordinary allowed humans to gain the strength to fight against the bizarre. However, a month was ultimately too rushed. Otherwise, the demon city would not have fallen so quickly. Run, run, don't go near there. That guy is holding off the ghostly figure. Take the chance to escape. Are we really going to leave him? After all, we came together. With great power comes great responsibility. He has a chainsaw in hand. He should stay behind. Run. We can't stay any longer. We've gathered enough supplies to last until the next place. In the village, some people who had grabbed what they needed immediately wanted to escape. Cars were started one after another and began to retreat from the village. Meanwhile, Lin Yi, who was blocking the bazaar in the village center, seemed to them to be buying time for their escape. Lin Yi wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked coldly at the departing vehicles, chuckling. In the sky, Lu Yong's voice was still lingering. But Lin Yi chuckled self-deprecatingly. Lu Yong, is this what you call human hope? Seeing that the humans had fled, the ghostly figure immediately floated toward Lin Yi. At that moment, the chainsaw in Lin Yi's hand emitted a piercing roar, like a roaring beast. Above the chainsaw, a countdown that only Lin Yi could see completely reached 0 at that moment. Item: soul-eating saw. Quality: bizarre weapon. Number: 4399. Trait: soul-eating. Devouring souls can enhance sharpness. Description: originally just an ordinary small saw. Under the continuous effect of sequence extraordinary strengthening, it has been upgraded to a bizarre level and can cause damage to the bizarre. At this moment, the chainsaw in Lin Yi's hand underwent a tremendous transformation. Blood-red metal handles spread out, forming the head of a ferocious beast, its gaping maw wide open, with 2 straight black chainsaws extending from within. In front of the chainsaws, a rotating disc filled with sharp teeth was embedded in the center. At the moment it spun, it was like a roaring beast. Lin Yi gripped this beastly chainsaw tightly. Looking at the ghostly figure before him, a smile crept onto his lips. Now, the roles of offense and defense had changed. The roar of the chainsaw echoed. The ghostly figure's body was like tofu. The wildly spinning saw blade easily sliced through the ghostly figure's body, completely splitting it in half. With the death of the ghostly figure, a stream of black energy seemed to be attracted and quickly entered the soul-eating saw in Lin Yi's hand. Ordinary people could not kill the bizarre. Only sequence extraordinary could kill the bizarre. As Lin Yi looked at the ghostly figure's body, now split in 2 on the ground, his arms began to tremble. The soul-eating saw crashed heavily to the ground. Its roar already ceased. Bizarre entities come with a cost. The stronger the trait, the greater the price to pay. This soul-eating saw consumed Lin Yi's own life force at this moment. His hair visibly turned white, as the loss of life force was what allowed Lin Yi to gain the qualification to control the soul-eating saw. Of course, this cost was a one-time deal. This time he lost life force, but in the future, continued use would not incur further costs. Truly heartless. Lin Yi glanced at the empty village entrance, shook his head, and began to collect the remaining supplies in the village. People do not act for others, they act for themselves. It was entirely normal for those people to abandon Lin Yi and choose to flee for survival, as Lin Yi had done similar things himself in the past. The principle of survival of the fittest has been around since ancient times. Chapter 2. The newly emerged convoy. In today's apocalyptic world, resources are the most scarce, while tools for escape are abundant. Cars of all kinds fill the streets. Since the official start of the migration, many people have gathered together voluntarily. Gathering is one of humanity's instincts for survival. For convenience, many choose to live together. With several people sharing a vehicle, they search for supplies as a group and later distribute what they find. In this context, various convoys embarking on the migration route have begun to appear. Those with good fortune may have extraordinary protection within their convoy, like the one Lin Yi was previously part of. However, those with bad luck are likely to meet a dead end, like the convoy that just abandoned Lin Yi. Su Family Village has already turned into a dead zone due to a first-level strange ghost. After the initial thorough search, while Lin Yi was entangled with the ghost, they managed to loot a considerable amount of living supplies and left. Although Lin Yi dealt with the ghost, there was little left to scavenge. It took him nearly half a day to find less than half a box of instant noodles of various flavors, along with some dried noodles and 2 barrels of gasoline. These 2 barrels were taken by the previous convoy members, but unfortunately, they caught the attention of the ghost. After several deaths, the gasoline naturally ended up in Lin Yi's hands. The pickup truck parked by the roadside is Lin Yi's vehicle, which he drove all the way from the seaside. Compared to a sedan, a pickup can carry much more. Just as he finished loading his supplies, a roar of engines echoed from the village entrance. Soon, a convoy stopped at the village entrance. Leading the convoy was a Hummer. The door opened, and a woman dressed in black leather, with a tang knife at her waist, jumped down. Her long hair flowed behind her, and her eyes held a cold sharpness. Just one glance made Lin Yi sense the difference in this woman. She had definitely killed before. That disdain for life was unmistakable. Instinctively, Lin Yi grabbed the soul-crushing saw from the truck bed, keeping a wary eye on the woman at the village entrance. This convoy had about 50 people. Besides the woman, 2 more individuals, a man and a woman, stepped out of the 2 sedans behind her. Both exuded a unique aura that set them apart from ordinary people. Extraordinary sequences. Lin Yi was surprised to see 3 extraordinary sequences in this convoy. The awakening conditions for extraordinary sequences are unknown. Even Lin Yi himself didn't know how he awakened. He just woke up the day after fleeing and found himself in extraordinary sequence. Since then, he hadn't encountered any other extraordinary sequences, nor had anyone else in his previous convoy awakened as one. Now, with 3 extraordinary sequences appearing directly, Lin Yi knew he had to be on high alert. In the apocalypse, the greatest danger does not come from the environment, but from the people around you. Humanity's greatest flaw is the inability to tolerate others' success. Lin Yi deeply understood this. From the moment he was abandoned by the group, he knew those people were beyond saving. There is no savior. From now on, he must live for himself, finding ways to survive, regardless of the means. At the village entrance, Su Xiaohan, the leader of the peaceful convoy, frowned as she observed the situation in the village. From a distance, she spotted Lin Yi standing by his truck, holding a blood-red weapon. Although she didn't know what weapon he had, her instinct warned her against recklessly charging in. First come, first served. This was the rule in the current migration environment. Until the other party left, her convoy's members could not easily enter. Su Jia, it seems your hometown has also become a dead zone. A blonde girl chewing gum approached, hands in her pockets, looking nonchalant. I know. Su Xiaohan had called home on the day of the apocalypse, and Su family village was her hometown where her parents had lived their entire lives. But once she couldn't reach them by phone, she already guessed the current situation. Revenge? For humans, survival is the priority. You can only seek revenge if you have equal strength. What is that guy doing? The blonde girl also noticed Lin Yi in the village and remarked in surprise. Does he dare to search for supplies in the village alone? Don't underestimate him. The man beside her frowned and said solemnly, there is still a strange aura lingering in Su family village, but I can't pinpoint its location. What do you mean? There is no longer any strangeness here? The blonde girl frowned slightly. The man took a deep breath, his expression growing serious. 2 possibilities. Either the strangeness is stronger than we thought, at least at level 2, or the strangeness in Su family village has been killed, and the one who did it is likely that person. Hearing this, the blonde girl understood the man's implication. If a level 2 strangeness had appeared in Su family village, there would be no survivors. Therefore, the strangeness in Su family village must be level 1 and has been killed. To kill the strangeness. It was clear how powerful the person standing by the pickup truck was. Su Jia, he seems to be alone. Should we invite him to join us? The blonde girl immediately suggested, our convoy can't compare to those large convoys. We need to recruit more people, especially experts like him. Everyone may be extraordinary sequences, but there are strengths and weaknesses among them. For example, in their peaceful convoy, Captain Su Xiaohan was undoubtedly the strongest. However, even she couldn't kill the strangeness. Or perhaps she simply didn't have the ability to do so. The emergence of someone capable of killing the strangeness in Su family village indicates how strong that person is. If he could join their convoy, it would undoubtedly be beneficial. Let us wait and see. Su Xiaohan pondered. If he comes out, I will ask him if he wants to join us. If the village is safe, we can rest here tonight. Meanwhile, Lin Yi noticed that the other party had no intention of charging in, realizing they were a disciplined convoy. First come, first served was the unspoken rule among convoys. However, that didn't mean everyone would abide by it. In the apocalypse, survival is the priority. For some, rules are for the dead. Lin Yi held the soul-crushing saw and directly got into the pickup truck, starting the engine and driving out of the village. Watching the woman with the tang knife at her waist, he gripped the steering wheel with one hand and the soul-crushing saw tightly with the other. If she made any sudden moves, the saw would swing straight for her head. Chapter 3. News about sequences from the peaceful convoy. A month's time is enough for many people's perspectives to change. Su Xiaohan, the captain of the convoy, was no exception. As she watched the pickup truck approaching, she recognized the figure in the driver's seat. That pair of icy eyes made her hesitate. Should they really recruit someone like him into the convoy? After a moment, she made her choice and raised her hand, signaling Lin Yi to stop the truck. Hello? Looking at the pickup truck that had stopped in front of her, Su Xiaohan quickly explained, I'm Su Xiaohan, the captain of the peaceful convoy. I wanted to ask if you would like to join us. In the driver's seat of the pickup truck, Lin Yi had one hand on the steering wheel and the other. Once the other party shows intent, the pickup truck will charge out directly, and the soul-biting saw will come crashing down towards the woman in front of him. Fortunately, the other party was only inviting him to join their convoy, not robbing him. To be honest, Lin Yi felt a bit tempted. Although he had just experienced being abandoned by a convoy, he also understood that that convoy wouldn't last long. The rules of this world had already changed. The strong and the weak had long been distinguished. Sequence extraordinary beings were destined to embark on the path of the strong. Lin Yi wasn't very clear about the current situation and needed to interact with some sequence extraordinary beings to learn more. The current peace convoy seemed like a good choice. Moreover, humans are social creatures. Gathering together carries risks, but it also brings more hope. There's no need to rush. Lin Yi calmly asked. How do you distribute your resources in the convoy? This was something he had to inquire about clearly. In the previous convoy, he had arranged the resources, thinking that since it was the apocalypse, everyone was having a hard time, so he should be understanding. What was the result? You show understanding to others, but they won't show it back. They even felt it was taken for granted. You have to find a way to manage your own resources. The convoy is only responsible for helping them survive. Su Xiaohan was a decisive person and immediately said, the peace convoy only seeks peace. The world has changed. Only those with skills can survive, and those without are doomed. All right, I'll join. Lin Yi's eyes immediately lit up. The peace convoy seemed like a good choice for him. At least Su Xiaohan, the captain, was to his taste. No one is inherently obliged to treat you well. If you want to make your life better, you can only rely on yourself. Seeing Lin Yi agree, Su Xiaohan breathed a sigh of relief and reached out with a smile. Hello, I'm Su Xiaohan. My sequence is the blade bearer, which is a profession unique to our Huaxia. Lin Yi reached out, poking his hand out of the window for a brief handshake before retracting it immediately. Noticing Lin Yi's vigilance, Su Xiaohan didn't say much. In the apocalypse, it's better for everyone to be cautious. Lin Gu, you can just call me Dabe. My sequence is the navigator. Dabe took the initiative to greet him, looking eager to get to know Lin Yi. Behind Dabe, a man adjusted his glasses and said with a smile, Hello, Lin Gu. I'm Lu Chuan. My sequence is the seeker. Listening to their introductions, Lin Yi couldn't help but frown. The blade bearer and the seeker were understandable, as they sounded like professional identities. But Dave's sequence was intriguing. Navigator? It felt somewhat similar to his own enhancement. Seeing Lin Yi's gaze on Dabe, Su Xiaohan finally spoke. Lin Yi, you still don't know about the sequence classifications? Sequence classifications? Lin Yi became interested. Park the car to the side first. Let us talk while everyone rests. Su Xiaohan looked back at her convoy members and said to Dabe and Lu Chuan, You guys let the others rest in the village. It's temporarily safe there. Those who want to gather supplies can do so, but don't stray too far. Okay, Dabe and Lu Chuan replied, then went to arrange for the others to enter the village. Lin Yi parked the car to the side, got out, and strapped on his soul-biting saw. The blood-red chainsaw looked quite intimidating and had already caught the attention of Su Xiaohan, the captain. A cursed object. No wonder this person could kill the strange beings in Su family village. With a cursed weapon on him, he could definitely hold his own against strange beings. Lin Yi lit a cigarette from his pocket, leaning against the car while watching the vehicles pass by him. Small cars, vans, motorcycles, tricycles, even people riding bicycles followed behind, exhausted like dogs. However, as these people passed by Lin Yi, their eyes were filled with awe and envy. Sequence extraordinary, not to mention what abilities they possessed. Just this identity alone was enough to make 99 of people envious. Once everyone had entered the village, Su Xiaohan finally relaxed and said, This was originally my hometown. But now it seems like there's nothing left. She wanted to go see her house, but she was afraid. At this moment, she dreaded seeing the corpses of her family. Lin Yi glanced at her, but didn't speak. After all, he was also very aware of the current situation. He had been in contact with his family before, but then communication was completely cut off. After considering the worst-case scenario, he knew he had to do everything he could to survive. On our way here, we encountered a super large convoy called the Spark Convoy. They seemed to have come from the Magic City and planned to head north. Su Xiaohan slowly shared what she knew. The Spark Convoy had 23 sequence extraordinary beings, and the whole convoy had over 10,000 people, quite a formidable presence. Among these sequence extraordinary beings, there was one very special sequence. The Prophet. The Prophet sequence is an advancement of the Seeker sequence. After a Seeker advances, they can choose different paths for promotion, and the Prophet is one of them. No one knows what the extraordinary ability of the Prophet is. However, this Prophet has obtained the classification of sequence types and chose to be openly active. It seems that the people of the Spark Convoy are thinking about the future of humanity, explaining the situation to other convoys along the way. They migrate while educating other convoys with the knowledge they possess. Sequences can be classified into 3 directional types. The first is the most common type of professional identity sequence. Blade bearer, explorer, navigator, swordsman, criminal, ascetic, etc. can all be said to belong to this directional sequence extraordinary. The second type is rarer, related to natural elements. Flame envoy, ice warrior, frost traveler, plant benefactor, etc. Any sequence that can manipulate certain natural elements falls into this category. As for the third type, it is the most special type, directly referred to as the Mysterious Series Sequence. Chapter 4 Mysterious Series Sequence, Navigator. Mysterious Series Sequence. Lin Yi's thoughts immediately focused on Dabe. Sequence, Navigator. It should be one of the mysterious series sequences. Even his own sequence, Enhancement, is likely also one of the mysterious types. Mysterious sequences are special. According to the Spark Convoy, this type of sequence does not require any promotion, and doesn't even need to pay a certain cost to perfectly control the extraordinary abilities brought by the sequence. Su Xiaohan slowly explained, "You should have guessed it. Dabe in our convoy is a mysterious series sequence. Navigator? It feels very vague. What is her ability?" Lin Yi asked, dropping his cigarette butt. "Set a vague direction and then choose to head in that direction." Su Xiaohan's words left Lin Yi stunned. This was as good as saying nothing. The Navigator sequence was already vague enough. Did the ability have to be even more ambiguous? It was even more ridiculous than his own enhancement. Lin Yi was very clear about how strong his enhancement was. As long as it's an item he wants to enhance, after consuming a certain amount of time, the item will naturally be strengthened. This includes, but is not limited to, daily necessities, weapons, vehicles. Even the human body can be directly enhanced. The moment Lin Yi obtained enhancement, he chose to enhance his body. However, the time required for body enhancement was outrageous. The initial time was 984:30:59. This was the time data needed for the enhancement. Correspondingly, it was in hours, minutes, and seconds. In other words, if he wanted to enhance his body, he would need about a month and a half. It has been more than a month now, and in a few days it will come to a complete end. To ensure his own safety, Lin Yi chose a weapon first and upgraded an ordinary small handsaw to a bizarre level existence. This only took a month. His enhancement is so powerful. The direction set by Demei must not be any worse. To put it this way, Demei has set a direction to get rich, and the extraordinary ability brought by the sequence direction will help her embark on this path, finding ways to get rich or the simplest methods to achieve wealth. Su Xiaohan continued to explain. For example, if she were to scratch off a lottery ticket now, she would win the grand prize directly, even if it's just a random ticket. Isn't this just making a wish? What a ridiculous direction. If this were peacetime, it would be a money tree. As long as a direction is set, the extraordinary ability will help you figure out how to achieve it. Ridiculous. No wonder it's a mysterious sequence like his enhancement. It's simply absurd. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yi asked in a deep voice, what direction did she set? To survive. Su Xiaohan slowly uttered 3 words. Lin Yi's pupils contracted, realizing how terrifying this direction set by Demei was. To survive. It seems simple, but as long as Demei is in the convoy, many accidents will be avoided. The ability of direction will plan everything. Demei only needs to enjoy the results. These 3 words are now incredibly heavy. Even if the world really ends, Demei probably still has a way to survive, knowing how to navigate to avoid being implicated. The mysterious sequence is simply a bug-level existence. Isn't it absurd? Honestly, I felt a bit unbelievable the first time I heard it. Su Xiaohan pulled out a pack of cigarettes from her leather jacket and lit one for herself. But I'm already in the blade holder sequence. It seems Demei's sequence is a bit absurd too, Su Xiaohan said with a smile while smoking. A month ago, I was still working in the office. Who would have thought the apocalypse would come like this? Yes, the apocalypse has come, so the appearance of a more absurd sequence is not surprising. Lin Yi glanced at Su Xiaohan and then turned back to the pickup truck to rest. There was not much left in Su Family Village. If it weren't for its location on the highway, there probably wouldn't even be a gas station. Heading north from Su Family Village, it takes about half an hour by car to reach the town of Jining. Although it's just a county town, resources must not be lacking. It's just that I don't know the current situation in Jining, how many bizarre existences are inside, and what level the strongest bizarre is. However, that's not what Lin Yi needs to consider right now. Eating, drinking, and getting some sleep are the most important things at the moment. During the day, he needs to drive, and sometimes even at night, and if luck is bad and he encounters a bazaar, he might have to drive for several days straight. This is the real escape route. Fortunately, the level 1 bazaar in Su Family Village was dealt with by Lin Yi, making the entire village a safe zone. There were no bizarre occurrences nearby, so the people in the safe convoy could rest well for a night. At dusk, Lin Yi got out of the car, took out the portable stove he had scavenged, connected it to the gas canister, and eagerly boiled water to make instant noodles. He even luxuriously added an egg and some greens. The enticing aroma wafted out, attracting the attention of many people in the safe convoy. Su Xiaohan was only responsible for everyone's safety and completely ignored the living arrangements. The people in the convoy had to rely on themselves to solve their own meals. If they had the skills, they would fill their bellies. If they didn't, they would go hungry. This was clearly a set rule. Just as Lin Yi finished cooking the instant noodles, a woman with a decent figure approached. She had half a loaf of bread in her hand. But compared to the instant noodles, that half loaf was trash. Hey, get lost. The moment the woman approached Lin Yi's pickup truck, before she could say anything, Lin Yi directly reached for the soul-biting saw on his back. Seeing this, the woman awkwardly smiled and turned away with a hint of resentment. The others couldn't help but snicker at this scene. But everyone knew that the newly joined person's extraordinary ability was not easy to deal with. Even more so than their captain. Lin Yi was unwilling to interact with the others in the convoy mainly because he didn't want to expose his trump card. The mysterious sequence was clearly stronger than the other two sequences, and Lin Yi had even mastered the enhancement sequence of the mysterious type. Its strength was even visible to the naked eye. This was also the reason he did not directly explain his sequence to Su Xiaohan and the others. It was enough to show sufficient strength. There was no need to reveal everything about himself. In today's world, the greatest threat to humanity comes from their own kind, not from those bizarre entities. Chapter 5. The terrifying shadow of the tree in the county town. The next morning, Lu Chuan started shouting in the village, looking extremely pale. Get up, get ready to set off soon. Captain, there's a bazaar coming our way, about a kilometer away. What are you looking at? All you know is to sleep. Sleep, sleep. Why don't you just sleep to death? Inside the pickup truck, Lin Yi looked at Lu Chuan, who was cursing at the others, and couldn't help but compare him to the bespectacled, gentle-looking guy from yesterday. Su Xiaohan heard that a bazaar was approaching and immediately ran out of her house, holding a urn. It was obviously her parents, but there was no time to think about anything else. Once everyone got in the car, they immediately chose to set off. With Su Xiaohan's car leading the way, Lin Yi quickly started the pickup and followed, with Demei's white sedan right behind. After Lu Chuan called out to the others, he didn't waste any more time and got in the car to follow. The slower ones, seeing the convoy had set off, immediately began to panic. Wait for me. Damn it, whose car is in front? Move aside, or I'll crash into you. The bazaar is coming. You want to kill me? I'll take you down first. Damn it, who stole my instant noodles? I left half a box of them on the car last night. Which bastard did this? The people at the back were in chaos. Meanwhile, the lead of the convoy, Su Xiaohan, had already driven away towards Zhening County town without looking back. Whether the others could catch up depended on fate. They did not know what bazaar was a kilometer away, nor did they know its level. Even if they knew Lin Yi had the strength to confront the bazaar, Su Xiaohan did not want to take risks. It's simple. They didn't know the level of the bazaar. If it was a level 2 bazaar, then the safe convoy wouldn't be able to fight back. And escaping would be a big problem. Perhaps a few of their extraordinary sequences could escape, but what about the others? They would undoubtedly face a dead end. After several days of traveling, finally being able to rest safely for a night led many to let their guard down. If it weren't for Lu Chuan, the sequence presence, they might have all died in Su family village. At the toll booth in Zhening County, the additional members of the convoy were also exhausted. Originally, there were about 50 people in the safe convoy, but now only 43 had arrived at Zhening County. 11 people were missing. After Lu Chuan got out of the car, he looked at the last person who caught up on a bicycle and frowned, asking, Xiao Lu, where are the others? They must be dead by now. Xiao Lu cursed with a dark face. Some beast parked the car in the middle of the road, causing several cars behind to be unable to pass. I had to carry my bicycle and sneak past from the side. Did you notice that strange thing when you arrived? Lu Chuan's extraordinary ability is perception. He can sense the anomalies within a certain range and respond in advance. The observer probes the location of anomalies to increase their chances of survival. I saw it. The dark clouds are rolling in. It should be a rain man. Xiao Lu trembled a bit, saying, I saw old Lu's body explode into blood water. I was pedaling so hard that I almost made my bike smoke just to catch up. Hearing this, Lu Chuan patted his chest with lingering fear. A rain man. A level 3 anomaly. They rarely appear in cities and instead often lurk in the wild, away from most anomalies. Normally, rainmen only appear during heavy rain. They can invade a person's body as rainwater, either draining the body's moisture or causing them to explode into blood. The killing method is chilling. It's going to rain. Su Xiaohan turned to look at Demei and asked, Demei, do you want to enter Zhening County? We can go in. Demei, who was leaning against the car window, nodded. Her direction only instructed her to head north, which generally meant passing through Zhening County. Even if there was danger, she could still survive. Lu Chuan. Since the situation in Zhening County, Su Xiaohan picked up the binoculars and walked to the roadside to look at the distant county. Lu Chuan closed his eyes to sense. In his vision, the world seemed to turn black and white, while the anomalies glowed a unique blood red. At this moment, there was only one blood red figure in Zhening County, located right at the center of the county. This made Lu Chuan more vigilant. Only one anomaly in a county? That seemed very unbelievable. They had passed through several counties on their way, and the county with the least anomalies still had 3. Captain, we might be in big trouble. Lu Chuan opened his eyes and said, there is only one anomaly in the county, but I feel this one is probably not simple. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Xiaohan handed the binoculars to Lu Chuan, indicating for him to take a look himself. At that moment, Lin Yi also walked over, carrying the blood-red soul-crushing saw, standing by the roadside and looking towards Jining County. From a distance, the general appearance of Jining County came into view. However, in the center of the county, there was a shadow that was about the same height as the surrounding buildings. At first glance, it looked like it had grown a mushroom. Damn! Lu Chuan couldn't help but curse while holding the binoculars. He then handed the binoculars to Lin Yi, showing an expression as if someone had died in his family. What did you see? Lin Yi curiously took the binoculars and looked over. In his view, the originally mushroom-like shadow revealed its true form at that moment. It was a tree. The trunk was comparable to a building, and the roots spread densely throughout the county, while the massive crown swayed in the wind, with human corpses hanging from it. That was not a crown at all, but rather human bodies pierced by branches, suspended in midair. Even from this distance, Lin Yi could feel the terrifying aura emanating from that tree. This was definitely not a first-level anomaly. He had killed a ghost shadow before. While level 1 anomalies could be a bit troublesome, a person with an anomalous weapon could kill them without much difficulty. But facing that tree, Lin Yi felt like an ant. Even with the soul-crushing saw in his hand, he felt utterly helpless. What should we do? Su Xiaohan wanted to hear Lin Yi's opinion. Take a detour. Lin Yi provided the simplest solution. It was impossible to charge in. That tree was at least a level 3 anomaly, and they estimated that entering would lead to certain death. Even if they needed to collect supplies, they had to have the strength to do so. Right now, Jining County was definitely not a place for resource gathering. Stepping in would surely be fraught with danger. Chapter 6. The divergence of the convoy. Jining County is too dangerous. It's impossible to go straight through. Even if the others in the safe convoy wanted to enter, Lin Yi would definitely not follow. That tree gave him a terrifying feeling, and there was no need to go die. Most importantly, Lin Yi still needed some time. His body enhancement would take another 42 hours. Once the enhancement was over, perhaps he would have some confidence to explore Jining County. But right now, his instincts told him that he absolutely could not go to Jining County. Su Xiaohan frowned, seemingly hesitating about whether to go to Jining County. After all, it was a county, and there must be quite a few resources inside. Although it was a bit risky, if they were careful, it shouldn't be too dangerous. Moreover, they had Doomsday, the good luck charm. With them, they should be fine coming out. Lin Yi, if I say if. What do you think the chances are of us sitting in Doomsday's car and going in, then coming out? Her meaning was simple. Follow Doomsday, the good luck charm. This way, they could have more opportunities. Lin Yi frowned, glanced at the blonde girl, and shook his head, saying, I'm not going to take that risk. The resources he had were enough to last him for a while, and there would definitely be other villages and towns along the way. The county and those big cities were filled with danger. These places were a dead end for humanity right now. Most importantly, Doomsday's sequence was direction. Not to mention whether the effect was real, Lin Yi had doubts about this sequence. It's simple. His enhancement could be directly proven. The best manifestation was the soul-crushing saw in his hand. But direction? Even if this sequence really existed, it couldn't be that people would believe it just based on a few words, right? Until it could be intuitively proven, Lin Yi would never risk his life. In the face of danger, ignorance and foolishness are the most terrifying. Let us vote. Su Xiaohan didn't want to give up the resources in Jining County. Besides, there was only one anomaly inside. If they were careful, they still had hope. Now that there was a divergence in the convoy, a vote was naturally needed to determine the final result. The four of them raised their hands to vote on whether to go in. Lin Yi frowned slightly as he looked at Su Xiaohan. This woman seemed a bit indecisive. A team leader who couldn't make unilateral decisions. Even hesitating to vote on a major issue. How far could such a convoy go? Stop. Lin Yi suddenly spoke up. I don't need to vote. If you want to take the risk, go ahead. I can leave on my own. After saying that, he turned and walked towards his pickup truck. Once in the car, Lin Yi poked his head out of the window and looked at Su Xiaohan and the others. I will choose to wait for you on the other side of Jining County. Lin Yi's gaze swept across Su Xiaohan and then landed on Doomsday and Lu Chuan. One day, he raised a finger and said, in one day, I don't care whether you come out or not, I will leave. After that, the pickup truck started, and Lin Yi's vehicle drove into the highway from the other side of the toll station. Now there were two routes. Either go down from the toll station and directly enter the county, or take the highway and stay away from the county. Lu Chuan glanced at Lin Yi's car, and then turned to look at Su Xiaohan and Doomsday. To be honest, he didn't want to take risks either. After all, there was a level 3 strange rain man behind them. Dammy, how confident are you? Su Xiaohan didn't take Lin Yi's departure to heart. She was more focused on the resources in Jining County. Even just some peripheral houses were worth their attempt. Direction won't be a problem. Dammy, with her hands in her pockets, looked very cool. Seeing this, Su Xiaohan thought no more and turned to say, "Everyone get ready. We're going to Jining County to scavenge. Remember not to go too deep, just look for supplies at the edges." After saying that, she headed towards her Hummer. However, Lu Chuan suddenly came up, grabbed the door of Su Xiaohan's car, and said in a deep voice, "Captain, we can't take risks. Are you scared too?" Su Xiaohan's face darkened. We've already fallen behind many people, and the resources on the road are likely to be fewer. Jining County might be our best choice. This made Liu Chuan's heart soften a bit. Indeed, they had wasted too much time on this journey. Su Xiaohan seemed decisive. But privately, she cared a lot about the people in the convoy. This was also the reason their speed had slowed down. She believed Su Xiaohan could become a competent captain. But do we really need to take this risk? Don't worry, with Dammy here, we should be fine like before. After Su Xiaohan finished speaking to Lu Chuan, she closed the car door and started the engine. The others in the convoy followed closely, each fearing that if they lagged behind, they wouldn't be able to grab more supplies in time. Watching the cars leave one by one, Lu Chuan couldn't help but furrow his brows. For some reason, he felt an inexplicable sensation in his heart. Turning to look back, the dark clouds were still slowly spreading, along with a level 3 strange being. Compared to the supplies in Jining County, survival was the most important. Lu Chuan gritted his teeth and then got into his small car. After fastening his seatbelt, he stepped on the gas. He wasn't heading towards Jining County, but rather the highway. He wanted to follow Lin Yi's footsteps. He had a feeling that this person, who had never revealed his sequence, was definitely not an ordinary existence. Following him might be more promising than following Su Xiaohan. Inside the Hummer, Su Xiaohan looked at the familiar figure of the small car on the highway and couldn't help but frown. Has Lu Chuan also backed down? As the captain of the convoy, she had to consider not just one or two people, but everyone in the convoy. With Dammy in the convoy, their chances of survival were definitely not small. With enough supplies, the future migration would be much safer. In Dammy's car, holding the steering wheel with one hand, Dammy wore a smug smile as she glanced at the back seat, her eyes filled with joy. In the back seat, a boy bound with wire was curled up naked in the gap, with some other injuries still visible. However, Dammy didn't care at all, and instead cheerfully said, "Don't worry, Tao, I will definitely find the direction you mentioned." Chapter 7. Everyone wants to leave, but no one can escape. On the highway, Lin Yi saw the small car chasing up in the rearview mirror and immediately recognized it as Liu Chuan's car. Nowadays, there were no apparent rules, and traffic laws were not being followed. Lin Yi simply stopped his car directly on the highway. When Lu Chuan caught up, he also stopped, rolled down the window, and smiled. "Brother Lin, I want to follow you." "Huh?" Lin Yi raised an eyebrow, looking at Lu Chuan in surprise. "Captain Su doesn't he want you anymore? You are a seeker sequence, the one with the best perception ability. Why are you looking for me?" Lu Chuan knew Lin Yi didn't trust him, so he chose to be straightforward. "Brother Lin, to be honest, I'm not someone who likes to take risks. If it weren't for the apocalypse, I wouldn't be so exhausted and running around. Captain Su is a good person, and you might have sensed that too. There are some things she can't say to you directly because everyone is on guard. But this is the apocalypse, and good people are destined to have no rewards. I want to survive, so I have to choose whether to rely on the strong or follow a good person. I think you understand what I mean, Brother Lin." Hearing this, Lin Yi took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, lit one, and tossed it to Lu Chuan. "I have to say, this Lu Chuan is indeed clever." Su Xiaohan said resources rely on oneself, but she ultimately couldn't harden her heart. It's understandable. The apocalypse has just started a month ago, and there are quite a few soft-hearted people like her, but they will learn after suffering a few losses. Lin Yi leaned against the car and looked towards Jining County. From here, the shadow of the corpse tree became increasingly clear. Lu Chuan walked over with the cigarette in his mouth and sighed. It's going to be hard for them to come out. Is Dammy's sequence really direction? Lin Yi suddenly asked. After all, he had only joined the convoy yesterday, so he didn't know much about the peace convoy and needed to clarify things now. In his view, the one called Dammy had a lot of problems. I'm not very clear either. Dammy was with Captain Su when I joined. Lu Chuan explained slowly. Although I joined them, I have never seen Dammy use her extraordinary abilities. According to her, direction was already set, and we just need to follow it. Even Lu Chuan hasn't seen it. That means only Su Xiaohan in the entire peace convoy has seen the so-called direction? No, Su Xiaohan's direction is too powerful and buggy. Lin Yi also belongs to the mysterious sequence, but his enhancement is manifested in strength, which can be said to be the most intuitive display. The direction sequence is completely a bug. If it really can avoid danger, then clearly stepping onto the highway should be safe. Why does Dammy insist on going to Jining County? Let us go, we'll wait on the other side of Jining County. After finishing the cigarette, Lin Yi threw the butt away, got in the car, and drove off. Luchuan quickly followed. The two drove one after the other, heading towards another highway entrance in Jining County. As soon as they arrived, Lin Yi and Luchuan were stunned by the situation at the highway entrance. Countless vehicles were coming out from Jining County, but due to problems with the vehicles ahead, this highway had become congested. Looking around, the blocked vehicles were innumerable, densely spread around. Both sides of the highway were congested, and some people had directly abandoned their vehicles, frantically pleading for help at the entrance. When they saw Lin Yi and Liuchuan's car approaching, dozens of people rushed up. Lin Yi immediately stopped the car, grabbed the chainsaw, and jumped out. The violent soul-devouring saw in his hand let out a dull roar, like a fierce beast roaring. Those who rushed over were momentarily afraid to approach, as that peculiar-looking chainsaw was intimidating. Luchuan, go ask what is going on. Lin Yi stood on the roof of the car, chainsaw in hand, looking ready to take down anyone who approached. Many people were too scared to come close. Luchuan got out of the car and walked over to inquire about the situation with the people from Jining County. After questioning them for a long time and clarifying the situation, he turned and walked back to Lin Yi. Lin Gu, they are all from Jining County, and now they have been trapped here for half a month. The passing vehicles are unwilling to take them, and some even hit people and fled. Luchuan sighed and said, Jining County has been occupied by that corpse tree, and almost all the survivors have gathered on this side of the highway. Why don't the cars in front clear the way? Lin Yi fixed his gaze on the intersection. He noticed that there were 7 or 8 cars stuck, and some people were even sitting on the car roofs arguing with others. Even if one batch is cleared, another situation like this will arise. It's already impossible to clear them out. Luchuan stepped forward to explain. Some people have gotten used to cutting in line, finding gaps to squeeze through. Once the cars in front move, vehicles from behind will inevitably cut in, causing new blockages. Everyone is thinking about escaping as soon as possible, wanting to leave early. But then they can't get away. Moreover, no one is able to step up and direct the situation. It's already the end of the world. The shackles that everyone has been carrying in their hearts are naturally being released. In this situation, unless someone has absolute power, no one will listen. Lin Yi looked at the corpse tree in the distance, and then frowned. With so many people gathered here, isn't there a risk of attracting strange entities? A few ghostly figures had come before, but they didn't dare to get close. Luchuan smiled and said, I suspect the level of the corpse tree might be very high, causing lower-level strange entities to be afraid to approach. The people who escaped from Jining County are actually quite lucky. Now the corpse tree has become a protective presence for them. However, for these people, the food they brought out ultimately won't last long. Once they go back, they will be targeted by the corpse tree. If they don't go back, they have to find a way to fill their stomachs. These people have no choice left. Let us stay here overnight, with the corpse tree nearby. At least it's safer here. Lin Yi held the chainsaw in both hands, his gaze scanning the people from Jining County with a threatening look. Before the apocalypse, he could abide by the law. But now that the apocalypse has come, he only listens to himself. If someone really wants to seek death, he doesn't mind crossing that line. After all, for certain people, death is inevitable. We can't stay here too long. Luchuan pointed to the dark clouds spreading behind them and said solemnly, It's going to rain heavily. Once it rains, the Rain Man will appear. And it will probably be even more dangerous. Chapter 8. I killed someone, but I took that step. One day. If it weren't for the fact that Su Shaoan is a sequence extraordinary, Lin Yi wouldn't even wait a day. According to Luchuan's guess, after one day, the dark clouds will almost cover their heads. By then, whether it rains or not, they will have to leave here. After discussing the route with Luchuan, the two began to prepare dinner. As usual, instant noodles with eggs. Under the eager gaze of the group from Jining County, Lin Yi leisurely poured the remnants from the instant noodle bag into his mouth and began to chew. In this situation, food cannot be wasted. On the other side, Luchuan was reluctant to eat instant noodles, sitting alone in the car eating bread and pickled vegetables, fantasizing that he was enjoying a grand feast. At this moment, a woman approached, holding a child, cautiously getting close to Lin Yi's pickup truck. Please, give me something to eat. My son hasn't eaten for 2 days. The woman said as she directly knelt down, pulling her child down with her. The child stared wide-eyed at Lin Yi on top of the car. The smell of the cooked instant noodles wafted out, making everyone's throats involuntarily twitch. The other people around also looked over, wanting to know if this man with the chainsaw would give out food. As long as he gave some, they would rush over to ask for it. Why should he give to others and not them? Everyone is human. They must be treated equally. If he gives, he must include them too. Lin Yi ignored the kneeling mother and child, continuing to eat his instant noodles. At this stage, the importance of resources is self-evident. Lin Yi is not a soft-hearted person. It's impossible for him to give away what he has worked hard to obtain. Seeing that Lin Yi did not respond, the woman's expression inevitably dimmed. Hey, don't you have any conscience? Suddenly, a man wearing gold-rimmed glasses angrily accused from the crowd. They are already in such a dire situation. Can't you give them even a sip of soup? Lin Yi glanced at the man holding the bowl, then lowered his head and continued eating, even finishing the soup. After finishing, he turned the bowl upside down for them to see. See, no more soup. You have so much supplies in your car. What is wrong with sharing a little? Are you even human? The man's expression darkened, pointing at the supplies in Lin Yi's car, his eyes filled with greed. Hearing this, the other people around immediately looked eager. They couldn't leave now. The cars were blocked, and everyone was unwilling to move the cars blocking them. Their supplies were getting scarcer, so they naturally had to find a way to get some resources. It was obvious that there were plenty of supplies in this pickup truck. And there were only 2 people on the other side. If their group went up, they would definitely be able to seize some supplies. So what if he has a chainsaw? Does this white-haired youth dare to kill? For a moment, many people mustered up their courage and approached, eager to snatch Lin Yi's supplies. Seeing this, Lin Yi grabbed the soul-devouring saw, jumped down from the car, his eyes filled with ferocity. The soul-devouring saw emitted a beast-like roar, scaring everyone away. The first man to speak trembled and said, "What do you want to do? Killing is against the law. Dare to touch me and see what happens." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Yi rushed forward with the soul-devouring saw. The terrifying saw blade easily cut the man's body in half, blood spraying out and splattering onto Lin Yi. Someone shouted, "He killed someone." In an instant, the people on the highway scattered like birds and beasts. Everyone rushed down, fearing that they would be caught if they ran too slowly. Lin Yi, holding the soul-devouring saw, looked at the 2 halves of the corpse on the ground and sneered. "Stupid, it's the end of the world. And you're talking to me?" Lu Chuan suddenly spoke up. "Although I can't be as ruthless and heartless as you, Brother Lin, I have to say that you indeed have the potential to be a captain. Not interested." Lin Yi dropped the tissue he was using to wipe his mouth and walked over to the pickup truck to grab a bottle of water. To be honest, neither Su Xiaohan nor I are suitable to be a captain in my opinion. Lin Yi looked at Lu Chuan seriously and said, "Take the Ping and team for example. The person truly suited to be the captain is you. You are a seeker, sequence, and can sense the existence of the strange. Just this point makes you the only choice for captain." Lin Yi didn't know what Su Xiaohan really thought. The seeker is enough to avoid a lot of trouble. Yet it was merely being used as a radar. Right now, communication devices can't be used, so the captain must take on the role of leading the way. A seeker can detect strange auras and avoid them in advance. If Lu Chuan were the captain, one can only imagine how much trouble could be avoided on this journey. Lu Chuan didn't expect Lin Yi would suggest he be the captain, and he looked at Lin Yi in surprise. "Brother Lin, you must be joking, right? The reason I don't want to follow Su Xiaohan is that she's too ignorant as a captain." Lin Yi looked at Lu Chuan seriously, patted his shoulder, and smiled. "In comparison, having you lead the way will help me avoid more dangers. Think it over and do it. I support you as captain." Chapter 9, Survival Rules, the Establishment of the Team. Under the highway, the people who escaped from Jining County didn't dare to approach the highway entrance anymore. Everyone knew that there was a madman with a chainsaw up there who had killed someone and seemed unwilling to leave. In such circumstances, who would dare to provoke him? You don't know that the madman brutally killed Director Li from the first high school. If I hadn't run fast, that madman might have killed me too. I think Director Li deserved it. He was asking for trouble for no reason, saying that killing is against the law, and now look what happened. What can the law do to him? Now what do we do? I certainly don't dare to go up and stop the cars. How about you guys go? Groups of people gathered to discuss their plans. Meanwhile, Lin Yi was happily starting to rest. He planned to have a good sleep now and be alert at night since the dangers at night often come from those around him. Lu Chuan's sequence made him the best candidate to be the team leader. But whether to form a team depended on Lu Chuan's own decision, as it was clear the Ping and team would find it very difficult to survive. Su Xiaohan led so many people to their deaths, and the Ping and team was completely ruined by her. Lin Yi set up an oilcloth tent in the bed of his pickup truck, and after securing it with wooden frames, a simple large tent appeared in the truck bed. He even piled 3 layers of thick down blankets inside, so he didn't have to worry about getting cold. Lin Yi originally planned to upgrade the pickup truck. However, the time required for the upgrade was too long, so he chose to give up. Upgrading the pickup truck would take over 2,000 hours, meaning it would take at least 3 months to complete. Under these circumstances, Lin Yi naturally wouldn't consider upgrading. as there were too many unexpected events on the way, and he might have to abandon the pickup truck. So he chose to strengthen his own body and also selected a weapon. One must be strong to forge iron. Looking at the 1 day left, Lin Yi was full of anticipation for his strengthened body. After 1 day, he would truly have the qualifications to survive in this apocalypse. Inside a small car, Lu Chuan enviously looked at the oilcloth tent on the pickup truck and turned his gaze to the other vehicles parked at the intersection. Shouldn't he also change to a different vehicle? However, at this moment, Lu Chuan was thinking more about the team. He definitely wouldn't continue with the Ping'an team. Now that he had Lin Yi's support, he could completely form his own team. Just as Lin Yi said, having him as the captain to lead the way would definitely help avoid a lot of unnecessary trouble. There were still many people gathered in Jining County, and if they were willing to follow, he could easily form a team of over 1,000 people. But this number was not something he could manage. The more people there were, the greater the attraction to the strange. A team of 1,000 people would definitely be a big target in the eyes of the strange. Would he still be able to lead so many people to escape? Lost in thought, Lu Chuan eventually fell into a deep sleep. As this recent period had been much more exhausting than usual, Lin Yi woke up in the middle of the night. After listening to the sounds outside and confirming that there was no one around, he took the soul-eating saw and stepped out of the oilcloth tent. After tidying everything up, he stood by the roadside smoking a cigarette. Tomorrow at noon, once the time comes, regardless of whether Su Xiaohan and the others live or die, Lin Yi would choose to leave directly. A night without conversation. By morning, Lu Chuan seemed to have made a decision and immediately sought out Lin Yi. Brother Lin, I'm planning to form a team. Are you really willing to help me? Lu Chuan currently had no helpers and could only place his hopes on Lin Yi. Lin Yi nodded and said, I can help you, but I want to make it clear in advance that I want to manage the other members of the team. If unnecessary trouble arises, I will make what I consider to be the most rational decision. I'm helping you because you have value. Don't take it the wrong way. The future path can follow your arrangements, but it's limited to when searching for supplies, as you are the captain and need to consider more issues. Hearing Lin Yi's words, Lu Chuan nodded seriously. He knew Lin Yi was right. Only by having value could he gain Lin Yi's help. Otherwise, why wouldn't Lin Yi help Su Xiaohan and her people? In Lu Chuan's view, the Great Beauty Sequence direction was not even as good as his own sequence seeker. All right, Lu Chuan nodded and said seriously, Brother Lin, from now on, it's up to you to take care of things. You're the captain, so you need to make the big decisions. From now on, just call me Lu Chuan to avoid others saying you're not. Lin Yi patted his shoulder and smiled. From now on, your burden will be heavier. Be prepared. Have you thought of a name for the team? Not yet. I haven't considered that. Lin Yi, why don't you think of one? Lu Chuan laughed and said, From now on, we're all in the same boat, so you can be the vice captain without any problem. I'll go recruit people below. You think of the name for our team. After saying this, Lu Chuan left the naming task to Lin Yi and ran off to the highway entrance. Watching Lu Chuan's back, Lin Yi's smile faded. In the face of the apocalypse, the biggest problem they faced was only one: survival. The team might be the main choice for a long time in the future, and for many people, the team might become their new home. Thus, the team would be everyone's survival sanctuary. Since that's the case, this survival sanctuary must have its own operating rules, and these would be their survival rules. Lin Yi took a can of paint from the truck and happily started spraying it on Lu Chuan's small car. Soon, 4 big characters appeared on the car's body. Survival rules. From now on, they would be the survival rules team. Under the highway entrance, Lu Chuan declared that both he and Lin Yi were extraordinary sequences, and he also informed everyone about his plan to form a team. Many people, upon hearing that this team had 2 extraordinary sequences, were excited and wanted to leave with them. After all, with extraordinary sequences for protection, they would have more chances to survive. Just as Lu Chuan was about to explain the situation further, 2 vehicles slowly approached from the direction of Jining County in the distance. The bodies of the cars were already deformed, with the leading Hummer crushed to the point that more than half of its body was flattened. Lu Chuan recognized at a glance that this was the car of Su Xiaohan and Demei. Did only the 2 of them come out? After a moment's hesitation, Lu Chuan shouted towards the highway entrance, Lin Yi, Su Xiaohan, and Demei are back. Chapter 10. Sequence. The Seeker of Secrets. Hearing Lu Chuan's shout, Lin Yi quickly ran to the highway entrance. Looking at the 2 battered cars approaching in the distance, even Lin Yi couldn't help but gasp in shock. How severe must it have been for them to end up like this? It was known that Su Xiaohan and her group had over 40 people, and now, only 2 came out. Lin Yi, carrying the soul-cutting saw, immediately ran down from the highway entrance, and people along the way hurriedly cleared a path, not daring to obstruct him. After all, everyone knew that this man had killed before. When he reached Lu Chuan's side, the 2 cars slowly came to a halt. crashing into the blocked vehicles behind them. Lin Yi swung the soul-cutting saw into his hands and stepped closer to the cars. Suddenly, the driver's side door of the already wrecked Hummer was flung open. Bang! Su Xiaohan fell out of the driver's seat, covered in blood. At this moment, there was a gaping wound in her lower abdomen, with her insides spilling out, blood gushing uncontrollably. One of her eyes was missing, leaving an empty socket. Falling to the ground, Su Xiaohan tightly gripped the tang knife in her hand, using it to help herself stand up, staggering towards Demei's car. After exchanging glances with Lu Chuan, the two of them approached one after the other. They had no idea what had happened to Su Xiaohan, but Demei, who possessed the mysterious sequence direction, should be in better shape, right? Then they saw Su Xiaohan yank open the door of the small car. Under everyone's gaze, she grabbed Demei by the hair and dragged her out. Demei was drenched in blood, with one of her arms completely missing. The once delicate features of her face were now marred with streaks of blood. Disfigured? What on earth had they experienced? Help me. After being dragged out, Demei looked at Lin Yi and the others, pleading, I didn't mean to. Save me. I know your secret. Upon hearing Demei's words, Lin Yi's expression changed slightly. You know our secret? What did that mean? Could it be that Demei's sequence was not the mysterious sequence direction, as he had guessed, but rather a sequence that could uncover other people's secrets? If that were the case, Demei absolutely could not be allowed to live. Su Xiaohan fiercely clutched Demei's hair, cursing, You bitch, you caused everyone to die, do you know that? No, it wasn't me. I just wanted to grab some supplies. Demei struggled to escape, even reaching out towards Lin Yi and Lu Chuan, begging for their help. As she struggled, it seemed Su Xiaohan had exhausted her strength and collapsed to the ground. Yet, even so, she still held on tightly to Demei's hair. The long yellow hair now served as a shackle binding Demei. Lin Yi approached with the soul-cutting saw, staring at Su Xiaohan and asking, What happened to you all in the city? She caused everyone to die? To grab a big bag of bread, she actually pushed everyone to the roots of that tree, which completely alarmed it. Su Xiaohan recalled what had happened in Jining County. It was a level 4 corpse tree. Almost everyone died in that area. If I hadn't reacted quickly, I might have been left behind too. It's all that bitch Demei's fault. She doesn't even know the direction. The one with the sequence direction is someone else. That person is in her car, and we were all tricked by her. Hearing this, Lin Yi stepped forward and yanked the car door open. Immediately, a naked man bound with wire tumbled out, with a half-buried branch sticking out of his head. He was already dead. I didn't mean to trick you. Li Tao deserved to end up like this. He slept with me. Shouldn't he pay the price? Demei glared at the corpse on the ground and coldly said, My sequence is Seeker of Secrets, and then I learned Li Tao's secret. He actually mastered the mysterious sequence direction without any side effects. Why should he? We're all human. Why does he get to obtain a sequence without side effects? Looking at the now insane Demei, Lin Yi's brow furrowed. Seeker of Secrets. This seemed to suggest that his own secrets might also be known. The mysterious sequence, Enhancement, was Lin Yi's trump card, and he couldn't let anyone else know about it. So, from the moment Demei revealed her sequence, it was already determined that she had to die. Lin Yi, I know your secret. Demei turned her head and laughed. Help me kill Su Xiaohan, and I can sleep with you and help you keep your secret. In the future, I can tell you anything you want to know. Her confident demeanor startled Su Xiaohan. After all, this was Demei's advantage, knowing others' secrets and using them to threaten others. Demei was even willing to use her body as a bargaining chip, ready to leverage her sequence for help. Under such temptation, it was hard not to be swayed. Su Xiaohan cautiously kept one eye on Lin Yi, even loosening her grip on Demei's hair, her hands tightly clutching the handle of the tang knife. Seeing this, Demei laughed heartily. It seemed that witnessing Su Xiaohan's death was a delightful prospect for her. But the next moment, Lin Yi's soul-cutting saw came down directly on Demei's neck. Accompanied by a beast-like roar, Demei's head was severed from her body. The sharp saw blade easily penetrated the car door, as if a knife were slicing through tofu. If you lack power and still wish to expose other secrets, your fate is sealed. After retracting the soul-cutting saw, Lin Yi held it in his hands, his gaze shifting to Su Xiaohan. Lu Chuan also approached, and seeing Su Xiaohan's miserable condition, he ultimately couldn't bear to be harsh. He turned to those watching and shouted, asking if anyone had a medical kit to treat wounds. Soon, a burly man took a first aid kit from his car. He seemed quite wary of Lin Yi. After taking a few steps forward, he didn't come closer but directly tossed the medical kit to Lu Chuan. Upon receiving the medical kit, Lu Chuan rushed forward to treat Su Xiaohan's wounds. Thank you. Su Xiaohan sighed in relief. Her remaining eye fixed on the person before her. She was filled with regret. If she hadn't trusted Demei, she wouldn't have ended up in this situation. Thinking of this, she looked at Lin Yi standing in front of her with her one eye. I'm sorry. I should have listened to you earlier. You don't need to apologize. It doesn't matter to me whether you listen or not. Lin Yi strapped the soul-cutting saw back on his back and turned to Lu Chuan, who was crouched down helping with the wounds. Lu Chuan and I have formed a convoy, the Survival Rules Convoy. He is the captain now. Do you want to join us? Chapter 11. Prelude. A torrential rain poured down. Friends who have killed know that after the first experience, the second time won't feel uncomfortable. Lin Yi was just like that. After killing someone for the first time yesterday, he felt no discomfort at all when killing Doomsday today. It was as if he had already adapted. But Lin Yi knew very well that this was by no means his last time. The apocalypse had only just begun. Lu Chuan helped Su Xiaohan treat her injuries. The current situation could only be handled simply for now. As long as infection was prevented, there shouldn't be any problems. Although Su Xiaohan had lost an eye, she was still part of the Blade Bearer sequence. She could still wield a knife and fight. However, she was somewhat surprised that Lin Yi and Lu Chuan had formed a convoy, with Lu Chuan as the leader. Although she didn't know why, her former safe convoy was now a thing of the past. From now on, she would be part of the Survival Law Convoy. No longer the leader of the safe convoy, Lu Chuan had already shared his thoughts with the people fleeing, and upon hearing that they would follow a sequence extraordinary being, everyone was naturally willing to follow. In the end, under the threat of Lin Yi holding the Soul Devourer saw, the traffic jam began to improve. Cars moved in an orderly fashion onto the highway. Leading the way was Lu Chuan's sedan, followed by Lin Yi's pickup truck, and then the other people fleeing. Su Xiaohan had originally planned to drive her own car. Although she couldn't drive her Hummer, there were plenty of cars on the road. Finding one with keys was not difficult. However, Lu Chuan needed to drive and also keep an eye on the situation outside, which added to his burden. Naturally, Su Xiaohan got into Lu Chuan's car, becoming his temporary driver. The dark clouds in the sky had completely gathered, forming a thick mass of black clouds, accompanied by loud thunder. The feeling of dark clouds looming over the city was palpable. Seeing the black clouds floating overhead, Lu Chuan's heart sank. Speed up. Lu Chuan glanced at the dashboard and said in a deep voice, go as fast as you can. If it rains, we'll be in trouble. But going too fast might leave the others behind. Su Xiaohan frowned, seemingly unwilling to abandon so many people. If we go slow, we'll all die. At this moment, Lu Chuan exhibited a side unique to a leader. You know better than I do the danger of the Rain Man. Either we all die together, or only a part of us dies. Don't forget I'm the captain. Faced with Lu Chuan's domineering attitude, Su Xiaohan could only grit her teeth and floor the accelerator. Behind them, Lin Yi saw the leading car suddenly accelerate and immediately stepped on the gas to catch up. Although he didn't know what was happening, speeding up was definitely the right choice. The other vehicles followed suit, accelerating as well. Those still riding bicycles behind were cursing loudly at this scene. At that moment, they regretted not driving. The downside of driving was having to consider fuel. While bicycles did not have this worry, but the benefits were evident at this moment. The speed of bicycles was difficult to match that of cars, especially since everyone was carrying so much gear. What the hell? Why did we suddenly speed up? Can't we go slowly? My legs are almost numb. Car in front. Wait for me. Take me along. I really can't pedal anymore. Don't be stupid. There must be a reason for speeding up. Damn, is it raining? Car in front. Wait for me. As the first drop of rain fell, heavy rain arrived at that moment. The torrential downpour fell instantly, and those riding bicycles in the convoy completely lost hope of catching up. The other vehicles were not in a much better position either. Faced with the sudden downpour, everyone was unprepared and could only grit their teeth and drive on. However, as the speed increased, the rain outside became heavier. Lin Yi, inside the pickup truck, looked at the water stains on the car window, leaning half his body out. The rain was too heavy, and the cabin was filled with the sound of pattering. Water splashed on the windshield, making it increasingly difficult to see clearly. Leaning out was to better see the road ahead. The convoy encountered collisions and scrapes, but no one had the intention to stop. They all continued driving forward. No one knew where they were headed. They were all following the lead vehicle. Inside the lead car, Lu Chuan also couldn't see outside, especially since the driver was one-eyed. He could only close his eyes to sense the situation outside. No strange aura appeared, which meant they were relatively safe at this stage. This was the best news. With the heavy rain pouring down, it seemed the sky was announcing the arrival of the rainy season. This rain clearly would not stop. On the highway, Lu Chuan's car slowed down at this moment, finally turning off at an exit. Yunjin City Highway Service Area. We're at the service area. Lin Yi felt his rear end starting to tremble after driving all this way. He felt he could hardly hold on. Fortunately, they had reached the service area where everyone could take shelter from the rain and recover some energy. Lu Chuan had sensed the situation here and found no strange aura, so this was the best resting point for them. As cars parked here, a throng of people poured out, hurriedly rushing into the rest area, not caring how many could fit inside, just looking for a place to rest. Lin Yi pulled out an umbrella from the back seat. He had prepared this in advance. He even had warm clothing, ready for any eventuality. In terms of living supplies, other than food, Lin Yi was almost not lacking. After getting out of the car, he shouldered the Soul Devourer saw and walked over to the lead vehicle with the umbrella. Captain Liu, what's the situation now? A troublesome situation has arrived. I suspect this rain won't stop anytime soon. We need to prepare raincoats and umbrellas. Lu Chuan opened a paper map in the car, staring at the route, and said, We'll follow this highway, avoiding various cities, with our first choice to resupply in villages. The closest to us is Guangming Town. We must resupply there. Lin Yi's expression changed slightly. So we can't avoid the strangeness of Guangming Town? Lu Chuan shook his head. We can't avoid it. Now we can only pray that a level 3 Rain Man doesn't appear. Otherwise, we'll all die. Rainy days were the favorite time for Rain Men to appear, especially with so many people gathered together. If even one Rain Man appeared, at least 90% of the survival law convoy would perish. Chapter 12. Convoy rules from the exit of Jining County Highway to Yunjin Highway Service Area. The originally 1,000-plus strong group had dwindled to less than 1,000 after some counting. Those riding bicycles could no longer keep up. The heavy rain, like an opening ceremony, had caused several vehicles to encounter accidents and stop halfway. Even if some lucky ones caught up later, the numbers wouldn't be too many. At this moment, Lu Chuan sensed that there was no strange aura within a 5-kilometer radius, meaning they could at least ensure temporary safety. Everyone could take a break at the service area. And once they reached Guangming Town, they could resupply. Food and gasoline would be the priority supplies. Water was not a concern after the rain. They had plenty of water resources. Lin Yi collected several bottles of water and also checked the situation at the service area. Unfortunately, there were no resources left here. With so many passing convoys, it seemed reasonable that everything had been swept clean. Lin Yi, Lu Chuan called out after preparing instant noodles, signaling for Lin Yi to come over and eat together. Although eating instant noodles constantly was not good for health, having something to eat at this moment was already quite good. There are many people in the service area who have nothing to eat, all staring at them with red eyes. We need to discuss the rules for the team. Since Lu Chuan became the captain, his temperament has become outstanding. At least he is no longer the submissive type he used to be. Instead, he has become fierce and capable of handling things on his own. Do you have any thoughts? Lin Yi picked up a bucket of instant noodles, not minding that it was the pickled vegetable flavor. Maybe a bit, but in any case, these rules must be put on the table, otherwise, it will be hard to lead the team. Lu Chuan pondered. First of all, the first rule is self-reliance. All supplies must be acquired through our own efforts. If you have the ability, you can fill your stomach. If you don't, you'll go hungry. This was the first rule that came to his mind. In the apocalypse, no one is born to be kind to others, let alone give supplies away. The survival rules will guide the team forward. Even if hope is slim, we will continuously find ways to move ahead. As for the survival abilities of team members, that depends on the members themselves. Lu Chuan and the others are only responsible for leading and exploring. Those who want to follow can continue along, and those who don't can choose to leave the team. Right now, the streets are full of teams, and some are even looking for more people to join unconditionally. Lu Chuan welcomes others to join and will not stop those who wish to leave. This rule is good, as it helps them to better understand reality. Lin Yi nodded with a smile. You must have more than just this rule in mind, right? The second rule is about self-worth. Those with extraordinary abilities in the team will have a higher say and access to supplies, but they must also demonstrate the abilities that come with that power. Lu Chuan slowly said, people like Da Mei cannot appear a second time. Everyone has secrets, and naturally, they do not want their secrets to be exposed. So we must know what kind of people are around us in advance. This was the second rule he thought of after experiencing the incident with Da Mei. It also targets those with extraordinary abilities. As a captain, he has secrets he doesn't want others to know. To be honest, when he was in the town of Jining, he had the urge to kill as well. But as a person, he could never be as ruthless as Lin Yi to kill another human being. Fortunately, there are Lin Yi and Su Xiaohan in the team, both of whom have killed before. Otherwise, he would really have been caught in a dilemma. Risk avoidance. This rule is indeed necessary. Lin Yi glanced at the figures in the service area building and smiled. There might be someone among them who has extraordinary abilities but does not intend to reveal it. Thinking of Da Mei's peeping person sequence, Lin Yi felt a wave of fear. After all, he didn't know the conditions under which that sequence was triggered. Even though she had no contact with Da Mei still learned his secret, which is the most deadly part. Even now, Lin Yi remains vigilant. In the face of Lu Chuan and Su Xiaohan, he has never fully trusted them. For him, coming together now is just for better survival. Lin Yi needs Lu Chuan to lead the way, and Lu Chuan needs Lin Yi and Su Xiaoan's protection. You could say this is a cooperative alliance. The third rule is fair cooperation. Lu Chuan took a deep breath and smiled. This is aimed at people like us. Once we have supplies, everyone should come together to distribute them fairly, ensuring that everyone gets what they need. Lin Yi had no objections to this. For people like them, fair distribution of supplies is actually more beneficial. Lin Yi likes to smoke and drink, and others can use cigarettes and alcohol to trade for supplies with him. After setting the 3 rules for the team, Lu Chuan directly notified everyone so they would know the team's regulations. From now on, they must abide by these 3 rules. Some complained, while others chose to agree. Regardless of perspective, these 3 rules are quite reasonable. Everyone is well aware that from now on, they must rely on themselves. My husband is dead, and now it's just me and my child. How can we possibly survive? Don't worry, you and your child just wait in the car. I will bring back supplies, I promise. Who can help me? I'm just a girl, and I really can't get that much supplies. Is there anyone willing to cooperate? What is wrong with being a girl? Now is the true gender equality. If you want supplies, rely on yourself. The atmosphere in the service area changed at that moment. Of course, some chose to leave. After all, in their view, once they left Jining County, they had many choices. Moreover, there are so many teams outside, they don't have to stick with the survival law team. In the eyes of these people, they believe such rules are unfair. After everyone had rested enough, Lu Chuan notified them that they would next search for supplies in Guangming Town. They would stay in Guangming Town for 1 hour. After 1 hour, anyone must withdraw from Guangming Town. If they exceed the time, the team will not take risks waiting. Lu Chuan calculated the time. They must reach the next service area before dark. The team would rest for another half an hour. Lin Yi glanced at the countdown on himself, a serious look appearing in his eyes. His body enhancement was about to end. As the countdown reached its conclusion, Lin Yi's body quietly underwent a change. Chapter 13. Criminal. It hurts. It hurts so much. Lin Yi was at the driver's seat of the pickup truck, his body curled up in pain, his eyes wide open in anger. At the moment the enhancement ended, he hadn't had time to react when a sharp pain shot through his waist. He could clearly feel that his left kidney seemed to be under siege. Friends who have had kidney stones know how painful it is when it flares up. Right now, Lin Yi just wanted to curse. It felt as if a large hand was squeezing his left kidney, continuously kneading it into a small lump. If the left kidney were compared to a piece of white paper, that piece of paper was now being crumpled into a ball, and the ball was being compressed further. In just a short while, Lin Yi was already drenched in sweat. The pain in his left kidney did not subside, accompanied by an indescribable numbness. It wasn't until he completely felt that something was missing from his body that the pain gradually faded away. At that moment, his left kidney was completely gone. One kidney was compressed into a point, and then that point disappeared directly from Lin Yi's body. Losing one kidney made Lin Yi's face turn pale. At first glance, he looked like someone who had just finished a tiring job. His originally white hair accentuated his pale skin, and now, after losing a kidney, his skin became even whiter. It was a sickly pale. Lin Yi had heard Su Xiaoan say before that except for the mysterious series that does not require a price, all other series will cause a person to lose something. And right now, Lin Yi was experiencing this. He lost a kidney but gained an entirely new sequence. Criminal. This is a professional identity type sequence, similar to Lu Chuan and Su Xiaoan's sequences. But the difference is that this sequence brings considerable strength. An indescribable energy filled Lin Yi's body, and he could even feel the power surging within him. The most direct manifestation was that his body became more muscular. The abs that had never existed before suddenly appeared, and the muscles on his arms were bulging. He clearly sensed how terrifying the changes in his body were. If he could withstand a hit from a first-level eerie ghost without dying before, now he could directly challenge the ghost. This is the most intuitive change. What truly shocked Lin Yi was the surprise brought to him by the mysterious sequence, Enhancement. Enhancing the body can allow a person to directly become a sequence transcendent. This discovery is enough to shake the world. If this news leaks out, one can only imagine the situation Lin Yi will face. There are at least 3 billion people still alive, right? But the number of those who have become sequence transcendent is probably less than 1 in 10,000. With someone who can make a person become a sequence transcendent, people all over the world would likely go crazy. Coercion and temptation will surely play out in turns. Even some desperate individuals might go to any lengths to find Lin Yi's whereabouts. Therefore, Lin Yi needs to carefully consider his current situation. The criminal sequence is the sequence he can advance to, and it will be his overt reliance in the future. The enhancement sequence is his trump card. The dual sequences will become his confidence for survival in this apocalypse. The extraordinary abilities brought by the criminal sequence have two aspects. The first is fearless death. It allows Lin Yi to unleash peak power once again when he is on the brink of death, lasting for 5 minutes. The second is a surge of adrenaline. It doubles his strength while allowing him to quickly recover from his injuries. These two extraordinary abilities combined can give Lin Yi considerable strength. 5 minutes of being a real man is definitely a powerful extraordinary ability. Coupled with the second ability, it further enhances Lin Yi's sustained combat capability. Now, Lin Yi can truly be considered to have means of self-protection. Let's go, Lu Chuan shouted after getting a loudspeaker from somewhere, leading the convoy on their journey. Lin Yi's pickup truck followed closely behind, his pale face at first glance looking very weak. But Lin Yi knew how terrifyingly powerful his body was now. Searching for supplies in Guangming town, he definitely had the qualifications to survive. After about half an hour of driving, the convoy arrived at Guangming town's location. One by one, the vehicles stopped at the entrance of Guangming town. To facilitate the exit for those behind, Lu Chuan had people specifically park the cars on both sides, not blocking the main road. At this moment, Guangming town was eerily silent, with no signs of life in sight. Lu Chuan sensed and found 3 strange auras in Guangming town, which immediately darkened his expression. 3 strange entities in Guangming town? This is not good news. Lin Yi jumped down with the soul-devouring saw and came to Lu Chuan and Su Xiaohan's side. The two were startled to see Lin Yi's pale face, which even lacked a hint of blood. Lin Yi, are you sick? They knew that being sick while fleeing in the apocalypse was almost a death sentence. It doesn't matter. Lin Yi waved his hand and said, let's talk about the situation in Guangming town first. Did you sense the strangeness? 3. Lu Chuan said solemnly. There are 3 strange auras in Guangming town, 2 on the left and right sides of the town, and 1 in the center. Hiss, 3 strange entities? Is there something special about Guangming town? Logically, 1 strange entity is enough to cause casualties in a village or town. The appearance of 3 at once indicates the danger inside. However, they needed to replenish supplies, especially gasoline. There must be a gas station in Guangming town, and they had to get enough gasoline no matter what. There's no other choice. We have to go in. Lin Yi said solemnly. I only have 1 barrel of gasoline left. We must replenish it here, and we also need to find some food. Then it will depend on you. Lu Chuan nodded seriously, then handed over 2 watches, saying, it's 3:07 now. You must be out by 4:10. Su Xiaohan, with her one eye, fixed her gaze on Lu Chuan. So rushed? This is already fast. Lu Chuan lowered his voice. There's a strange aura behind us. I suspect it could be the Rain Man. He noticed that strange aura at the service area, just 5 kilometers away. As we set off, that strangeness is closing in. Although it's currently distanced from us, we can't be sure it won't come near again. 1 hour is the most time we can hope for. Lin Yi turned the soul-devouring saw in his hand, looking at the silent Guangming town, and said in a deep voice, then there's no choice. 1 hour of scavenging time is enough. Chapter 14. The Crisis of Guangming Town, Level 2, Ghost Shadow. Watching Lin Yi and Su Xiaohan enter Guangming Town together, the rest of the convoy followed suit. Everyone knew the dangers of Guangming Town, but there was no other option. They had to resupply here. Gasoline was an absolute necessity. They could endure hunger for a while, but if they ran out of gasoline while fleeing, it would mean abandonment. Most of the men entering Guangming Town were family men, with their families waiting outside. The rain continued to fall. Those with umbrellas used them, while those without had to cover themselves with other items. Upon entering Guangming Town, a dead silence enveloped them. Bloodstains were everywhere in the town, yet not a single corpse was in sight. This made Lin Yi's alarm bells ring in his mind. There was definitely big trouble in Guangming Town. After obtaining supplies, they had to leave immediately and must not be discovered by the strangeness here. After separating from Su Xiaohan, Lin Yi's first choice was to run directly to the pharmacy that appeared in his line of sight. The pharmacy door was wide open, with broken glass scattered everywhere, and various medicines strewn across the floor. There were also numerous drag marks on the ground, clearly indicating that something strange had been dragged out from the entrance, signifying that the strangeness here was quite troublesome. Lin Yi quickly noted the situation in the pharmacy and immediately opened the large black backpack he brought. Although the pharmacy had already been looted, many medicines remained. Lin Yi gathered all these medicines. Now was not the time to check the effects one by one. Medicines were absolutely essential, and he had to take some no matter what. Lin Yi's sequence transcendent ability could help him avoid harm. He was mainly collecting medicines to exchange for other supplies when encountering others later. He might not need them, but others would definitely find them useful. After collecting a sufficient amount of medicines, several people at the entrance noticed Lin Yi's presence and rushed in to look for medicines. They were not sequence transcendent, and medicines were life-saving items for them. Lin Yi then silently left the pharmacy. As soon as he stepped outside, various sounds of scrambling and fighting reached him. The newcomers had their eyes on the food. Small shops and supermarkets became their first choices. Lin Yi casually entered a shop and gathered snacks that no one wanted from the counter. After that, he slipped into an oil mill next door. Not to grab cooking oil, but to take 2 oil barrels. Holding them in his hands, he quickly searched for the location of the gas station in the town. The criminal sequence brought him significant enhancements. Even now, with supplies and the soul-devouring saw on his back, he felt little burden. His steps remained light. Delving deeper into the town, Lin Yi saw a huge ghost shadow lying atop a statue in the center of the town. The black figure resembled a dark curtain, obscuring most of the statue's body. The moment Lin Yi saw the ghostly figure, his footsteps slowed down. This was not a first-level ghost. Lin Yi had killed a first-level ghost before, and compared to the one in front of him, its size was not even in the same league. It seemed that as humans awakened their sequences, the eerie creatures were also evolving, just like the second-level ghost before him. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yi carefully circled around the statue, not startling the second-level ghost, and instead went around from the other side. Soon, he arrived at the gas station in Guangming Town. There was no activity here. Apart from the bloodstains, there were no corpses in sight. After confirming the area was safe, Lin Yi immediately went to the fuel pump. Using it wasn't too difficult. He had seen workers do it before when fueling cars. Although there had been a massacre here, thankfully the equipment was still usable. After filling up 2 barrels with gasoline, Lin Yi didn't forget to enter the service station and gather anything he deemed useful inside. Before long, his black canvas bag was bulging. Checking the time, 25 minutes had already passed. He was on schedule. After packing up, Lin Yi grabbed the 2 barrels of gasoline and quickly left the gas station. Just as he stepped out, he noticed someone approaching from the other side, also carrying various plastic barrels, clearly also coming for the gasoline. Lin Yi ignored them and chose to return the way he came. Everything was going smoothly. It seemed like there were no unexpected incidents. But when he reached the statue, the constriction of his pupils made him tense all over. The second-level ghost was gone. At that moment, Lin Yi's heart jumped into his throat. He didn't know who had startled this eerie being. But the disappearance of the second-level ghost was certainly a deadly danger for everyone in Guangming Town. Suddenly, a scream came from behind him. Lin Yi turned around sharply. He saw a shadow flying out from the direction of the gas station, while a person was thrown into the air. Before that person could fall, the ghost had already charged out, its claws instantly piercing through the person's body. In the blink of an eye, that person was torn into several pieces. Strong. The power of this second-level ghost far exceeded that of a first-level ghost. Even when Lin Yi witnessed it, only one thought filled his mind. Run. Alone. He absolutely could not withstand the ghost's power. Even with Su Xiaohan, they would definitely not be able to take down this ghost. They were not strong enough to confront this second-level ghost. Taking advantage of the ghost attacking others, Lin Yi ran towards the outside of Guangming Town without looking back. But the earlier scream acted like an alarm, shattering the tranquility of Guangming Town. As others fled in fear, there were also loud noises coming from both sides of Guangming Town. Clearly, the other 2 eerie beings had also been attracted. Lin Yi immediately quickened his pace, not even glancing at the other people fleeing beside him, only thinking of getting out of Guangming Town as soon as possible. Too many people had entered. It was normal for accidents to occur, but the appearance of 3 eerie beings at once was definitely a big problem for them. Just as Lin Yi had run a short distance, a gust of wind rushed towards him. From the corner of his eye, he caught sight of a shadow charging at him, moving faster than he could react. Bang! Lin Yi felt as if he had been hit by a speeding car. His body was sent flying, crashing heavily against the nearby merchant's roll-up door. Chapter 15. Zombie Assault, Second Level, Ghost Approaches. The impact was so strong that Lin Yi, a criminal sequence individual, was momentarily stunned. The roll-up door was deformed from the impact, and he lay on the ground gasping for breath for a long time before getting up. Turning to see what had hit him, Lin Yi found a figure standing in front of him, its skin grayish-white and dry, but its body was muscular. The skin was rotting, and its eyes were also grayish-white, expressionless as it stood at the intersection. Is this a zombie? Lin Yi immediately recalled this eerie being from a month of fleeing. The zombie he encountered back then had a similar appearance, but it didn't have such speed and impact capability. Eerie, it's definitely eerie, run away. Even the sequence extraordinary was knocked away. We will definitely die here. We will surely die. Don't be foolish. If we don't escape now, we won't even have a chance to survive. That person is an extraordinary sequence. Let him help us hold it back. Hurry and escape from the other side. For a moment, many people around ran out. The zombie stood still, showing no intention of chasing after them, but instead quietly watching Lin Yi as he got up. Then, The zombie made a move, adopting a running stance, and the direction it faced was Lin Yi. Seeing this scene, Lin Yi's pupils constricted. It's targeting me? With so many people running away, it instead focuses on me. Could it be because I'm an extraordinary sequence? Lin Yi knew the difference between himself and ordinary people. This zombie might be coming for him. Taking a deep breath, he set the fuel barrels and his black canvas bag on the ground, and unslung the soul-devouring chainsaw from his back. The chainsaw emitted a beastly roar, as if craving souls. Whoosh! The zombie charged at Lin Yi. Its speed slightly slower than before, likely due to not having a running start. Lin Yi raised the soul-devouring chainsaw and met the zombie head-on. The chainsaw's blade spun wildly, directly slicing through half of the zombie's head. With a splat, black liquid splattered everywhere, and the body crashed heavily against the roll-up door behind Lin Yi. At that moment, the iron roll-up door felt as fragile as paper, easily broken by the zombie's impact. Lin Yi felt numbness in his hands from the impact, marveling at the zombie's terrifying strength. But this time, he managed to block the zombie's attack. This indicated that the zombie in front of him was a first-level eerie being. If it were second level, he definitely wouldn't have been able to handle it so easily. He would have ended up on the ground. Inside the shop, the zombie, now missing half its head, crawled up from the ground, blindly turning its head to listen to the sounds around, immediately locating Lin Yi's position. The next moment, the zombie twisted its body and lunged at Lin Yi again. Seeing the headless zombie still able to move, Lin Yi was taken aback. This eerie being was indeed troublesome. Lin Yi dared not be careless, raising the soul-devouring chainsaw, and collided with the zombie once more. The wildly spinning chainsaw and blade unleashed their sharpness, directly severing the zombie's arms and head. It was as easy as cutting tofu. The now headless zombie collapsed to the ground, black liquid oozing from its body. Lin Yi was knocked back a few steps, but steadied himself, gasping for breath. It was too heavy. Every time the zombie charged, it felt like a car was coming at him. If Lin Yi hadn't been enhanced to some degree due to being in the criminal sequence, he would have likely been the one lying on the ground. Looking at the now motionless zombie on the ground, Lin Yi let out a long sigh of relief. He gathered the supplies on the ground without hesitation and turned to leave, heading straight towards the entrance of Guangming Town. Just as he ran out for a short distance, a chilling breeze suddenly approached from behind. Lin Yi's heart trembled violently. He was all too familiar with this feeling, the unique aura of the ghostly shadow. Instinctively, he darted to the side. Immediately after, he saw a dark shadow fly out from behind him, its sharp claws quietly slicing across his back, leaving 3 deep trails of blood. The level 2 ghostly shadow was closing in. Lin Yi stared at the ghostly shadow floating in midair, feeling the cold aura emanating from it, and couldn't help but swallow hard. A level 2 ghostly shadow was indeed terrifying. Just by dodging, he had been grazed by its claws. If he had reacted even a moment slower, that attack could have dismembered him, dropping what he was holding. Lin Yi knew just how big the trouble he was facing was. The level 1 zombie had been taken down, but this level 2 ghostly shadow was not so easy to deal with. Gripping the soul devourer's saw tightly, Lin Yi stared intently at the ghostly shadow in front of him, and the saw roared once more. He was well aware that he could not defeat this level 2 anomaly. He had to find a way to escape, even if it meant leaving behind resources. He had to find an opportunity to get away. At that moment, the level 2 ghostly shadow moved, lunging directly at Lin Yi, its chilling aura rushing towards him. Lin Yi raised the soul devourer's saw in front of him and charged towards the ghostly shadow. Bang! This time, the once unstoppable soul devourer's saw encountered an unexpected obstacle. Instead of slicing through the ghostly shadow as imagined, it felt like crashing into a solid steel wall, unable to advance an inch. Lin Yi felt a sharp pain in his hands, and his arms began to tremble. Just then, the claws on either side of the ghostly shadow quietly emerged from its dark aura, stabbing fiercely towards Lin Yi's body. Faced with this sudden attack, Lin Yi cursed inwardly. There was no time to block. In that instant, a massive white figure burst forth from behind him, like a white cannonball, crashing heavily into the ghostly shadow. Bang! The ghostly shadow was sent flying, and the white figure stood protectively in front of Lin Yi. Before Lin Yi's eyes was a standing polar bear, its white fur soaked by the rain, turning into strands of existence, and the bear's lower half was clad in human pants. Don't just stand there. The polar bear suddenly turned around and spoke. We need to team up, or we'll both die here. A person. Lin Yi immediately realized that the polar bear was actually a human. A sequence extraordinary? Sure enough, there were still people hidden in their convoy. If it weren't for the life or death crisis, this person might not have intended to reveal their strength. Chapter 16 New Level 2 Anomaly, Escape from Guangming Town. Although Lin Yi didn't know the strength of this polar bear, Having assistance made him ready to fight. The adrenaline surged. The moment his extraordinary powers activated. A tinge of orange-red appeared on Lin Yi's pale skin. Moreover, the orange-red continued to spread until his entire body turned orange-red. The polar bear sensed the change in Lin Yi's aura and couldn't help but glance over. This white-haired man seemed stronger than he had anticipated. While Lin Yi could be cold-blooded, he couldn't truly be heartless. If it weren't for the polar bear's timely help, he would have definitely been doomed against the level 2 ghostly shadow. So at this moment, he couldn't betray a teammate. Since they were going to fight, they would fight together. The soul devourer's saw began to emit a deep sound in his hands, and a beast-like roar echoed through the street. As the rain fell, the man and the bear stood together, facing the level 2 ghostly shadow. Swish! The ghostly shadow suddenly floated out, its claws tearing towards Lin Yi and the polar bear. Seeing this, Lin Yi rushed out first, smashing the soul devourer's saw towards the ghostly shadow's face, the saw blade spinning wildly, sparks flying. The ghostly shadow's movement was halted. At that moment, the polar bear leaped high, its paw raised, and came crashing down heavily onto the ghostly shadow's body. Boom! In the face of this powerful blow, the level 2 ghostly shadow was actually suppressed. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Yi advanced with the soul devourer's saw aimed at one of the ghostly shadow's claws, the saw blade spinning wildly, continuously cutting at the ghostly shadow's claw, trying to sever it. The polar bear didn't stop either, relentlessly slamming its heavy paw down on the ghostly shadow below. Bang! 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 The two worked together to suppress the level 2 ghostly shadow, but ultimately, they couldn't kill it here. The polar bear noticed this and turned. Speaking in a deep voice, "We need to prepare to escape. The two of us can't deal with this anomaly. Is there still time?" Lin Yi was a bit worried. After all, if they didn't kill the ghostly shadow, it would be trouble if it caught up with them. Even if there wasn't enough time, they had to try. The polar bear roared loudly, slamming its paw down heavily, saying, "Now's our chance." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned and dashed to the side, grabbing the supplies he had dropped earlier, shouldering them, and running forward. Moving on all fours, the polar bear's speed was surprisingly fast. Lin Yi also immediately slung the soul devourer's saw on his back, grabbed his supplies from the side, and ran out. The ghostly shadow, feeling the loss of the furious suppression, floated up once more. It looked at the human who had just attacked it, and the dark energy surrounding it became increasingly uncontrollable, swirling outwards. Clearly, the ghostly shadow had been enraged. In pursuit of the escaping man and bear, the ghostly shadow spread its claws wide. Lin Yi and the polar bear didn't dare slow down, even speeding up, heading straight for the town's entrance. Just as the ghostly shadow floated out, not yet catching up, a sharp roar echoed from within Guangming town. In an instant, the ghostly shadow seemed provoked, immediately flying towards the source of the sound. It seemed that place was more enticing than the fleeing man and bear. Lin Yi and the polar bear seized that moment to escape. Meanwhile, at the convoy, Lu Chuan looked at his wristwatch. There were still 5 minutes left. Everyone inside who could escape had already done so. Those who hadn't emerged by now were mostly in grave danger. The atmosphere within the convoy grew tense, with many people kneeling on the ground, quietly crying, their flicker of hope extinguished in despair. "Honey, where are you? Hurry and come out. Damn it. Air, why aren't you out yet? Do you want to kill us with worry? Dad, come back quickly. I won't eat anything anymore. Just come back, and we can leave together." Here they come. More people are running out. At the town's entrance, everyone was startled to see Lin Yi, whose skin was reddened, and the polar bear behind him. Is that a polar bear? How could a polar bear appear in Guangming town? Is this some kind of anomaly? Lu Chuan, stop looking, prepare to leave. Lin Yi's eyes were bloodshot, and upon closer inspection, blood was also flowing from his ears. Although the sound that had come from Guangming town had saved their lives, it had also injured Lin Yi's eardrum. Not only that, the polar bear had the same issue, blood flowing from its ears as well. They were followed by about 10 people fleeing for their lives, looking dazed and clearly not in good condition. Su Xiaohan still hadn't returned. What happened to her? Lu Chuan hurriedly inquired, feeling an inexplicable sense of foreboding. Lin Yi threw the supplies he had gathered onto the truck, wiped the rainwater off his face, and cursed. "She probably won't come out. I almost died in there. If it weren't for that brother helping me, I'd be done for. What on earth happened inside?" Lu Chuan gritted his teeth and asked urgently. "There's a second-level ghost lurking in Guangming town." Lin Yi glanced back at the big white bear and said in a deep voice, it was distracted by a sudden sound. "I suspect there's another second-level anomaly." "What? 2 second-level anomalies? Is Guangming town really that dangerous?" Lu Chuan checked his watch and realized time was running out. They could no longer wait. Su Xiaohan was most likely dead inside Guangming town. "Everyone, get in the car. Lu Chuan shouted with a megaphone. We can't wait any longer. There are 2 anomalies in Guangming town, and if we keep waiting, we won't be able to escape. We can't leave. My son hasn't come out yet. My dad hasn't returned either. Please, just wait a little longer. He'll be out soon. Honey, where are you? Don't scare me. Crying. All you do is cry. If you want to die, go in. Don't block our way. In an instant, chaos erupted at the entrance of the town. An old woman stood defiantly in the middle of the road, refusing to budge. Her son had gone in and hadn't come out yet. She was determined to wait for him to return before leaving. You can't leave. The old woman screeched. My son hasn't come out yet. You all have to wait. Lin Yi looked at the old woman blocking the road, and a hint of murderous intent began to surface in his heart. He couldn't joke around with his life. There might be 2 anomalies in Guangming town, and Su Xiaohan might even be dead, so he absolutely couldn't allow anyone to stand in the way of his escape. Chapter 17. Enhanced Anomaly Weapon. Soul-Crushing Saw. The big white bear walked over to a Buick, looking at a mother and daughter kneeling on the ground, weeping uncontrollably, with a gaze full of relief for being alive. Honey Xiao, I'm back. As he spoke, the big white bear began to shrink in size, and its fur strangely retracted into its body. Soon, a burly man in tattered pants stood beside the car. The moment they saw the man, the mother and daughter rushed over. Honey, Dad. The 2 embraced the man, and it seemed that this family reunion was especially important to them. No more crying. Honey, take Xiao and get in the car. I found plenty of supplies. It'll last us a few days. The man grabbed a leather jacket from the car and put it on, then turned to look at Lu Chuan and Lin Yi. He knew that from now on, he had the right to speak with those 2. Sequence Extraordinary. To fight against anomalies, one must become a Sequence Extraordinary. He had no other thoughts. Just wanted to survive this apocalypse with his wife and daughter. It was that simple. The old woman blocking the road was dragged aside by several tattooed youths. Now everyone was trying to escape. They wouldn't coddle the elderly. Anyone who obstructed their path to survival would have to die. This was the nature of humanity in the apocalypse, and the most direct manifestation of it. Lu Chuan's vehicle led the way, followed closely by Lin Yi's pickup truck, and then the man who could transform into a big white bear. In this apocalypse, everyone knew that only Sequence Extraordinary could protect them, and Sequence Extraordinary should have privileges. The female Sequence Extraordinary in the convoy was unlikely to make it out, and the remaining people had to rely on Lin Yi and the others. The convoy set off again, and those who had lost family and friends quickly collected themselves and followed the convoy. It was unavoidable. The convoy needed to leave quickly. After all, no one knew when the anomalies would attack them. It was safest to leave this place of misfortune as soon as possible. As for those who didn't come out, they could only be abandoned. Inside the pickup truck, Lin Yi's skin began to return to a sickly pale color, and the fatigue in his body quietly dissipated. Fortunately, his extraordinary ability allowed his wounds to heal. Otherwise, Lin Yi would have been in serious pain. At that moment, he truly realized the power of the criminal sequence. Glancing at the soul-crushing saw beside him, Lin Yi couldn't help but sigh. Against second-level anomalies, the soul-crushing saw didn't seem to have much effect. Item: Soul-crushing saw. Quality: Anomaly weapon. Number: 4627. Traits: Soul Devour. Consuming souls can enhance sharpness. Description: Originally just a regular small saw. It has been upgraded to anomaly level through continuous enhancement by the Sequence Extraordinary, allowing it to inflict damage on anomalies. Wasn't the number 4399? How did it drop? Lin Yi's brows furrowed slightly. Could it be that this number represents the ranking of anomalies? Did the newly appeared powerful anomaly push his soul-crushing saw down? With this thought, Lin Yi couldn't help but consider enhancement again. He had already obtained a new sequence, and continuing to enhance his body would likely come at a significant cost. Having already lost one kidney, he didn't want to lose another. Enhancing his body was no longer the primary choice. Enhancement. He directly chose to enhance his soul-crushing saw. 2359. This enhancement only lasts for one day. Lin Yi looked at the countdown displayed on the soul-crushing saw in surprise, filled with anticipation. If the anomaly could continue to be enhanced, how powerful would the soul-crushing saw be upon completion? If he continued enhancing it, could the soul-crushing saw become the number one anomaly? With this thought, Lin Yi became increasingly aware of the wonders of the enhancement sequence. He couldn't let anyone know about his possession of the enhancement sequence, otherwise, it would certainly bring him considerable trouble. Until he had absolute power, he wouldn't choose to expose this fact. The convoy drove for a full 2 hours, and when they reached the next service area, everyone finally had a chance to rest. The convoy stopped at the service area, and everyone tidied up their things and rested inside. Those who needed to eat filled their stomachs, and those who needed to sleep took a nap. Lu Chuan surveyed the surroundings, confirming there was no danger, and shouted into the megaphone, "Everyone, take a good rest. The anomaly hasn't caught up with us. We can rest here for a while longer." The melodious voice from the megaphone relaxed the tense nerves, and many people couldn't help but find a place to sleep. Lin Yi took his portable vaporizer and went over to Lu Chuan to prepare for a meal. Lu Chuan was in a bad mood. After all, Su Xiaohan, who had been in the same vehicle as him, was dead, and he would have to drive alone from now on while also being responsible for scouting. He even had to consider other matters concerning the convoy. It could be said that the burden on his shoulders was the heaviest. "What are you thinking about?" Lin Yi asked after sitting down. Lu Chuan lowered his head in silence, filled with negativity, and after a long while, he slowly spoke, "Brother Lin, do you really think I can be a good captain? What's wrong? Are you backing down?" Lin Yi looked at him and smiled. "Su Xiaohan's death has nothing to do with you. In this environment, even I could die. Remember your identity. You are the captain of our survival law convoy. You need to lead everyone down a safe path. But too many people have died this time." Lu Chuan took a deep breath and said, "Even Su Xiaohan is dead. I don't know who will be the next to die. I really don't want everyone to fall into crisis." "Then lead the way well." Lin Yi said in a deep voice, "Find someone you trust to drive. You just need to do your part. Leave the rest to fate." He knew that Lu Chuan carried a heavy burden, but as the captain, Lu Chuan had to shoulder this responsibility. If Lin Yi had awakened to the seer sequence, he might have chosen to step up as captain at this time. But he happened to be of the criminal sequence, a combat-oriented sequence, and could not be distracted by other matters. Moreover, he had his own secrets. To prevent others from discovering them, he had to choose to drive alone. And even Lu Chuan couldn't get on his vehicle. Besides, he didn't want to be the captain. There were too many troubles involved. "Let's eat first. Later, we will organize the supplies. You, as the captain, deserve your share," Lin Yi said with a smile. "Let's find that person who can transform and see if he wants to share supplies with us. There is still a long road ahead." Chapter 18. Ji Qingcong of the Beastman Bear sequence. After calming his family, the big bear man proactively approached Lin Yi, bringing along his 2 large backpacks. Seeing him come by himself, Lin Yi couldn't help but smile. The convoy needed such self-motivated people. This way, Lu Chuan, the captain, would have an easier time. "Thanks for your help before," Lin Yi said with a smile as he stood up and handed a cigarette to the other man. "If it weren't for your intervention back then, I might have been left in Guangming town." "Don't mention it. I don't smoke. My daughter doesn't like the smell of smoke. So I quit a long time ago." The man smiled and nodded, introducing himself. "My name is Ji Qingcong, a retired soldier. Now I mainly take care of my family. My wife is more capable than I am, so the family relies on her for income." Hearing that he was a retired soldier, both Lin Yi and Lu Chuan's eyes lit up. After all, they knew too little, and retired soldiers usually had their own connections. Perhaps he could tell them things they didn't know. "Lin Yi, Lu Chuan." Lin Yi and Lu Chuan introduced themselves as well. There was no need for too many formalities among men, especially given the current situation. Survival was everyone's primary goal. "I understand the rules we discussed earlier. I am an awakener of the Beastman Bear sequence, and I brought a lot of food this time, mainly for my family," he said, placing his 2 large backpacks in the middle, looking quite generous. Lin Yi looked at the man and couldn't help but laugh. "Brother Ji, your generosity is making us a bit embarrassed." After saying that, he got up and went to the vehicle outside to bring in the supplies he had gathered. As Lin Yi brought in a large black canvas bag, many people cast envious glances. But everyone knew that this was something Lin Yi had fought hard to obtain. Even if they wanted it, they had to see if they had the capability. It's worth noting that in this convoy, Lin Yi had killed people. He was a ruthless character, more dangerous than those in gangs with tattoos. Captain Lu is responsible for the overall situation and perception, so he doesn't participate in collecting supplies. But the supplies we gather must include a share for him. "Brother Ji, you can understand that, right?" Lin Yi was straightforward, since Ji Qingcong was part of their team. Some things had to be made clear. For this convoy, Lu Chuan was an indispensable part. In fact, his importance was higher than that of others. "I understand. Seer sequence. Huh. A convoy can do without other sequences, but it must have someone from the seer sequence. That's a basic and necessary requirement." Ji Qingcong slowly spoke. "When the apocalypse began, I contacted my brothers in the military, and they revealed a lot of information to me." Upon hearing this, Lin Yi and Lu Chuan exchanged curious glances. Ji Qingcong did not hold back and shared everything he knew. In fact, the migration plan had long been established, and the country had already seen the emergence of sequence superhumans, which was unknown to outsiders. The first seer sequence individual, with the help of the state, had also uncovered some information. When the projection from another world merged, the state responded immediately. The north is currently the safest place. and various strongholds and gathering places are actively being prepared. On the first day of the apocalypse, the nation's seer sequence was promoted to a higher-level sequence, the prophet. With this opportunity, the state learned more secret information, such as sequences, anomalies, strange entities, and promotion methods. At the moment the migration plan began, the seer sequence was elevated to the highest level, because once one becomes a prophet, they can connect with other prophets, perfectly serving as a medium for communication between other convoys. Ji Qingsong had long awakened his sequence, but had not told anyone. He was waiting for a seer sequence individual to appear. Originally, when he was in Xinan County, he had encountered many convoys. But those convoys did not have anyone from the seer sequence. Even if they did, they were not valued and were treated purely as radar. He knew very well the priority of this sequence. A person from this seer sequence must be the captain of the convoy. That is unquestionable. Without compatibility, they must take on the responsibilities of the captain. Unfortunately, too many people did not understand this. Instead, after the survival law convoy was formed, Ji Qingsong saw a glimmer of hope. Lin Yi was ruthless but had good self-awareness. He did not seize the captain's position but supported Lu Chuan as captain. Based on this, Ji Qingsong knew that the convoy he had been waiting for had appeared. Upon hearing this, Lu Chuan felt even more pressure. After being a workhorse for half his life, he now found himself in the boss's position and felt a bit at a loss. Lin Yi patted his shoulder and smiled. Captain Lu, my life and Brother Ji's life are in your hands. You must lead our survival law convoy well. Don't worry. I will do my best. Lu Chuan nodded seriously. Ji Qingsong looked at the two of them, and then his gaze fell on Lin Yi, asking, I still don't know what your sequence is. Now that we are all in the same boat, there's no need to hide anything. Lin Yi was also straightforward. Smiling. I am of the criminal sequence, with abilities related to physicality. Brother Ji, you should have seen that. I hope we can reach the northern gathering place. Ji Qingsong nodded with a smile. Let's divide the supplies first. I don't have much demand for food, mainly for medicines, as I need to prepare some for my family. Sure. Lin Yi opened his canvas bag. Besides snacks, drinks, and instant noodles, there were also a lot of medicines. When Ji Qingsong was in Guangming town, he primarily focused on food, mainly for his family. When he wanted to find medicines, he realized there wasn't enough time, and he wouldn't rob others. So he could only place his hopes on Lin Yi. And Lin Yi did not disappoint him. Let us combine our supplies into 3 portions. Brother Ji doesn't have any objections, right? Lin Yi asked with a smile. He had to consider Lu Chuan's situation since Lu Chuan, as the captain, was the most important part of the entire convoy. No problem, the captain comes first. Ji Qingsong laughed heartily. But you have to give me some of those lollipops. My daughter loves them, and as a father, I need to prepare more for her. Just as Lin Yi was about to nod, a woman walked up from behind. Her eyes fixated on their supplies. You cannot monopolize the supplies. We are all part of the same convoy. You need to share the supplies and prioritize caring for us vulnerable women. Chapter 19. Those who don't want to stay can leave. The 3 people discussing the division of supplies were completely baffled by this woman. Not to mention anything else, the survival rule of the convoy has always been self-reliance, which is the first rule of the convoy. Since you chose to follow the convoy, you must abide by this first rule. Now that you haven't acquired any supplies yourself, it's one thing to be envious of others' supplies, but to come over and demand supplies from them, even suggesting fair distribution? Lin Yi was stunned by this woman's line of reasoning. Even the newly joined Ji Qingsong would not choose to share supplies with others at this time. Sharing equally is an agreement among the extraordinary sequences. Everyone speaks based on strength, so sharing equally is not an issue. But if you are not part of the extraordinary sequences and have not contributed to the convoy, how can you have the audacity to bring this up? And to protect vulnerable women. Just as Lu Chuan was about to get up, Lin Yi pressed him down with a smile and asked, I think what you said makes sense. Do you have anything else to say? Upon hearing this, the woman's eyes lit up, feeling that she had a chance by standing up this time. Immediately, she turned to look in the direction she came from. Over there, a few other women were gathered together, clearly banding together. It's normal for groups to form in the convoy, but while mutual help is fine, forming groups to disrupt the internal order of the convoy is a problem. Noticing the woman's reaction, the other women over there also showed expressions of joy. Clearly, they had discussed this beforehand and were waiting for this moment. The commotion here also piqued the interest of those outside, and even some who were staying in their vehicles rushed out to join the excitement. In a convoy of 1,000 people, the service area cannot accommodate everyone, so naturally, some have to stay outside or in their vehicles. Looking at the dozen or so women who stood up, Lin Yi was also taken aback. He didn't expect there to be so many brainless people in the convoy. It seems you are not as difficult to talk to as they say. Since you said that, Let me clarify some things for you. The woman cleared her throat, raised her voice, and lifted her head in a proud manner. Firstly, I believe there needs to be women in the higher echelons of the convoy. The previous woman died, but you cannot ignore her contributions to the convoy. Therefore, our Women's Mutual Aid Society has a simple request. Let me become one of the higher-ups in the convoy, and I must have a certain degree of decision-making power. Regarding supplies, you need to consider our vulnerable group more. After all, we are at a disadvantage compared to you men. This is the most basic point, and you need to provide us with more supplies. Secondly, when we go out to explore later, our Women's Mutual Aid Society must check the supplies you bring back, and we should have the priority to choose. Finally, you need to control the other men and prevent them from coveting us. Previously, someone suggested that we sell our bodies in exchange for supplies, and I think that is disrespectful to us women. After the woman finished speaking, she showed a demeanor as if she was considering the interests of women in the convoy, clearly aiming to become the leader. The other women who had come over also looked approving. It seems they had already discussed this privately. However, there are plenty of intelligent women in the convoy. Looking at this group of women who intended to make a scene, everyone shot them disdainful glances. Idiots, where do they get the confidence to negotiate with the extraordinary sequences? I thought someone extraordinary had appeared among them, but it turns out they just wanted to make a scene. Don't they know the current situation? I know that woman. She's an internet celebrity who deceived women into gaining over 100,000 followers. Just a fraud. It's the apocalypse. Do they still think it's peacetime to pull this kind of stunt? Lin Yi looked at the dozen or so women and smiled. Are you done? Do you have any more demands? Seeing that Lin Yi still wore a friendly smile, the woman thought he agreed with her side, her eyes filled with pride. She even nodded and said, of course, there are more, but for now, this is it. I'll let you know if I think of more later. After saying that, Lin Yi smiled at this ordinary yet overly confident woman. Then, under everyone's gaze, he suddenly lifted his leg and kicked out heavily. Without any warning. Bang! With one kick, the leading woman was sent flying. That's right, she was kicked away. The leading woman immediately crashed into the other 10 or so women behind her, knocking them all down to the ground. No, how dare you come to us with demands? Without us leading, you would have died outside long ago. Lin Yi smirked, glancing around at the crowd, and coldly snorted, people can be foolish, but don't show your foolishness. The first rule of the convoy must be followed. Anyone who doesn't want to follow it can step forward. I have a bit of conscience and can let you leave the convoy. If you don't want to leave, I'll take it that you all agree to the first rule. I hope today's incident is the last. If anyone dares to cause trouble again, don't blame me if you end up dead. After this threatening statement, no one dared to speak up again. Even those from the so-called Women's Mutual Aid Society didn't dare to make a fuss, because at this moment, they realized that this man in front of them was truly capable of killing, and his hands were already stained with blood. If they continued to cause trouble, they would be the ones to die. Lin Yi glanced at the woman on the ground, snorted coldly, and returned to Lu Chuan and Ji Qingsong's side. Come on, let's divide the supplies. Lin Yi pouted and said, making a scene, don't they know the time? It's the apocalypse. And they are still pulling this kind of stunt. They must have a hole in their heads. Ji Qingsong and Lu Chuan looked at Lin Yi and did not stop his actions. Both of them knew that with so many people in the convoy, there would definitely be a number of troublemakers. Now that someone had stepped forward, it presented an opportunity to make an example out of them. Lin Yi's actions could be said to be the most correct. Moreover, since Lin Yi had killed before, the convoy needed someone like him to play the role of the villain. I'll take the lollipops for now. What do you want, old Lin? Ji Qingsong ignored those women and instead began selecting the supplies he needed. Lin Yi glanced at the items in Ji Qingsong's backpack, then pointed to the scattered Red Bull and said, give me a few cans of that. Lu Team, what about you? Then I'll take instant food and mineral water. Lu Chuan said with a smile, put the medicine here with me. If you need anything, just come to me directly. I'll find someone to help me drive later. The road ahead will depend on you too. Chapter 20, Beast Convoy. After dividing the supplies, Lin Yi started making instant noodles for himself, while Lu Chuan went to find a suitable driver. Before Ji Qingsong returned, he suggested a candidate to Lu Chuan. Lu Team, if you're just looking for a driver, you can let that Wang Gui over there give it a try. He is from the village and worked as a security guard in our community, an honest and straightforward guy. Ji Qingsong pointed to a man outside, shivering from the cold. The man was still wearing his security uniform, but was curled up from the rain and cold. Wang Gui had previously entered Guangming town, collected supplies, and immediately withdrew. He knew his limits and was also an old bachelor. Not only did he know his place, but he was also a good driver, and Ji Qingsong had some understanding of him. Hearing this, Lu Chuan's eyes brightened. This was exactly the kind of person he wanted. Immediately, Lu Chuan went to find Wang Gui at the door intending to offer him supplies in exchange for driving. Lin Yi didn't mind. As long as there was no trouble. Ji Qingsong returned to his car and handed his daughter a lollipop, then smiled as he handed over other supplies to his wife. His wife, Lu Man, graduated from a prestigious university and previously held a stable job, full of love for her family. Now that Lu Man was aware of the changing situation, she couldn't help but look down on the women causing trouble outside. There were many women in the convoy, and many chose to find supplies on their own. If others could do it, why couldn't the women from the mutual aid group? They really didn't know what time it was, thinking that the two leaders of the convoy were easygoing. Lu Man sighed and said, "If they have nothing, they are considered lucky. I don't know what is going on in their heads." "You might be mistaken." Ji Qingsong glanced at his wife while preparing instant noodles, explaining, "Lin Yi just had murderous intent, but he held back because of me." "Because of you?" Lu Man looked at her husband in surprise. "He needs to establish authority, but is worried that I might step in. After all, I can't be as ruthless as he is," Ji Qingsong slowly explained. "I just joined them, so he had to give me some face to avoid problems later, which is why he didn't kill the women from the mutual aid group." Lu Chuan might not have noticed anything, but Ji Qingsong was very aware of Lin Yi's actions. Not killing anyone was also due to his presence. But that remark was a reminder to him. If more mindless fools appeared later, Lin Yi would not hesitate to kill to establish authority. Better to die at the hands of one's own than to enhance the strength of the strange beings. "Daddy, how come you can turn into a big white bear? When can I transform?" His daughter Ji Xiaoxiao, eating her lollipop, asked curiously, "I want to be a little princess. Can you help me transform, Daddy?" "Oh, our Xiaoxiao has always been a little princess." Ji Qingsong, a doting father, hugged his daughter and smiled. "Daddy transforms to fight bad guys and protect our little princess. If you transform, how will Daddy protect you and Mommy?" "Then I won't transform." "Daddy, you can do it. You will definitely defeat those bad things." Ji Xiaoxiao took the lollipop out of her mouth and gave Ji Qingsong a kiss on the cheek. Ji Qingsong enjoyed this warm moment, as he didn't know when his time would come. In the apocalypse, even extraordinary beings could die. Su Xiaohan was the best example. And there was also the beautiful woman killed by Lin Yi before. He didn't want his death to come too soon. He still needed to take his family to the shelter, as the North was humanity's hope. Just after Lin Yi and the others finished eating, a rumbling of cars came from outside. Soon, a young man with tattooed arms rushed in, shouting, "A new convoy has arrived outside. A total of 5 vehicles." Hearing this, everyone stood up to look outside. Ji Qingsong also quickly joined Lin Yi and Lu Chuan, standing together at the door. "Be careful," Ji Qingsong warned. "In the apocalypse, the most to guard against is not the strange beings, but our own kind." Lin Yi agreed with his words, growing more optimistic about this guy. The new convoy consisted of only 5 vans. Upon arriving at the service area, they immediately set their sights on the various vehicles parked outside. Soon, the van doors opened, and about 30 people squeezed out. Leading them was a muscular bald man, flanked by several younger companions. At a glance, Lin Yi and the others could tell this bald man was different. He must be an extraordinary being. With so many people, who is the captain of your convoy? The bald man approached, with someone holding an umbrella for him, his gaze sweeping over everyone. "I am." Lu Chuan stepped forward and said, "Lu Chuan, captain of the Survival Rules Convoy." "Hello, my name is Zhou Haitao, captain of the Beast Convoy." The bald man extended his hand to shake Lu Chuan's, showing no signs of testing. He wasn't stupid. He noticed Lin Yi and Ji Qingsong standing behind Lu Chuan. Ji Qingsong's physique was even more exaggerated than his. Clearly a tough opponent, while the other white-haired guy gave him a cold and ruthless vibe. Zhou Haitao had killed before and immediately sensed that Lin Yi was similar to him. The other side had 3 extraordinary beings. He couldn't provoke them with just his small group. "We came all the way from Yuanshan City and would like to trade some supplies with you. I wonder if Captain Lu would be willing?" Zhou Haitao turned to signal his people to bring out the supplies they had prepared. Trading between convoys had long become a normal occurrence, but the premise was to be cautious of black eating black situations. Zhou Haitao was also taking a gamble, as the other side had more extraordinary beings than he did. Just as Lu Chuan was about to refuse, Ji Qingsong quickly stopped him because he saw that the items the other side brought out were not simple. It was a strange object, a loudspeaker, numbered 8655, capable of amplifying one's voice 5 times. Zhou Haitao smiled and introduced, "The cost is hair loss. Each use will make you lose a hair." Hair loss? Lin Yi couldn't help but become interested. This loudspeaker was very useful for a large convoy. Lu Chuan's ordinary loudspeaker had no special effects, and he had to shout many times for others to hear. Moreover, others had to notify each other since there were too many people, and Lu Chuan, as the captain, couldn't notify everyone individually. Now this loudspeaker was quite suitable for their convoy. Chapter 21. Trading Strange Objects. Those who want to leave the Survival Rules convoy. Strange objects. These could be said to be rare. Lu Chuan had heard about the existence of strange objects from the people of the Spark convoy when he was in the Peace convoy. Each strange object had its peculiarities. Even an ordinary person obtaining one could potentially rival the strange beings. Of course, the premise was that the strange object belonged to the weapon category. There was already a strange object in their Survival Rules convoy. The soul-eating chainsaw in Lin Yi's hand was a strange object. This was the second strange object they had encountered, highlighting its rarity. Lu Chuan paused, a bit suspicious, and asked, Captain Zhou, why don't you use it yourself? Captain Lu is joking, right? How can I use it without hair? Zhou Haitao explained casually. Others in the convoy have used it, but in my opinion, trading this for supplies is the best choice. If he can't use it, then no one should. Trading for supplies is the best option. Hearing this, Lu Chuan looked at Zhou Haitao's bald head and frowned, asking, what do you want to trade for? Rice, instant food, gasoline. As Zhou Haitao spoke, his gaze fell on the women of the Survival Rules convoy, the implication clear. Lu Chuan couldn't use people as bargaining chips, shaking his head. Gasoline is out of the question, but we do have instant food. How much do you want to trade? Considering the rarity of strange objects. I believe Captain Lu knows this well, so I won't hide it. Zhou Haitao smiled. 50 boxes of instant noodles are a must, and for the rest, you can give me a little. 50 boxes of instant noodles? Why don't you just go rob someone? The Survival Rules convoy might be able to gather 50 boxes of instant noodles, but it was absolutely impossible to trade 50 boxes for a loudspeaker. Moreover, they still had to gather those noodles. Relying solely on Lu Chuan and the other two, they definitely couldn't produce that much. What about rice? Before Lu Chuan could refuse, Lin Yi spoke up first. If it's rice, how much do you want? 20 pounds. Zhou Haitao sized up the white-haired, kidney-deficient man who posed a threat to him. 20 pounds. Not much. For Lin Yi, he thought it was a good deal. His pickup truck was loaded with rice. If he hadn't found cooking too troublesome, he would have taken it out long ago. The rice he had was packaged in 10-pound bags, all within the expiration date. The quantity was naturally not to be questioned. The bottom of the truck bed was entirely covered with what Lin Yi had scavenged before. It was mainly for precaution. Is it within the expiration date? Lin Yi continued to ask. Are you joking, brother? It's only been a month since the apocalypse started, and the supplies everyone has collected are definitely still within the expiration date, so the price won't change. Zhou Haitao was already certain that this white-haired, kidney-deficient man had rice in his possession, and there should be quite a bit of it. He had encountered several convoys before, but not to mention rice. Even instant food was hard to come by. With so many people in the survival law convoy, the supplies were definitely not lacking. That's why he was willing to trade for the strange item. He didn't dare to think about blackmailing them. He was self-aware. If he wanted to blackmail, he needed strength. Without strength, he would only be the one getting eaten. Okay. Lin Yi turned to Lu Chuan and said, Team Leader Lu, I'll go get the rice. You can take care of the loudspeaker. After saying that, he went to his pickup truck, pulled back a corner of the oil paper, and dug out 2 bags of rice. After the transaction was completed, Zhou Haitao laughed heartily. Bro, you're straightforward. This strange item is yours now. The loudspeaker was handed over to Lu Chuan. After all, Lu Chuan had thick hair and could afford to lose some. Item, loudspeaker. Quality, strange item, ID, 8655. Traits, amplifies sound volume by 5 times, but using it once will cause 1 hair to fall out. Description, a mutated item influenced by the world's phantom. Pick it up and showcase your singing voice loudly. This was the first strange item Lu Chuan had obtained, and its value was evident. At that moment, Lu Chuan held the loudspeaker with great importance. Zhou Haitao looked at Lu Chuan and asked, Team Leader Lu, I wonder if your convoy members would be willing to share some with us? Strength in numbers, right? Our beast convoy is just too small. Everyone understood the principle of strength in numbers. However, having too many people also attracted a lot of strange phenomena in the wild. Lin Yi and the others were well aware that a Rain Man had been following them, and they couldn't be sure when the other side would come closer. Our convoy is free. If they want to leave with you, I won't stop them. Lu Chuan frowned and adjusted his glasses, saying, But Team Leader Zhou, can you lead them to survive? Of course. Zhou Haitao patted his chest and laughed. From the beginning, I, Zhou Haitao, have gone from being one person with 1 car to now having 5 cars in our small convoy. I must have some skills. Hearing this, Lin Yi couldn't help but curl his lips slightly, glancing back at the women from the mutual aid group. These women were definitely a big problem. Rather than keeping them and causing trouble in the convoy, it would be better to let them leave directly. Hey, the beast convoy is recruiting. If you want to leave, consider it. Lin Yi turned back and smiled. Their team leader is also a sequence extraordinary. If you don't want to leave with us, you can join their convoy. Team leader Zhou said he can lead you to survive. Lin Yi wouldn't believe that. If he didn't dare to guarantee his own safety, how could Zhou Haitao guarantee the safety of others? This guy probably hadn't encountered a level 2 anomaly, right? However, Lin Yi's words still made many people tempted. After all, following Lin Yi to Guangming town had led to some people's deaths there. Even those who hadn't made it out had no intention of waiting any longer. They felt that the survival law convoy had completely disregarded them as human beings. Since that was the case, it would be better to switch to another convoy. After all, they were all fleeing, so who were they following? I want to leave. I want to leave too. I don't want to stay in this broken convoy for even a second. The beast convoy sounds formidable. They must be able to protect us. Sisters, let's go to the beast convoy. Exactly. A group that can't even protect their women. What use are they? Just look at the beast convoy. The difference is immediately apparent. Once someone took the lead, more and more people stood up. The survival law convoy still had over 800 people, but at that moment, over 500 were eager to leave, with even more outside already impatient to go. Seeing this scene, Zhou Haitao couldn't help but laugh. Good, good, good. The more people, the better. I love having more people. Otherwise, my sequence will really be wasted. Chapter 22. 3 ways to promote a sequence. Seeing so many people wanting to leave, Lu Chuan became anxious. What were these people thinking? The survival law convoy had brought them safely from Xiningshan to here. Now they actually wanted to leave? They were simply a bunch of ungrateful wolves. Team leader Lu, it seems there are problems within your convoy, Zhou Haitao said with a smile. Since everyone is willing to follow me, I will definitely lead them to survive. Don't worry, team leader Lu. Lu Chuan wanted to say something, but Ji Qingsong placed a hand on his shoulder, signaling him not to interfere. He also knew that this situation was unavoidable. Everyone had long had the thought of leaving. Rather than keeping it bottled up, it was better to speak it out. Now that someone was willing to take them away, Ji Qingsong was more than happy to see this happen. Everyone has their own aspirations. They couldn't tie everyone together with ropes. If the convoy wanted to go further, they had to kick out those with ulterior motives as soon as possible. Otherwise, there would be endless troubles. Team leader Lu, we're leaving now. I hope we can meet again on the road ahead. Zhou Haitao rubbed his bald head and then led his subordinates to leave directly, with over 600 people following them. In an instant, the entire service area became empty. Lin Yi asked Wang Gui to count the numbers and found that only 172 people were left. There were over 1,000 when they left Xiningshan, but now only 172 were willing to follow them. Why did you let them leave, Ji Laoch? Lu Chuan asked anxiously. Isn't it better for everyone to migrate together? We might need everyone's help later. If you keep them, they'll eventually bring disaster to these 172 people. Ji Qingsong said in a deep voice. They are only following us to survive, but when we can't provide benefits, they will naturally have different thoughts. Lin Yi on the side lit a cigarette and nodded with a smile. Lu Chuan, the road of migration isn't that easy, and human hearts are the hardest to predict. You need to think more deeply. What? Lu Chuan looked at the two in confusion. The more people there are, the greater the attraction to the anomalies. Can you deal with a level 3 anomaly like the Rain Man? Lin Yi shook his head. Anyway, both Ji and I have experienced the power of level 2 anomalies. We wouldn't dare to contend with level 3 anomalies. Dispersing is only a matter of time. In fact, Lin Yi had thought about taking a small group of people away back in Xiningshan. But since the convoy had just been established, Lu Chuan needed authority as the leader. So Lin Yi didn't bring it up. Now that so many people were leaving, Lin Yi was just as clear as he was. In other words, the ones leaving were all ungrateful wolves. Rather than letting them bring danger to them, it would be better to lead these 172 people to survive. Lin Yi patted Lu Chuan's shoulder and said, what you need to consider now is not the people who left, but the 172 individuals who chose to stay because they believe in us. Don't let them down. Those who remain will become a true part of the survival team in the future. This is what Lin Yi hopes to see. Lu Chuan fell silent for a moment, then frowned and asked, but why did Zhou Haitao take so many people? He shouldn't have that kind of strength, right? Perhaps it has something to do with his sequence. Lin Yi speculated. His sequence is probably related to the number of people around him. In my opinion, this Zhou Haitao definitely has other intentions, and he will surely be a dangerous presence in the future. At this moment, Zhou Haitao had already made it onto Lin Yi's mental list. There might be significant conflicts when they meet again. They should not have any sequence individuals among them, which means they are destined not to reach the north. Ji Qingsong pondered and said, Lu, we don't need to worry about them. You should focus on the remaining people. Brother Lin is right. Everyone stayed because they believe in us. Hearing this, Lu Chuan took a deep breath and nodded firmly. Everyone, don't worry. I will lead you all to the north. The remaining individuals sighed in relief upon hearing Lu Chuan's words. At least they heard what they wanted to hear, right? Those who stayed could be considered smart. They understood that the fewer people in the team, the safer it would be. This was the main reason they were willing to stay. Brother Ji, how can we promote our sequence? Lu Chuan approached Ji Qingsong, his eyes firm, and inquired seriously. Seeing his expression, Ji Qingsong couldn't help but smile. Good. This is the captain he wanted. I thought you wouldn't ask me. Ji Qingsong laughed heartily. Just right. Everyone is resting now. So let me tell you and Brother Lin about it. He had previously mentioned the news about sequence promotion, but at that time, Lin Yi and Lu Chuan hadn't had the chance to ask, as Ji Qingsong hadn't elaborated, and they thought it was some secret information. Now it seemed they had overthought it. There are actually 3 ways to promote a sequence. One is to rely on a prophet to calculate, which is publicly known. But not many people should know about it at this stage. Ji Qingsong calmly explained to the two. The second way is to take a promotion potion, which requires someone from the pharmacist sequence to concoct, and the difficulty should be considerable. As for the third method, it is to hunt anomalies. Killing an anomaly can yield a special energy, and this news will likely be announced soon. Hearing this, Lin Yi frowned slightly. Special energy? After killing a first-level anomaly and a first-level zombie, he indeed noticed the appearance of a grayish energy flow. At that time, he only saw it being absorbed by the soul-devouring saw, and thought it was the absorption of souls. Now it seemed that the soul-devouring saw had blocked his line of sight, which led to his misunderstanding. That grayish energy was likely absorbed into his body. The prophet is the superior sequence to the seeker and possesses a calculating ability, which can reveal many hidden messages. Ji Qingsong looked at Lu Chuan and said, and I happen to know how the seeker promotes to prophet. At this moment, Lu Chuan was already eager with anticipation. According to what I know, prophets can calculate the methods of promotion for each sequence, and the results are related to the names of the sequences. Ji Qingsong slowly explained. The first seeker was able to promote because he kept peeking into others' lives, and after doing it many times, he succeeded. I think Brother Lin's criminal sequence probably requires committing a crime to promote, while my Beastman Bear has no clues at all. Chapter 23. I'm not a pervert. Lin Yi was greatly shocked by Ji Qingsong's words. The seeker sequence requires peeking into the lives of others regularly. Isn't that just being a voyeuristic pervert? And the criminal sequence actually requires committing a crime to promote? For some reason, Lin Yi felt that this absurd method of promotion seemed worth trying. If this is the case, how strong would he become after promoting? Wait, why would he want to try committing a crime? What if the enhanced sequence is not about enhancing his body, but directly choosing to enhance his second sequence, criminal? With this thought, Lin Yi couldn't wait to try it out. While contemplating the criminal sequence, he directly chose enhance. But this time, there was no response at all, not even a sound. As if enhance encountered some kind of obstruction. Can't the sequence be promoted directly? So, does the promotion of the sequence have to rely on the 3 methods mentioned by Ji Qingsong? Although it seemed a bit absurd, it appeared there were no other options. After all, the first seeker sequence had already successfully promoted. Perhaps they could let Lu Chuan try first. Lu, from now on, just keep on peeking. Lin Yi said seriously while patting his shoulder. Don't worry, we'll keep your secret. Well, if possible, try not to peek at my house. No need for that. Ji Qingsong chuckled awkwardly. After all, this was his suggested method, revealed to him by a former comrade. He supported Lu Chuan in peeking. But it would be better if this kind of peeking didn't happen to himself. Ahem, I'll try my best. Lu Chuan, who had previously appeared resolute, hesitated upon learning this method. After all, he was an upright person. Would he really have to become a voyeuristic pervert in the future? This matter must not be known to anyone else. Otherwise, he would really be linked with the term pervert. After sensing the situation within a 5-kilometer radius and confirming that no anomalies were approaching, Lu Chuan arranged for everyone to rest here for the night. The 3 of them from the sequence would take turns keeping watch to ensure everyone could rest well and not be too tired for the journey tomorrow. Now that there were only 172 people left, keeping watch wasn't too much of a pressure. The main thing was that Lu Chuan wanted to try the method Ji Qingsong had mentioned. He even volunteered for the last watch shift, clearly not wanting Lin Yi and Ji Qingsong to discover his inner thoughts. Ji Qingsong would keep watch for the first half of the night, as he also needed to take care of his wife and children, so finishing early would allow him to accompany his family to sleep. Lin Yi would naturally take the midnight watch. Fortunately, there were no major issues that night, and Lu Chuan remained vigilant during the last watch. The third-level anomaly, the Rain Man, did not seem to follow them, making it a rare night where everyone could rest well. The next morning, Lu Chuan washed up early and walked towards his vehicle with a guilty expression. Wang Gui had already woken up, waiting to depart at any time. Now he was Lu Chuan's dedicated driver, responsible for driving the vehicle. He wouldn't let the supplies fall short, and for Wang Gui, this honest and straightforward man, this job was the simplest. Ahem. A loud honk echoed through the service area, startling many people who were still asleep. They woke up, looking around in fear. What happened? I think I just saw my great-grandmother. What's going on? I don't know. It seems like an anomaly has come. That shouldn't be an anomaly. That sound just now sounded like someone coughing, but it was too loud. It scared me. I thought an anomaly had appeared nearby. Once everyone who had woken up confirmed that it wasn't an anomaly, they all sighed in relief. But the next moment, that loud voice rang out again. Everyone get up. It's 7:30 now. The convoy will depart on time at 8, half an hour from now. Today, we won't be stopping for supplies. We need to drive straight to Yunpan City. Everyone should try to team up with others to avoid fatigue driving. They gathered some supplies yesterday, so there's no need to take risks collecting more today. Everyone, drive as far north as possible. The rain above is still falling, and we can only grit our teeth and keep going, moving away from the rainy city. Upon hearing this, the members of the convoy immediately got up to pack their things, had a quick bite to eat, and started looking for teammates. There are indeed benefits to teaming up. At least they can share a car's fuel as a backup, and supplies can be used collectively. But whether teammates can be trusted is another matter. In half an hour's time, everyone grouped together as much as possible, 3 or 4 people in a car, with a few more crammed into a Wuling Hongguang. The number of vehicles in the convoy was immediately reduced, but it looked more streamlined. In the lead car, Wang Gui watched their captain, who was holding a loudspeaker, sneakily looking back through the rearview mirror and couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. He had been paying attention. Their captain seemed to have some strange quirks, suddenly starting to spy on others. From last night until now, his gaze was always fixed on the other members of the convoy. This Lu Chuan, who looked cultured, had such a habit behind the scenes. People from big cities are indeed different. Old Wang, keep an eye on the time. After we set off, we'll go straight onto the highway, maintaining a speed of around 100. Don't exceed 120. It's unsafe in the rain. Lu Chuan said while peeking through the rearview mirror. And don't look down on my small car. When we find a Land Rover or Hummer later, we'll upgrade. Got it. Captain Lu. Wang Gui withdrew his gaze, gripping the steering wheel tightly, seemingly ready to drive at any moment. Once everyone got into the cars, Lin Yi looked at the unchanged rain outside and couldn't help but feel worried. At this rate, who knows when it will end? The rain showed no signs of stopping, and it was likely that mudslides would occur in the mountainous areas. Leaving early could help them avoid such natural disasters. This rain had come too suddenly, and for humanity at this stage, it was definitely not good news. Set off. With Lu Chuan's voice echoing from the loudspeaker, the Survival Rules convoy set off on their migration journey to the north. Chapter 24. The terrifying shadow of Yunpan City. The journey to Yunpan City was surprisingly smooth, even without any unexpected incidents. The convoy had lost over 600 people, but this also made the convoy safer, at least under Lu Chuan's sensing. The eerie presence that had been following them had not caught up, which was definitely good news. Although the rain outside showed no signs of stopping, the convoy finally reached the outskirts of Yunpan City without any danger. Yunpan City has a unique geographical setting, surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, with the highway running flat through one side of the city, like a prisoner confined by mountains and highways. At this moment, the Survival Rules convoy stopped on the highway above Yunpan City, allowing them to see the entire city below. However, looking at the nearby Yunpan City, everyone in the convoy showed expressions of terror and disbelief. What a joke! This is Yunpan City. It had only rained for 2 days. Why had it turned into this? The entire city seemed to be disappearing. The surrounding mountains had all collapsed, covering the entire Yunpan City, which had become a vast swamp. Behind Yunpan City was a flood discharge dam, and it seemed that something had gone wrong due to the rain. The scene before them showed Yunpan City completely submerged in mud and water, with many pools forming from the gathered mud and water. Except for a few high-rise buildings still standing in the mud, most of the lower houses were nearly submerged. A city had thus completely vanished. Lin Yi sat in the car, lit a cigarette, and his eyes were filled with gravitas. In such an apocalyptic crisis, humanity's chances of survival seemed increasingly bleak. In the lead car, Lu Chuan got out with binoculars in hand, holding a folded umbrella, looking anxious. Old Lin, take a look at the situation in Yunpan City. It's eerie. Eerie? Lin Yi took the binoculars and looked toward Yunpan City, where he immediately saw wriggling traces beneath the muddy water. Upon closer inspection, they appeared to be something like loaches, continuously moving in the mud and water. Lin Yi couldn't see clearly what they were. This eeriness hidden beneath the mud revealed no obvious problems. However, These things seemed to be gathering together, as if some danger had appeared, forcing them to flee. If these eeriness were fleeing, it could only mean that something stronger was threatening them. Lin Yi's expression darkened slightly, and as he raised his gaze, a terrifying figure quietly emerged among the mountains behind Yunpan City. Even without the binoculars, he could still see the silhouette of that enormous entity. At a glance, Lin Yi gasped, terrified. That thing is definitely eerie, right? Probably, Lu Chuan said, not daring to be certain. Because before their eyes was a terrifying shadow comparable to a mountain. Even with binoculars, they could only see a massive, shadowy figure. No one knew what that eeriness was. But it seemed that the shadow simply turned over, and a terrifying aura surged toward them. What a joke. That's a flood, right? Just a little movement. And the flood has already come pouring down. Run, quickly run. Captain Lu, don't just stand there. That eerie thing is blocking the flood. But now it's letting the flood rush down. We need to escape fast. Lu Chuan immediately returned to the lead car, not bothering to grab the loudspeaker, directly telling Wang Gui to drive away. He feared that the loud noise would spread and alert the eerie beings in Yunpan City. The other members of the convoy were already prepared. The moment they saw the flood, they jumped back into their cars to escape, fearing they would be swept away if they were a second late. The survival rules convoy quickly drove away, terrified of being caught by the flood. This time, the convoy significantly increased their speed, not daring to slow down at all. Once they had completely distanced themselves from Yunpan City, Lin Yi took the opportunity to look back at the mountains in the distance, where that massive shadow still lay on the mountains. More accurately, the shadow was standing beside that great mountain, blocking the flood as if it were taking a bath. Seeing this scene, Lin Yi felt a chill in his hands and feet. This was truly an eerie presence capable of destroying a nation. What level of eeriness was this? Once the convoy reached a relatively safe area, Lu Chuan finally shouted through the loudspeaker. Everyone can take a break now. We'll spend the night here. He sensed that there were no eerie auras around, so it was safe here. Lin Yi jumped out of the car with an umbrella and saw Ji Qingsong getting out as well, his face extremely serious. Clearly, it was also his first time encountering such a terrifying eerie creature. At that moment, I really felt like I was going to die. Ji Qingsong took a deep breath and walked over. That eerie presence outside Yunpan City is probably at least level 5, right? Luckily, we're just ants in their eyes. Otherwise, we'd probably have died in Yunpan City. Lin Yi helplessly shook his head. The further north they went, the more terrifying the bizarre encounters along the way became. He couldn't help but wonder what kind of existence was hidden in those big cities. At that moment, Lu Chuan walked over, his face pale, clearly frightened. The people in the convoy are fine, so we should not have been targeted. It's no big deal. After all, that big guy isn't interested in us. Lin Yi said, taking a deep breath. The road ahead might be even harder to traverse. You need to level up as soon as possible. Old Ji and I are waiting for your good news. Don't worry, I'll hurry, Lu Chuan said. Just then, he sensed something and quickly looked towards the direction of Yunpan City. At that moment, his expression turned grim. Lin Yi and Ji Qingsong exchanged glances and instinctively looked towards the mountains. The black figure showed no signs of movement. Is it not this bizarre? Could it be the existence that appeared under the muddy water before? Get in the car, Lu Chuan shouted with a loudspeaker. Get in the car immediately and prepare to depart. A bizarre creature is chasing us, and it's fast. Everyone get in the car and leave right away, don't stop. After saying that, he rushed back to the lead vehicle, and Wang Gui also got in the car immediately. Lin Yi and Ji Qingsong saw a streak of yellow appear on the distant mountain. The entire mountaintop seemed to be oozing yellow stuff like mud, quickly spreading towards the highway. Lu Chuan, damn it, didn't you say this area was safe? Chapter 25, Frantic Escape on Rainy Roads. New members in the convoy. On the mountaintop, the yellow muddy water spread down, and upon closer inspection, there seemed to be something wriggling inside. The members of the survival law convoy glanced through the rearview mirror and instinctively slammed the gas pedal. No matter the outcome, they couldn't stop the car, otherwise they would truly die here. That thing in the yellow muddy water was definitely bizarre, no doubt about it. When the previous wave of flood came crashing down, it was likely that the bizarre entity in the yellow mud was trying to find a way to hide. They had been distracted by the terrifying black shadow and had overlooked the movements of the yellow mud in front of them. In the lead vehicle, Lu Chuan's head stuck out of the window, letting the rain pelt his face, unwilling to pull his head back, instead staring at the encroaching yellow mud. The yellow mud seemed to be coming directly for their convoy, spreading at an alarming speed after coming off the highway. Fortunately, the convoy was moving quite fast, maintaining a certain distance from the yellow mud. But how long could they keep this up? Lu Chuan glanced at the dashboard. His car's gas tank was nearly empty, and he guessed that others were about the same. At this point, they absolutely could not stop. If they stopped, the consequences would be unimaginable. Just as this thought crossed his mind, he noticed a Wuling Hongguang suddenly come to a stop behind them, and the terrified passengers ran out, shouting behind them. But unfortunately, the speed was too fast for Lu Chuan to hear their voices. Accompanied by the resentment of the convoy, the people in that vehicle fell into despair. Their car ran out of gas and couldn't outrun the bizarre yellow mud behind them. The four of them exchanged glances, completely overtaken by despair. Soon, the yellow mud spread over, sweeping away the four people, including the Wuling Hongguang. The members of the convoy knew what their fate would be, but they couldn't stop. The only way to survive was to slam the gas pedal and charge forward. After several turns, Lu Chuan felt again and confirmed that the yellow mud had not caught up, letting out a long sigh of relief. With the loudspeaker in hand, he wiped the rain off his face and shouted, "Everyone prepare to stop and rest ahead. Immediately refuel the cars. We can't travel all night tonight. Let's rest by the roadside for the night." Upon hearing they could rest, the members of the convoy immediately showed expressions of having survived a disaster. Lin Yi jumped out with a barrel of gasoline and filled up the pickup truck, also glancing at the other members of the convoy. The sky was gradually darkening. They had been fleeing almost the entire day, and to say they weren't tired would be a lie. Several people got out of the car to stretch before returning to the vehicle to rest. Lin Yi stood quietly by the car, motionless, watching the people in the convoy behind him, a hint of fear flickering in his eyes. "Old Lin, what are you dawdling for? Come over and have a bite," Lu Chuan said, chewing slowly on a bag of crispy noodles. "It should be fine tonight. Don't worry, there's no bizarre aura around here." Although the convoy had lost a vehicle, everyone else had survived. This was good news for Lu Chuan, the team leader. Lin Yi took a deep breath and lowered his voice to ask, "Lu, how many people do you say our convoy has in total?" 172 members. Counting the three of us as extraordinary in the sequence, makes a total of 175. Lu Chuan munched as he asked, but during the escape earlier, one vehicle ran out of gas and was ultimately swallowed by the yellow mud. How many people were in that vehicle? Lin Yi continued to inquire. Lu Chuan recalled, Four people got out of the car at that time." 4? Then count how many people are in the convoy now," Lin Yi said, walking over to the truck and glancing at the completed soul-devouring saw enhancement. Item, soul-devouring saw 1. Quality, bizarre weapon number, 3995. Characteristics, 1. Soul devour, consuming souls can enhance sharpness. 2. Break illusion, the saw body can erupt with flame effects, assisting the user in breaking illusions. Description, originally just a normal short saw. After continuous enhancement of the extraordinary sequence, it has reached the level of a bizarre object, capable of causing damage to the bizarre. After one enhancement, did the characteristics increase by 1? And it ranked among the top 4,000, suggesting that the enhancement bonus was quite significant. However, it was just the right time to see how powerful the enhanced soul-devouring saw was. While refueling the pickup truck, he noticed something was off. There was an issue with the number of people in the convoy. So while refueling the pickup truck, he counted the number of people in the convoy, and it was truly shocking. Logically, there should still be 171 people in the convoy. But just a moment ago, Lin Yi counted a full 200 people. Who were the extra 29 people? At that moment, Lu Chuan had also finished counting. To be precise, when he counted to the 172nd person, he began to tremble uncontrollably. By the time he reached the 200th person, cold sweat was flowing down his forehead. Even with an umbrella, the cold sweat on his head felt just like the rainwater. "Old Lin, what on earth is going on?" "I don't know." Lin Yi lowered his voice and said solemnly, "There must be an issue in the convoy now. You go find old Ji and ask him. I'll keep an eye on the others." "Got it." Lu Chuan quickly ran over to Ji Qingsong's car. Ji Qingsong was eating compressed biscuits with his wife and daughter when he saw Lu Chuan's grim face approaching, and his heart sank. "Is there another problem with the convoy?" "Old Ji, some people have mixed into the convoy." Lu Chuan sensed several times and confirmed there was no bizarre aura, so the newcomers could only be humans. "How many people?" Ji Qingsong immediately got out of the car, his face darkening as he stared at the vehicles behind. Just a glance, and he also noticed something was off. 29. Lu Chuan whispered, "There are exactly 200 people in the convoy now. I can't tell who the extra ones are, and I don't even know when they mixed in." The convoy did not find any other survivors while driving, which means that the newly appeared people could only have followed from behind. Is this possible? They were fleeing at full speed. Even if other vehicles could catch up, it wouldn't go unnoticed. What did Lin Yi say? Was he the first to notice? Ji Qingsong glanced at Lin Yi's pickup truck and saw that Lin Yi was sitting inside, showing no intention of getting out. Yes, he was the first to notice the problem, then counted the number of people, and afterward informed me of this discovery. Lu Chuan pondered. He must be thinking of a way to figure out who the extra people are, but it's hard to distinguish now. Chapter 26. Illusion? No. It's a mirage. Lu Chuan and Ji Qingsong walked towards the back of the convoy, and along the way, everyone in the convoy greeted them without exception. Clearly, everyone recognized Lu Chuan and Ji Qingsong. During this time, some mentioned the cars that were mysteriously swallowed by the yellow mud, and Lu Chuan reassured everyone not to worry. However, he felt increasingly horrified inside. What was going on? Everyone in the convoy recognized him and Ji Qingsong. He even felt familiar with these faces. But there were indeed 29 extra people in the convoy. This wasn't just one or two, but 29. Ji Qingsong noticed Lu Chuan's grave expression and realized that Lu Chuan had not sensed anything strange, meaning the people here were not unusual. Since they weren't strange, it would indeed be difficult to find out. Among the people left behind, he only knew a few, all from the same neighborhood. But Ji Qingsong lowered his voice and said, I just privately asked them, and they said it was always these people from the beginning. Except for those swallowed by the yellow mud, everyone else was here. All here? What a joke. There are clearly 29 more people here. Lu Chuan felt a chill down his spine. He clearly didn't miscount, and the number was not an issue. How could there suddenly be 29 more people? Moreover, no one else seemed to have noticed. It was as if these 29 people had been in their ranks from the start. Does this make sense? Old Ji, do you think this is our problem, or the problem of the other people in the convoy? Lu Chuan even began to suspect himself, or perhaps both sides have issues. If it's not strange, then how do we explain this? If this scene has nothing to do with the unusual, then it's really hard to make sense of it. Everyone thinks there's no problem. Could it be their issue? When they were at the service area, the survival law convoy had exactly 200 people. Did they miscount from the beginning? Lu Team, Old Ji. At this moment, Lin Yi suddenly shouted from the pickup truck. Then, Lin Yi grabbed the door of the pickup with one hand and held the soul-crushing saw with the other, jumping down from the truck with a grim face. Is he about to fight? No. They still hadn't figured out what was going on. Why would he suddenly want to make a move? Quick! The yellow mud is chasing us. Lin Yi's words shocked Lu Chuan. He immediately closed his eyes to sense, but there was no unusual aura within a 5-kilometer radius. Could it be that the problem lies with Lin Yi? At this moment, even Ji Qingsong began to watch Lin Yi warily. Don't just stand there. Grab my soul-crushing saw, and you'll know what is going on, Lin Yi said as he lifted the soul-crushing saw. Lu Chuan and Ji Qingsong did not hesitate and immediately reached for the soul-crushing saw. In the next moment, they were no longer on an empty highway, but on an abandoned road shrouded in white mist. Damaged and destroyed cars were scattered on both sides, as if the highway had shrunk. Outside the mist, the aura of the yellow mud suddenly erupted. The convoy was only about a kilometer away. What is going on? Don't just stand there. Get in the car? Lin Yi grabbed the soul-crushing saw and ran towards his pickup, and Lu Chuan and Ji Qingsong saw another change. The white mist had completely disappeared, revealing only the dark road under the night sky. Everyone quickly got in the car. Lu Chuan's voice came from the loudspeaker. Depart immediately. Follow the vehicles in front closely. The sudden departure caught the other members of the convoy off guard. Watching the first 3 vehicles take off, others hesitated in confusion. What is going on? I just made my instant noodles. Can I eat before we leave? We've been driving for a while. My butt is about to burst. Can't we rest here for a bit? If you want to leave, go ahead. The unusual hasn't caught up yet. We'll leave after we're full. Anyway, I still have enough gas to catch up. I'll wait a bit longer. Let us rest first. Lu Team felt something was off just now. Is it possible he was scared into a problem? The vehicles behind showed no intention of departing. Seeing this scene, Lin Yi cursed under his breath. He simply ignored these people and stomped on the gas, charging forward. This white mist has a hallucinatory effect. Even here, Lu Chuan's abilities couldn't be used. It was as if someone had deliberately created a misleading safe zone, waiting for these people to die on the road. Good, very good. If someone really did this, I must say they are looking for death. Looking at the number of abandoned cars on both sides, it was clear that the enemy had used this method to wipe out several convoys. Outside the white mist, 7 or 8 vehicles were parked together. In front of the vehicles, there were rain shelters set up, with various tables and chairs, and ingredients casually piled together, with other supplies also stacked under the shelters. Inside the first rain shelter, a woman in a leather jacket and sunglasses lay on a folding chair. Her skin was fair under the sunglasses, her lips fiery red, and the leather jacket wrapped around her curvaceous figure, outlining perfect curves. Next to her were 2 other women, one with her eyes closed, sensing the surroundings, while the other fiddled with stones on the ground. Sister Tong, the convoy that just arrived should be quite wealthy. Can we hit the road after we rob them? The woman playing with the stones lifted her head, revealing a greasy pig-like face, with a mouthful of yellow teeth exuding a foul odor. When she spoke, the woman from the Seeker sequence beside her frowned. Just make sure your formation is set up properly, and keep those damned anomalies away. The woman in sunglasses said calmly, We've gathered enough supplies. Once we finish this job, we'll withdraw. The following convoy probably doesn't have much left. Sister Tong, has your shielding mist become thinner again? The plump woman from the Formation Master sequence frowned slightly, and said, I thought I heard the sound of cars approaching. Did that previous group notice? Impossible. The woman in sunglasses sat up, snorted coldly. My shielding mist can block the Seeker's perception. They'll only think they are in a safe place. As her voice fell, a roaring sound followed in the white mist. Then, accompanied by a small car bursting out. The pickup truck and a Buick followed closely behind, with the three vehicles almost stopping at the roadside simultaneously. Chapter 27. Slaughter the Queen's Convoy, Leave No One Behind. The first three vehicles of the Survival Law Convoy burst out of the white mist, followed by 4 more cars. They all trusted Lin Yi and followed him out. At the moment they emerged, although the rain continued to fall, the large area of white mist behind them had become a presence comparable to the unusual. So they were all in this white mist just now? On the other side of the white smoke, a convoy made up of women was parked here. And they were leisurely enjoying life in the rain. Look at the things they have piled up. Robbing them is much easier than risking going out to scavenge for supplies. Lu Chuan's face turned pale as he stepped forward and stared intensely at the group of women, saying in a deep voice, Is your convoy being a bit excessive? The apocalypse is upon us, and if you don't help, that's one thing. But are you really trying to scheme against your own people? Which dogman are you referring to as your own? The fat pig woman immediately stood up, her flesh shaking under her loose clothes. What our Queen's convoy wants to do is our own business. If you lack the ability and nearly die, whose fault is that? The fat pig woman sneered. Look at what abilities you people have. That white-haired one must be a sequence extraordinary, right? What ability does she have? She looks so weak that I find it disgusting. The other women couldn't help but laugh at this. They had robbed quite a few people here, including some decent-looking men. All of these men had, without exception, been enjoyed by the fat pig woman first. Unfortunately, not one of them lasted more than a minute. They were all crushed to death by the fat pig woman. Lu Chuan's expression twitched slightly upon hearing her remarks about Lin Yi. Even the others frowned, finding it strange that this woman chose to provoke the hardest person to deal with. Lin Yi twisted his neck, took down the soul-devouring saw, and grinned, Fat pig. You already know my ability, right? You'll see it soon. At this moment, Lin Yi could be said to be completely enraged. Although these women might have some means, coming to him looking for death was something he couldn't let slide. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Yi's skin visibly turned orange-red, giving off an impression of sheer fury. What did you say? Who do you call a fat pig? The fat pig woman was clearly provoked by this. Since awakening her extraordinary sequence, anyone who didn't treat her well had been dealt with. She wanted to see all those who looked down on her die. Joining the queen's convoy was also because she wanted to confidently be the queen in her heart. I'm talking about you, you dead fat pig. Lin Yi shouted as he leaped up, swinging the soul-devouring saw directly at the fat pig woman's head. The saw blade's rotation speed was much faster than before, and flames visibly erupted from the saw, accompanied by a deafening roar of a beast. The enhanced soul-devouring saw had seen a significant improvement. Seeing Lin Yi attack, the fat pig woman didn't show any fear. Instead, she grabbed a nearby chair, ready to smash it at Lin Yi. The sunglasses woman, sitting in a folding chair, smirked as she watched Lin Yi come right at them. With a puff, a large cloud of white smoke was exhaled from her mouth. The white smoke transformed into a white python, wrapping around Lin Yi. Nature sequence? No. This white smoke seemed to nullify others' abilities. It shouldn't belong to the nature category. The white smoke appeared to be controlled by the sunglasses woman, directly enveloping Lin Yi's body and making him feel his extraordinary ability dissipate in an instant. What prevented Lu Chuan from sensing the anomaly was likely this white smoke. The sunglasses woman smiled triumphantly, but the soul-devouring saw was already in front of the fat pig woman. The fat pig woman still intended to block the saw blade with the chair. However, the soul-devouring saw was an eerie weapon, and having been enhanced once, its sharpness was unimaginable. The wooden chair was easily cut apart like tofu by the soul-devouring saw. With Lin Yi pressing down, the saw fell directly onto the fat pig woman's head, accompanied by a scream and blood splattering. The well-made-up sunglasses woman was now covered in blood, all splattered from the fat pig woman's head. At this moment, the sunglasses fell from her face, her eyes wide with disbelief. Why wasn't this person affected by the nullification ability? Her nullification was a mysterious, extraordinary power, and so many had fallen because of it. Why this time? Kill them. The sunglasses woman immediately shouted, and the women behind her reacted, each taking out their weapons, revealing fierce expressions. A roar echoed from the survival convoy. The transformed giant polar bear, Ji-Ching-Song, leaped up, its paw crashing down, directly toppling the rain shelter in front of it. Along with it, the sunglasses woman, who had just stood up, was also knocked down. With one slap, she could no longer stand, the sound of her bones cracking resonating. At this moment, the white smoke dissipated from Lin Yi. Free from restraints, Lin Yi moved his body. If it weren't for my eerie weapon, I might have fallen at your hands. Lin Yi stared at the sunglasses woman, who was slammed to the ground by the giant polar bear, his soul-devouring saw showing no mercy as it swung towards her head. Hearing about the eerie weapon, the sunglasses woman's eyes filled with shock. She should have realized it earlier. This peculiar chainsaw and the strange flames could not possibly be an ordinary chainsaw. Her ability could nullify others' extraordinary powers, but could not nullify the characteristics of eerie weapons, so death had long been destined for her. As the soul-devouring saw came down, the sunglasses woman's head and body were severed. Lin Yi then looked at the other women, a cold smile on his lips. If the criminal sequence really requires crime, then killing should be the most heinous of sins, right? As soon as Lin Yi finished speaking, the soul-devouring saw emitted the roar of a beast, almost as if responding to his words. In the next moment, Lin Yi charged forward with the saw, a wolf among sheep. These women had relied on the sunglasses woman's ability, and had never seen such a terrifying man, a true demon who killed without blinking. The chainsaw roared, reaping one life after another. As the last person fell, Lin Yi stood there covered in blood, a radiant smile on his face. Chapter 28. The Ruthless Lin. The Perverse Killer. Is it cruel? Looking at the bodies strewn across the ground, Lu Chuan and the others stood by the roadside without any ripple of emotion. Even the women from the convoy watched calmly as Lin Yi killed the Queen's convoy one by one, because everyone understood that if it weren't for Lin Yi, they might have all died in the white mist behind them. As the white mist dissipated, the approaching yellow mud anomaly had already covered those who had not left their convoy. The Queen's convoy was likely using this anomaly to kill passing convoys and rob their supplies. Now that they were being killed, everyone felt they deserved it. Lin Yi stood in the rain, slightly tilting his head back, allowing the rain to wash over him and cleanse the blood from his face. He wasn't sure if it was the influence of the criminal sequence, but he felt an unprecedented thrill while killing. It was a pleasure that was intoxicating, more addictive than drinking or smoking. Old Lin, Brother Lin, Ji-Ching-Song, and Lu Chuan looked at Lin Yi in the rain, both sensing the change in the aura around him. The previous Lin Yi seemed to still have some humanity left, but at that moment, Lin Yi felt strange to them, like looking at a hungry wolf. I'm fine. Lin Yi smiled and waved his hand, saying, everyone, let's take a break here. I don't know what means the Queen's convoy used, but they managed to block the anomaly. There are plenty of awnings here. We can completely occupy this place. Even the supplies seized by the Queen's convoy have now become the survival rules for our convoy. The only unfortunate thing is that we've lost more people this time. Only 4 vehicles followed them out, totaling just 25 people. More than 100 others perished in the onslaught of the yellow mud anomaly. Lin Yi turned to look at the gradually retreating yellow mud anomaly and slowly spoke. Team Leader Lu, you're not going to indulge in melancholy again, are you? So many people have died, but in Lin Yi's view, their deaths can only be attributed to themselves. Lu Chuan had already warned them. If they had escaped immediately, perhaps everyone could have survived safely. Unfortunately, only these 25 listened to them. Don't worry, I'm not the same person I used to be. Lu Chuan, now unusually calm, smiled and said, I didn't expect so many people to die this time. If it weren't for the Queen's convoy sabotaging us, perhaps we could have exchanged some supplies with them here. What are you thinking? Exchange supplies? Do you think the Queen's convoy are good people? Ji-Ching-Song tossed a diary over to Lu Chuan and laughed. Just take a look, you'll know. None of the women in this convoy are good. Their deaths are just a blessing for them. Lu Chuan caught the diary and began flipping through it. It was written by a member of the convoy and contained information about some people from the Queen's convoy. The team leader, a woman in sunglasses named Zhao Xiaotong, was a female criminal who conspired with her lover to murder her husband. She was supposed to wait for sentencing, but when the apocalypse arrived, she escaped from the detention center in Yunpan City and even released many other prisoners. After that, she managed to gather a group of people in Yunpan City, thanks to her mastery of the mysterious series, Shield. Even her lover was abandoned. Later, Zhao Xiaotong awakened the second sequence, Smoke Apostle, claiming to be the Apocalypse Queen, and began robbing travelers with a few other female extraordinary beings. In the past month, they had robbed many people. Some lucky ones who managed to escape still suffered greatly when facing Zhao Xiaotong, who had 2 sequences, ultimately leaving with resentment. The unfortunate ones remained forever on this highway. Besides Zhao Xiaotong, the Queen's convoy also had two other extraordinary women with different sequences. One was Seeker, Wang Wan, and the other was Formation Master, Zhou Duo, also known as the Fat Pig. Both of them were not good people. Wang Wan was a cult leader who secretly gathered people to form a cult before the apocalypse, and, after realizing Zhao Xiaotong was a double-sequence awakener, unhesitatingly joined her. Zhou Duo was a person who could be described as exceptionally detestable. In the past, she was a freeloader, living off her parents while eating herself into a fat pig and not allowing others to comment on her. After the apocalypse, she began to take revenge on those who had negative opinions about her, even harming many handsome men here. As for the others, they all had issues to varying degrees. Lin Yi didn't consider this murder. It was entirely for the good of the people. This Queen's convoy was indeed composed of a group of nuisances, and their deaths were truly a favor to them. Lu Chuan couldn't help but exclaim, "They say women are a vulnerable group. But how many women in this apocalypse are truly vulnerable? This Queen's convoy is turning the world upside down. So, the most dangerous thing is still people." Lin Yi smiled and waved his hand. "I'll go change my clothes. You all can cook with the supplies here. With that formation in place, it's relatively safe." In the convoy, apart from Lin Yi and the other two, there were still 25 people left, 10 of whom were women. They were all smart and obedient, not going against the convoy leader. This was also the main reason they could survive. Under the arrangement of Ji Qingsang's wife, Lu Man, the women began selecting supplies to prepare a meal, while the other men disposed of the surrounding corpses outside. These few look decent. Why do you think they have issues? Who knows? Maybe they were severely brainwashed by female fighters in the past, thinking they had the strength to fight against the world. Strength? The double-sequence women have been killed. They are lucky to be alive now. Indeed, the ruthless Lin is formidable. He charged out with a chainsaw, almost making me weak in the knees. He is truly fierce. The nickname Ruthless Lin was given to Lin Yi by the people in the convoy privately. After all, it was evident that the three extraordinary beings in the convoy were all different. Team leader Lu Chuan was a nice guy, treating everyone kindly and caring for them, secretly observing their situation these past few days. Ji Qingsang was a proper family man, treating the people in the convoy well and patiently chatting with everyone. But only Lin Yi was different. He acted alone and was ruthless. If it affected his survival, he would kill without hesitation. Just look at the fate of the Queen's convoy. You could say these people were all killed by Lin Yi alone, and even afterward, they appeared to enjoy it. He was simply a psychopathic killer. Chapter 29, the 1000th ranked anomaly, passive gourd. The supplies from the Queen's convoy were extraordinarily abundant. Originally, Lu Chuan was worried about the supplies for the subsequent convoy when the supplies from the Queen's convoy came knocking at their door. Although their survival rules convoys suffered heavy losses, dropping from 171 to 25 people, the Queen's convoy was indeed ruthless. However, for those who survived in the convoy, fewer people meant more supplies at hand. Even the vehicles from the Queen's convoy now belonged to their survival rules convoy. Lu Chuan, the team leader, had long wanted to replace his vehicle with a larger one and immediately set his sights on Zhao Xiaotong's ride, a black Land Rover. If it were in peacetime, Lu Chuan probably wouldn't be able to afford a Land Rover in his lifetime, as the price was already unattainable for an ordinary person. "Expensive," Lu Chuan exclaimed, feeling the excitement as he touched the Land Rover. "Hurry, let us move the supplies from our vehicle into the Land Rover. From now on, you'll drive this car." "Okay, team leader Lu." Wang Gue eagerly ran out to move the items, looking forward to making this Land Rover roar under his control. However, Lu Chuan soon discovered some other items in the Land Rover. Besides basic supplies, there were quite a few items with vibrational effects. It was easy to guess that they belonged to the Queen's convoy. But what truly caught Lu Chuan's attention were two silver-white briefcases. "Old Lin, Old Ji, come over and take a look." Lin Yi had already changed his clothes and was currently standing with Ji Qingsang, selecting supplies. Both had their eyes on many good items from the Queen's convoy. But upon hearing Lu Chuan's call, they both came over to the Land Rover. Upon seeing the two silver-white briefcases, Lin Yi and Ji Qingsang both became interested. "Is this the kind of briefcase used in movies to store money?" "Sort of. It's a specific type of case, usually for valuable items, designed to avoid infrared scanning. If Zhao Xiaotong uses this kind of case to store things, what's inside must be something extraordinary." The three exchanged glances, and then Lu Chuan directly opened the top briefcase. The moment it opened, a pitch-black soft item was spread inside, looking like some kind of leather at first glance. Lu Chuan picked it up and looked at it. The leather was square and felt a bit cold to the touch. If it were summer, it would definitely be a natural cooling treasure. However, the moment he touched the leather, A set of data appeared before his eyes. Item: Ghost Shadow Leather. Quality: Strange Material. ID: None. Characteristics: None. Description: Skin tissue of a level 1 strange ghost. One of the materials for creating strange objects. Seeing that this thing was strange skin, Lu Chuan's expression changed slightly. Who was so heartless as to not only kill the strange, but also directly skin it? That's even more ruthless than Lin Yi. Take a look. Lu Chuan handed over the ghost shadow leather, and then shook his head, saying, materials for creating strange objects should be worth a lot. We can find someone to craft strange objects in the future. People from the blacksmith sequence should be able to craft it. But I've only heard from friends that there's one over there. Ji Qingcong frowned slightly, then handed the ghost shadow leather to Lin Yi, saying, we don't need this for now. Let's keep it, and see if we can trade resources when we encounter other teams. There are too few people in the blacksmith sequence, and it's not guaranteed we will encounter them. Creating a strange object is tempting in itself, and if not done properly, it could lead to owing someone a favor. That wouldn't be worth it. Lin Yi looked at the ghost shadow leather in his hand, thinking about the ghosts and zombies he had killed earlier, and couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Damn it, why didn't I think of skinning them? I lost materials for creating strange objects for nothing. Who would complain about having too few strange objects? Soon after, Lu Chuan opened the second suitcase, which contained not materials, but a palm-sized pink gourd. After taking a look at it, Lu Chuan's face turned red, and he excitedly looked at Ji Qingcong and Lin Yi. This is a strange object. Huh. The Queen team has strange objects too? No, if they have strange objects on them, why are they hiding them instead of using them? Strange objects should be carried and ready for use at all times, right? Lin Yi keenly sensed that there was something wrong with this pink gourd. Or rather, Zhao Xiaodong and the others couldn't use it. After taking a look, Lin Yi tossed the pink gourd away as if it were a plague. Item: Passive gourd. Quality: Strange object. ID: 1000. Characteristics: 1 observation. Can observe others' actions through the pink airflow emitted from the gourd. 2 passive. During observation, the user will enter a passive state, only able to passively accept others' actions, unable to resist, unable to be harmed, and unable to die. 3 unique. Can only be used by male characteristic beings. After use, it will change the user's male characteristics with increasing usage and stimulate the production of female hormones, increasing the user's charm, providing certain attraction to companions. 4 self-forgetfulness. After completely changing oneself, the user will permanently enter a self-forgetful state, no longer disturbed by strange phenomena. Description: A mutated item influenced by the world's virtual shadow. I was originally a delicate beauty. Damn, what kind of gourd is this? This thing absolutely cannot be used. Anyone who uses it should stay far away from it. No wonder Zhao Xiaodong and the others got this strange object, but had to store it. No one in their queen team could use it at all. Ji Qingcong also took a look, then darkened his face and said nothing. It seemed he was also wary of this gourd. Lu Chuan, however, didn't care and instead looked excitedly at the two of them, making Lin Yi involuntarily take a step back. Does this guy really have a problem? Is he hiding it so well? Old Lin, old Ji, can I use this strange object? Lu Chuan asked eagerly. Are you sure? Lin Yi frowned and explained. Look carefully at the characteristics above. If you use it, you might not be yourself anymore. I know, but it can help me live better, Lu Chuan said, aware of how weak his captain's strength was, and sometimes could even hold the team back. So he needed a means of self-preservation. Although this passive gourd seemed a bit perverse, it was ranked 1000 among strange objects, and its characteristics were surprisingly powerful. 1 passive ability and 1 self-forgetfulness could be considered life-saving skills. The passive ability could prevent him from being harmed or dying. The self-forgetfulness could protect him from strange disturbances. In this apocalyptic world, as long as he could survive, it didn't matter if he turned from a man into a woman. Chapter 30. The strange hidden in the service area. After resting for one night, the survival law team set off on their escape journey the next day. This time, the survival law team had upgraded significantly. Lin Yi abandoned his pickup truck and instead focused on a BMW X7 among the Queen team. After stuffing all his supplies into the new vehicle, he also began to feel the comfort that this new ride brought. To be honest, this high-priced car is indeed more comfortable than a pickup truck. The convoy continued to drive, although the number of people had decreased. The vehicles had gone from a long line to a mere 10 cars. However, compared to that, everyone's safety had greatly improved. Moreover, everyone now had quite a bit of supplies, and there was no need to take risks to search for resources. Inside the lead vehicle, Wang Gui drove while glancing at the team's captain through the rearview mirror. At that moment, Lu Chuan sat in the back seat, holding that pink strange gourd in his arms. The gourd emitted large clouds of pink mist, dreamlike and ethereal. As the mist thickened, Images of their team's 10 vehicles appeared, viewed from a god's perspective. Lu Chuan's thoughts shifted, and he saw Ji Qingsong inside the car telling stories to his daughter Ji Xiaoxiao, while his wife Lu Man drove. The couple looked perfectly matched, showing no signs of fatigue, as if they were a family of 3 on a road trip. Soon, the scene shifted again, and Lin Yi's figure appeared in the car. At that moment, Lin Yi had a cigarette in his mouth, looking carefree, occasionally passing gas, completely indifferent to his image. This was very much in line with Lin Yi's personality, which emphasized doing as he pleased. Looking at the other people in the back vehicles, there were 2 men and 2 women joking about lewd topics, making the girls blush. For big men were discussing whether to bring supplies to escape the convoy. 3 people stayed in a car, with a woman driving while a man and a woman in the back seat were getting cozy. At that moment, the thrill of eavesdropping completely filled Lu Chuan's heart, causing him to involuntarily smile and excitedly hold the gourd, unable to take his eyes off it. The apocalypse may be boring, but isn't it interesting now? Wang Gui watched as his captain became increasingly abnormal, even laughing foolishly at the pink mist. His voice tinged with excitement. It's over. The captain of the convoy has completely fallen. After the convoy left the territory of Yimpan City, they finally stepped into the territory of Guizhou Province. For the convoy, this was a significant step forward. From the moment they entered Guizhou Province, the speed of the convoy increased significantly, with Lu Chuan constantly reminding the team to avoid many strange crises. The highway was the convoy's first choice, which Lin Yi specifically requested. If there's a highway, take it. Avoid shortcuts or small paths unless absolutely necessary. At least the highway is bright, making everyone feel more at ease while driving and helping to avoid unnecessary accidents. Just as the convoy came off the highway and entered a service area, they discovered over 50 vehicles parked there, clearly indicating a sizable convoy. Upon seeing another convoy arrive, the people in the service area couldn't help but show curious expressions. But similarly, there were those who remained vigilant. Lu Chuan used the passive gourd to check around the service area, confirming that there were no hidden other teams before hanging the gourd on his waist and getting out of the car with a loudspeaker in hand. Lin Yi and Ji Qingsong were the same, one carrying a soul-eating saw and the other holding a baseball bat. It's worth mentioning that Ji Qingsong's baseball bat had some cartoon characters on it, clearly drawn by his daughter. The 2 stood directly behind Lu Chuan, watching the people in the service area with vigilance. Shortly after, the leader of this convoy walked out with 3 others. The leader, like Lu Chuan, was a cultured man dressed in a loose baseball uniform, holding a black umbrella. Behind him were 2 twin girls, each holding a sword, looking around 18 years old. There was also a burly man, taller than even Ji Qingsong. Hello, Hope Team, Captain Wang Xufei, Seekers Sequence. Hello, Survival Law Team, Captain Lu Chuan, Seekers Sequence. Both captains were from the Seekers Sequence, which surprised both their teams. Many convoys were ruled by the strong, and only a few had truly recognized the priority of the Seeker Sequence. They never expected to encounter another one here. Both Wang Xufei and Lu Chuan were thinking the same thing. Your team is quite small, Wang Xufei asked with a smile. Looking at your route, you escaped from the seaside direction? How did you end up passing through our province? This person immediately started inquiring about the survival law team situation, even with a hint of caution. Originally, we had over 1,000 people, but there was an incident with the middle convoy, and over 600 followed another team's people. The rest followed us to escape, but we were schemed against by another team, and only we few are left. Lu Chuan briefly explained their experience, but did not elaborate on why they came to this province. It's simple. We were forced to take a detour due to a strange phenomenon. Originally, the plan was to set off along one route, but on rainy days, the appearance of Rain Man was the most dreaded. A level 3 anomaly was definitely something no current team could resist. Lu Chuan used the passive gourd to detect the level 3 anomaly, Rain Man, appearing on their original route. To protect the convoy, Lu Chuan had no choice but to choose a detour to this province. Upon hearing Lu Chuan's words, the burly man from the Hope team suddenly asked angrily, "Did you encounter that group of bitches from the Queen team?" "Huh, you encountered them too?" Lu Chuan looked over in surprise. This was Wang Meng, originally the captain of the fitness team, but he was ambushed by the Queen team, and only he and 3 others managed to escape. Wang Xufei explained with a smile. After that, he joined my Hope team, and we've been here for 3 days waiting for the Queen team to appear to eliminate this tumor. Lu Chuan did not mention that they had already dealt with the Queen team, but frowned and asked, 3 days? Aren't you afraid of anomalies coming after you? With so many people staying together for 3 days, haven't you been discovered by anomalies? We were discovered long ago, Wang Xufei said with a bitter smile, shaking his head. Since entering this service area, we have already been targeted by that anomaly, and you are the same now. Chapter 31. Ghost Wall. Unable to leave the service area. What the hell? There's an anomaly around this service area? Lu Chuan immediately used his perception to investigate, but found that there was no anomalous aura present. There were no anomalies within 5 kilometers. This shouldn't be. Since Wang Xufei is also from the Seeker sequence, how could he not detect the anomaly's aura? Is he trying to trick them? Lu Chuan fell silent, speculating on what Wang Xufei really meant. However, Wang Xufei noticed Lu Chuan's overthinking and explained with a faint smile, "Don't doubt my words. The anomaly is around the service area, it just can't be sensed. If you let someone drive out to try, you'll know." Let someone try? Facing an anomaly that can't be sensed? That's not a good idea. Lin Yi grinned and said, "I'm afraid of death. I'm not going. I have a wife and children to take care of. I don't want to go either." Ji Qingsong followed up with a laugh. Lu Chuan looked at the two of them in surprise and then darkened his face, saying, "I'm the captain. I have to lead. I definitely can't go try." The three exchanged glances and then tacitly looked towards Wang Xufei. Seeing that these three wanted to let his Hope team members try, Wang Xufei's expression darkened. "There are no good people left in the survival law team." "Huh? Our team members have tried already." Wang Xufei said solemnly, "You can't get out. And things will happen at night. We still haven't discovered where that anomaly is." They had been trapped here for 3 days. Originally, they just planned to rest for a bit, but after setting off, they started going in circles outside the service area. No matter which way they went, they would end up back at the service area. This terrified everyone. After all, even Wang Xufei, the captain, had not detected the anomaly's aura. In these 3 days, people from the convoy had mysteriously disappeared at night. Even if everyone stayed awake at night, watching each other, people would still go missing. In these 3 days, the Hope team had already lost over 10 people. They originally planned to wait for the Queen team, but unexpectedly, they ended up with the survival law team. Now, everyone was trapped here. Lu Chuan turned to look at Lin Yi and Ji Qingsong, and then they directly put their arms around his shoulders, forcibly leading him to the Land Rover. What to say? Should we all leave together and give it a try? From what he said, it doesn't seem dangerous. It's just that the anomaly comes out at night. Could it be an illusion array or something? No, the soul-eating saw is still on me. There are no illusions. The three briefly discussed, and then decided to drive out and give it a try. If it really was as Wang Xufei said, it would indicate that there was an anomaly around the service area that they were unaware of, and this anomaly was definitely not simple. But if they managed to leave, it would mean that Wang Xufei's words were problematic. "Get in the car," Lu Chuan shouted to the people in the convoy with the loudspeaker, then glanced at the Hope team members and chose to drive away. Standing at the entrance, Wang Xufei looked enviously at Lu Chuan, who was getting into the lead car. He must have an anomaly item, right? We're all captains. Why is there such a big gap? Wang Xufei turned back to the three behind him and smiled. "Why don't you help me get an anomaly item? My broken speaker is almost out of battery. Every time I use it, there's all kinds of noise." "Haha. Think of something yourself." The girl with the sword among the twins coldly laughed. The girl with the knife beside her gently responded, "Ching ching. Don't make it hard for the captain. He's having a tough time too." "Captain, don't misunderstand. Ching ching doesn't mean any harm." "Huh, a dish is just a dish." The sword-wielding girl pouted. "Our captain even has a gourd on his waist, which is probably also an anomaly item. No wonder he was the captain of a team with over 1,000 people. He has 2 anomaly items by himself." The burly man, Wang Ming, couldn't help but feel envious as well. That white-haired guy has an electric saw, which is also an anomaly item. Their team is really strong. Whether they were strong or not, others didn't know, but Wang Ming was the clearest, because he noticed that the survival law team's cars were all from the Queen team. When he led the group to escape, he caught a glimpse of the convoy parked beside the white mist and took note of those vehicles. Now, the Queen's convoy had appeared, but it was controlled by the survival rules convoy. This meant that the Queen's convoy had already encountered trouble. That white-haired guy was very dangerous. When they returned, it would be best for everyone not to come into contact with them easily. Wang Xufei sighed and scratched his head, saying, "I also want some weird objects. Why haven't I encountered a single one?" On the survival rules convoy side, the leader, Lu Chuan, used the passive gourd to observe the situation around the convoy while keeping an eye on the direction of travel outside. The convoy had been moving straight without any issues. However, after they had traveled for a short while, they saw the service area appear before them, along with the members of the Hope convoy standing in the open space. The God's eye view from the passive gourd showed no problems. They were indeed moving straight. But how could they have turned? This didn't make sense. Even a wall of ghosts would require a change of direction, but they hadn't turned at all. The car stopped at the service area, and Lu Chuan got out with a dark face, walking directly to Lin Yi, his gaze fixed on the soul-devouring saw in Lin Yi's car. At that moment, Lin Yi's expression wasn't much better than Lu Chuan's. He had been holding onto the soul-devouring saw. Yet what was the result? They still returned. Moreover, they went out straight and came back straight, which was even more absurd than a wall of ghosts. Captain Wang Shufei, you should find a place to rest first. Get some good rest. I estimate that nighttime will be the most dangerous, Lu Chuan said, not paying any attention to Wang Shufei, but instead falling into a rare silence. Not speaking for a long time. He had led everyone here, and what was the result? He brought everyone to a dead end. Ji Qingsong came over and patted his shoulder, smiling. Don't be discouraged. There are so many anomalies, you can't possibly sense them all. It's normal to encounter unexpected situations. Just find a way to solve them. Right now, there's no way to do anything. Continuing to try would probably be a waste of time. Let's set up the rain shelter first, Lin Yi said, glancing at the people inside the service station, frowning. Let's not get close to this group for now. We just need to take care of ourselves. Everyone should be cautious tonight. Chapter 32. The Hope of the Hope convoy inside the BMW X7. Lin Yi leisurely watched outside with a cigarette in his mouth. Lu Chuan's Land Rover was going in and out repeatedly, seemingly trying to find a way to leave the service station through sheer numbers. In fact, from the first time they left and returned, he knew that he and the others probably couldn't get out. The strangeness of this place was not as simple as they had thought. The means by which this anomaly trapped them here were significant. The straight path of the wall of ghosts didn't even involve any illusions, which could only imply that there had been changes in the service area that they were unaware of. Regarding this change, Lin Yi preferred to refer to it as the influence of some kind of rule. And within the service area, there might be a possible unknown rule. One cannot leave the service area. Of course, this was just Lin Yi's speculation, as he also had another, more terrifying guess in his heart. The entire service area might be the anomaly itself. There might not be a so-called rule at all. It could simply be that this anomaly didn't want anyone entering the service area to leave, which is why phenomena similar to the wall of ghosts appeared. Regardless of which speculation it wasn't good news for Lin Yi, because he didn't know how he could leave safely. In the end, the Land Rover obediently drove between Lin Yi and Ji Qingsong's cars. Lu Chuan got out holding an umbrella, starting to daze off. The other members of the convoy had already set up the rain shelter, and under the envious gaze of the Hope convoy, the women began to take out vegetables, meat products, and other items from the cooler to cook. Lin Yi shouted through the window at Lu Chuan, "Let's prepare to eat first. Fill our stomachs and see what the situation is like tonight." "Okay," Lu Chuan replied and returned to his car. This time, he no longer focused on peeking at the people from the Survival Rules convoy, but instead directed his attention to the members of the Hope convoy inside the service station. Wang Shufei and 3 extraordinary individuals from the sequence sat together, discussing how to cope with the night. Their faces appeared in the pink smoke, and their voices were also heard. "Tonight will be the same as yesterday. Each of us is responsible for a specific area. This time we must see clearly how people are disappearing." Wang Shufei's expression was somewhat grim as he sighed. Over a dozen people have already gone missing. If this continues, I'm worried that the others in the convoy will mentally collapse. What you should worry about is not how many people are missing, but the supplies. Shen Qingqing's face darkened, and with a hint of disdain, she said, "Saint Wang, we're running low on food. Think of a way to fill our stomachs." They had been here for 3 days, and their supplies were depleting faster than ever. Moreover, Wang Shufei, not wanting the others in the convoy to go hungry, would often gather everyone to pool their food together for sharing. This led to the treatment of the extraordinary and ordinary people being nearly indistinguishable. And even ordinary people required more food. Some even engaged in moral coercion, demanding that they be protected while not allowing them to go hungry. Wang Shufei insisted on playing the saintly role, preferring to eat compressed biscuits himself while giving food to others in need, claiming it brought hope to everyone. Now that their supply was insufficient, for Shen Qingqing, this was despair. "Chu-Chu, what are we having for lunch today?" Wang Shufei awkwardly looked at the other twin. Shen Chu-Chu frowned slightly and whispered, "Captain, today we can only have 1 piece of chocolate per person. If we eat more, we'll be hungry later." As her words fell, Wang Shufei sighed internally. Supplies had indeed become a major headache. At that moment, a man in a suit with a big belly approached, holding onto a woman with a curvy figure. The man's demeanor suggested he had been in the officialdom. The woman didn't seem like a good person. "Xiao Wang, it's almost noon. Shouldn't lunch be served?" The man said with a condescending smile. "I won't eat much today. Just prepare a serving of instant noodles for me, along with 2 eggs and a sausage, and also prepare 2 packs of biscuits." "I want a serving of instant noodles too, with sausage," the woman following closely behind said. The two acted as if they were ordering food. Wang Shufei stood up, bent slightly, and smiled. "Minister Qian, our convoy has run out of supplies. We can only have some chocolate for now." "Chocolate? Can that fill you up?" The man snorted. "Then give me 20 pieces to try first." Xiao Wang, you need to take this seriously. Once we reach the gathering place in the north, I can have a good talk with you. Yes, 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 Minister Qian, rest assured. I'll arrange it well. Wang Shufei appeared as a respectful subordinate, and at that moment, his bent back couldn't straighten. Beside him, Shen Qingqing's face turned cold as she seemed to reach her breaking point. She immediately stood up and kicked the male leader with a fierce kick. Eat, eat, eat. Every day, you eat the most and do nothing useful. Shen Qingqing shouted angrily. And you, Wang Shufei, you coward. If it weren't for the fact that your peeping sequence has some effect, my sister and I wouldn't even bother with you. It's the apocalypse. And you're still bowing and scraping. Whether that Minister Qian can make it to the end is still uncertain. After saying that, she pulled her sister up, cold-faced, and walked outside. She had realized that Wang Shufei was completely hopeless. Continuing to follow him would only lead her and her sister to starve to death on the road to escape. Instead of hoping the Hope team faces despair, it is better to join the Survival Law team. Their captain is also a Seer's sequence, and they seem to have quite a bit of supplies. At least in the Survival Law team, the extraordinary sequences have a high status. Wang Ming glanced at Wang Shufei and sighed, saying, you can play with these ordinary people. I want to entrust hope to others. After saying this, he also got up and walked outside. Compared to the hunched Wang Shufei, the Survival Law team, where Lu Chuan is, looks to have more hope for survival. What are you doing? Don't you have any laws in your eyes? The man who was kicked stood up and cursed. You are betraying the masses. Once we get to the north, I will make you all regret it. He then turned his gaze to Wang Shufei and coldly asked, Little Wang, what do you say? Are you leaving too? Where's that coming from? Wang Shufei put on a smile and quickly said, Minister Qian, you rest first. I will prepare some food for you. Our Hope team's hope does not rely on those few people. If they leave, let them go. It's no big deal, no big deal. In the Land Rover, Lu Chuan watched the scene where Wang Shufei was groveling and felt for a moment that he was not in an apocalyptic world. Chapter 33, Swordsman, Knife Master. Giant. The commotion inside the service station was not small. Even Lin Yi heard it. After he got out of the car, he saw 3 people walking towards them. The twin sisters had one with a face full of anger and the other with a hint of sorrow, their ponytails swaying behind their heads. Plus their clean and tidy sportswear, making them eye-catching wherever they went. Then there was the tall Wang Ming following behind, who was of an unknown sequence but had such a sturdy and tall build. He must be at least 5 meters tall. Ji Qingsong handed his daughter over to his wife, who was cooking, and then directly came to stand beside Lin Yi. Lu Chuan ran up with an umbrella, splashing through the rain, and immediately started explaining, they are here to join us. I think we can let them in. You spied on them? Lin Yi's gaze fell on Lu Chuan, and he instinctively took a step back. He knew the effects of the passive gourd. Since Lu Chuan had already used it, he would eventually turn into a part of Nanliang, and perhaps even completely become a woman in the end. It was better to keep a distance for now. Even Ji Qingsong frowned, and then sincerely took a small step aside. Lu Chuan's mouth twitched slightly, feeling a bit resentful. Did you not say that my sequence needs spine to advance? Now you treat me like I'm not even human? That's not what I meant. Don't misunderstand. Lin Yi laughed. Well, the weather is nice. You can talk to them. I'll go check if the food is ready. I'll take care of my daughter. Ji Qingsong quickly left. This made Lu Chuan unable to hold back. I'm still a man now. I'm not interested in men. Is this how you treat me? Captain Lu. The twins and Wang Ming walked up together. Shen Qingqing, being straightforward, immediately said, we want to join your Survival Law team. I wonder if your team is still accepting people? Yes. Lu Chuan knew their situation. The Hope team was a bit too ridiculous. The extraordinary sequences were bowing and scraping. And they had to share food and drink with ordinary people. Wasn't that insane? If Minister Qian were in their Survival Law team, he would have probably been cut into pieces by Lin Yi with a chainsaw long ago. Even in the apocalypse, some people still act all high and mighty. It's clear that they have developed bad habits. Welcome to join us. From now on, you'll be part of our Survival Law team. And we all need to help each other. Lu Chuan smiled and shook hands with the 3, then said, our team has 3 rules that you need to keep in mind. The 3 were slightly taken aback, not expecting the team to be quite formal and even have rules established. Immediately, Shen Qingqing and the others became curious about the rules. The first rule is self-reliance. Supplies must be collected by oneself, even for ordinary people. If you need something, you can trade with others. The second is personal value. You 3 need to tell me your sequences, and I will clarify our situation. The third is fair cooperation. The supplies of our extraordinary sequences need to be pooled together and distributed fairly to ensure everyone gets what they need. After Lu Chuan finished stating the 3 rules, he waited to see if they had anything to say. The three exchanged glances and immediately felt that this survival law team had more hope than the Hope team. This was a proper team. The team members relied on themselves to find ways to get supplies. Everyone was self-reliant, and if you had no supplies, you would go hungry. It was the most transparent and direct principle. As for the latter two, they were aimed at the extraordinary sequences. Shin Qingqing and the others could understand that internal sharing of supplies was much better than having supplies taken out for ordinary people to share. Captain Liu. I'm Shin Qingqing, swordsman sequence. Shin Qingqing was the first to introduce herself. Beside her, Shin Chuchu gently said, Hello, Captain Liu. I'm Qingqing's sister Shin Chuchu. Knife master sequence. Please take care of me and my sister in the future. She has a bit of a temper, so please bear with her. Wang Ming, giant sequence. Wang Ming was more direct, extending his hand to shake hands with Lu Chuan, smiling, please take care of us in the future. These three sequences all sounded related to combat. Moreover, both Shin Qingqing and Shin Chuchu were equipped with weapons, swords, and knives, clearly indicating that what they said was worth believing. As for Wang Ming, his height and build indeed aligned with the giant sequence. But it was still uncertain if it was true. Perhaps there would be a chance to see him in action later. Well, I'm Lu Chuan, seer sequence. Over there, holding the child, is Ji Qingtsong. You can call him Old Ji. In his arms is his daughter Ji Xiaoxiao, Beastman Bear, sequence. Lu Chuan introduced Ji Qingtsong and Lin Yi. The one with white hair is Lin Yi, criminal sequence. The team members privately call him Cold-Blooded Lin. He is the strongest in our team, and also the one you cannot provoke. He previously took down 2 first-level anomalies by himself, and has teamed up with Old Ji to fight against second-level anomalies. That powerful? Taking down 2 first-level anomalies by himself was something they couldn't even imagine. Shin Qingqing and Shin Chuchu had not awakened for long. Following Wang Shufei was just to survive. They had witnessed the power of first-level anomalies and had tried to resist them, but to say they could kill one, they still couldn't do it. Wang Ming had also fought against first-level anomalies without losing ground, but even so, he had never killed one. With such a ruthless character in the survival law team, it was no wonder they could take out the Queen team. It was very likely that it was Lin Yi who did it. Great. The stronger the teammates, the safer everyone is, right? Lunch is ready. Lu Man called out from the back. Lu Chuan smiled and said to the three, let us go eat together. Since there are fewer people now, we'll have a communal meal. Don't mind it. Not at all. As long as there is food, it's great. Wang Ming couldn't help but swallow. He had already smelled the fragrance of stir-fried meat, and since the apocalypse began, he had almost forgotten the taste of stir-fried meat. Even the Shin sisters couldn't help but look over eagerly, watching Lin Yi carry a large bowl of rice mixed with meat and turn to leave. The two couldn't help but exclaim, does the team still have rice? It's from old Lin's collection. Don't be fooled by his fierce appearance. He is actually quite nice. Lu Chuan looked at Lin Yi, who was back in the car eating, and explained, after I got to know him, he has always remained vigilant. If it weren't for him, I probably would have died on the run long ago. As long as you don't provoke him, he is actually quite easy to talk to. Chapter 34, We want to eat. We want to eat rice. The people in the convoy looked at the small piece of chocolate distributed to them, and their faces couldn't help but turn ugly. They were all stuck here now, and if things went poorly, there might be more people going missing at night. You could even say this was the last meal before hitting the road. Is this what you're giving us to eat? Many people glared at Wang Shufei with resentment, thinking he was hoarding the food and deliberately not giving them anything. That Minister Qian was holding over a dozen pieces of chocolate, and even the woman beside him had quite a bit. What about the others? Just a small piece for each person. Why should it be like this? Captain Wang, is today's lunch just 1 piece of chocolate? We brought a lot of supplies before, so we should be able to eat well for several days, right? And now it's all gone. The supplies I brought should be enough for me to last 5 days. Captain Wang, do you not plan to explain this? Why should my supplies be shared with others? What's all the noise about? We're all part of the same convoy. Isn't it right to share the supplies? Exactly. You're a grown man with arms and legs. If you're hungry, go find food outside. Why are you making a fuss here? Wang Shufei was accompanying Minister Qian, leisurely savoring a piece of chocolate. He chose to ignore what the others were saying. Could he be blamed for this? For the next 3 days, food would be distributed fairly, but there was only that little bit of food for the convoy. At first, everyone thought the Hope convoy was quite promising, but now, one by one, they started to complain. That little bit of chocolate was their last food, and after eating it, they would have to find a way to get food. Quick, go look outside. The survival law convoy is frying meat, and it smells so good. Suddenly, someone ran in from outside. At the moment the door opened, the smell of meat wafted in along with the coldness of the heavy rain. In an instant, everyone was drawn by the aroma of the meat. They felt that the chocolate in their hands was nothing but trash. Gulp. The sound of people swallowing saliva could be heard as many stood up and went to the door to peek outside. Under the rain shelter, bowls of meat dishes were placed over rice, and the people from the survival law convoy were eating with grease on their mouths. Xiao Wang, I want to eat meat. Go bring me a bowl, Minister Qian said in a tone that suggested it was only natural. We're all human. Let those people from the convoy be sensible and share some food with everyone. Once we get to the north, I will report their merits to the higher-ups. Wang Shufei was taken aback for a moment. He too was tempted by the smell of the meat. But his rationality told him not to seek out the survival law people. That group was definitely not easy to deal with, not to mention others. That captain alone had 2 strange items, which definitely meant he was not someone to provoke. The other 2 were the same, especially that white-haired, weak man. The chainsaw he carried was also a strange item. Provoking this person could lead to trouble for him. And the other 3 people from his own convoy had already chosen to leave the Hope convoy. They no longer had any advantage here, relying solely on himself. It was uncertain whether he could survive. Quick, look, is that Shin Qingqing? She actually brought a bowl of meat and rice, eating it with grease all over her mouth. What a waste. And that Wang Ming, is he eating with a metal basin? If shared, it could fill several people up. Why do they get to eat while we can't? Exactly. We're all humans. We should ask them for food. They should share some with us. The crowd watched as the meat dishes were being served, feeling a deep sense of resentment. It seemed in their eyes that meat was meant for them, and now it was being taken away by others. With the first person leading the charge, others followed suit, all rushing to the rain shelter. Even Wang Shufei joined in. He didn't dare to go alone, but being with a crowd gave him courage. The women serving food under the rain shelter saw this scene and quickly picked up lids to cover the prepared meals. The other men from the convoy immediately stood up, grabbed their weapons, and rushed over to block the front of the rain shelter. Meals could wait, but they had to stop the disturbance. Lin Yi, seeing this scene, felt a spark of interest and crouched down to get out of the car and came over to the rain shelter. Captain Lu Chuan and Ji Qingsong also hurried over, staring at the group from the Hope convoy with unfriendly expressions. What do you want? What are you doing? Lu Chuan shouted through a loudspeaker, amplifying his voice 5 times, making it feel incredibly stimulating, causing the people from the Hope convoy to hesitate to approach. Wow, this loudspeaker can be used as a weapon too? We want to eat. Someone in the crowd shouted, immediately igniting the shouts of others. Even as everyone stood in the rain, they had no intention of leaving. We want to eat. You must distribute food to us. Exactly, we're all humans. Why do you get to eat so well? It's simply wasteful. If it's shared equally, everyone can survive. You are selfish. Minister Qian is a leader. He can report you when he goes to the north. Quick, bring out all your food. Let Captain Wang distribute it uniformly. And those extraordinary individuals, you shouldn't eat either. Think of a way to take us away from here. Listening to the crowd's unreasonable demands. Not just Lin Yi and Ji Qingsong, even Lu Chuan, the kind-hearted leader of the convoy, couldn't help but be amused. Fair distribution? Extraordinary individuals can't eat? Has your brain been smoothed out to say such completely nonsensical things? Lu Chuan was too lazy to argue with these people and instead turned to Wang Shufei, the leader of the Hope convoy. Captain Wang, is it your intention to surround us with your people? Captain Li, we are all human. It's not easy for anyone right now. To survive, you should be more magnanimous, Wang Shufei replied with a warm smile. Besides, you have quite a bit of food here. It wouldn't hurt to bring it out for fair distribution, right? The Hope convoy had always been about fair distribution. This way, everyone could have a chance to survive. Lu Chuan hadn't had the chance to scold anyone yet when Shin Qingqing stepped forward first. Shut up, Wang Shufei, have some self-respect. Shin Qingqing pointed at Wang Shufei and scolded. We are both convoys on the run. The other convoy has its own rules where everyone is self-reliant, and supplies are obtained through their own efforts. If they don't have supplies, they can only go hungry. And look at the Hope convoy. There is no hope at all. Chapter 35, Bullying the Weak? Not afraid of death. Being publicly scolded like this made Wang Shufei feel quite embarrassed. After all, he was also the captain of a convoy, and the person scolding him was from his own convoy. Seeing the looks of the people around him, Wang Shufei forced himself to reply. Shin Qingqing, what qualifications do you have to criticize me? When you were in the convoy, did we give you less to eat or drink? Humph, the supplies my sister and I brought were enough for us to eat for a week, and what happened? You distributed the supplies to show off and made us protect this group of useless people. If it weren't for the usefulness of your extraordinary status, do you think we would follow your orders? As soon as these words were spoken, Wang Shufei's face turned completely red. Among the crowd, a plump woman immediately stood next to Wang Shufei. What nonsense are you talking about? Without Captain Wang leading the way, you and your sister would have died a long time ago. How could you have survived until now? This aunt clearly excels at talking, and immediately opened her mouth, What a white-eyed wolf. Now that we have no supplies, you just abandon us. When their convoy runs out of supplies, will you abandon them too? You're talking nonsense. Shin Qingqing was no match for this ant, and immediately drew her sword to take action. But instead of being afraid, the ant stretched her neck and leaned closer. Come on, try to move me. Do you know killing is against the law? If you have the guts, just kill me. And for you people in this convoy, today we need to eat. You either kill us, or give us all your food. If we can't live well, then no one should expect to live well. Faced with this ant's unreasonable troublemaking, Shin Qingqing found herself at a loss with her sword. She didn't know whether to stab or not. The people from the Hope Convoy, seeing this, became even bolder and moved closer. Some even tried to squeeze in to grab food. They were confident that the other side wouldn't dare to kill, which gave them the audacity to act so recklessly. Hey, newcomers, let me teach you a lesson today. Lin Yi picked up a kitchen knife from the table and slowly walked over to Shin Qingqing. Smiling as he said, in the apocalypse, laws no longer exist. Anyone who tries to rob us should be treated like livestock. Saying this, Lin Yi cheerfully approached and then raised the kitchen knife, swinging it down towards the ant's head. Thud! With just one strike, the ant's head was cleaved open by the knife. The terrifying force drove the blade deep into her skull. As the knife was pulled out, blood splattered everywhere, completely terrifying the people from the Hope Convoy. He killed someone. He killed someone. How dare this white-haired madman? Killing is illegal. Isn't he afraid of being shot? Amidst the screams and chaos, the crowd quickly retreated, fearing they would be targeted by Lin Yi. The splattered blood made Shin Qingqing widen her eyes. This is a life. How could he dare to do this? Rob? I'm watching you rob right now. This rice was taken out by me. Come and try to rob it. Lin Yi approached with the kitchen knife, step by step forcing the people from the Hope Convoy to retreat. Not coming. Bullying the weak and fearing the strong. I thought you were tougher than this. Isn't there a lot of you? Come on. I love it when there are many of you. Let us see if my sequence of the extraordinary can kill this group of ordinary people. Did I give you face? Each of you came to rob my stuff. Do you know what happened to the last person who tried to rob me? I've never hesitated when killing weirdos, yet you doubt that I dare to kill? Why don't you come and try? Just like that, with one person per knife, the hundreds of people from the Hope Convoy were too scared to approach. Some even ran back into the service station. It wasn't until Lin Yi stood alone in the rain, holding the kitchen knife, blocking the entrance of the service station, that the people from the Hope Convoy finally calmed down. Wang Shufei, keep your people in line. This is the last time I'm reminding you. Lin Yi raised the kitchen knife, pointing it at Wang Shufei inside the door, and coldly said, in the apocalypse, laws no longer exist. If you dare to harass us again, next time I want to be using a kitchen knife. His soul-eating saw could devour souls. And the more it devoured, the greater its power. He had previously slaughtered everyone from the Queen's convoy. Now, he could slaughter the people from the Hope Convoy as well. You madman. Wang Shufei was scared out of his wits and could only curse silently inside. Lin Yi, however, laughed and grinned. You probably don't know my sequence. Do you? I'm from the criminal sequence, an extraordinary sequence. This world has already changed. It's survival of the fittest. Lin Yi laughed as he turned and left, casting a disdainful glance at Wang Shufei as he left. Listening to ordinary people is a sure path to death. And you, still hoping for the Hope Convoy? It's the end of the world, and you talk to me about hope? Lin Yi walked back to the rain shelter, throwing the kitchen knife at Shin Qingqing's feet, who was in a daze. Swordmaster, your sword hasn't even been sharpened, has it? Coming back to her senses, Shin Qingqing bit her lip tightly, holding her sword and not uttering a word. Her sister, Shin Chuchu, and Wang Ming stood on the other side, also silent. They knew that Lin Yi's words were also directed at them. Sister-in-law, give me another bowl. I'm still hungry. Lin Yi said with a smile as he approached Lu Man. Lu Man smiled and served him another bowl, saying, eat more. I made quite a bit this time. And I added some more meat for you. Thanks, sister-in-law. Lin Yi smiled, took his iron basin, and cheerfully walked towards his BMW X7. After he left, Lu Chuan stepped forward and said, you all need to adapt. The road ahead will become increasingly difficult. Killing is only a matter of time. Captain Lu, have you ever killed anyone? Wang Ming asked with a slight frown. No. Lu Chuan shook his head and said, but I was present when Lin Yi killed someone for the first time. He vomited for half a day. However, the next day, when he killed again, he had completely gotten used to it. Concerned that the three might have any ill thoughts about Lin Yi, Ji Qingsong also approached at this moment. If the convoy wanted to go further, they needed someone like Lin Yi to step up. Ji Qingsong explained, everyone will gradually get used to it. After all, I've helped Lin Yi kill before. It's people like him who are more suited for this apocalyptic world. Ever since he had interacted with Lin Yi, he knew Lin Yi was an absolutely rational person. Surviving was his bottom line. Once someone touched his bottom line, he would make the most rational decision without hesitation. They were still in the stage of adapting to the apocalypse, but Lin Yi had already begun to enjoy the apocalyptic world. Chapter 36. Gentle Sister, wielding the knife online. After finishing their meal, Lu Chuan gathered the extraordinary sequences of the convoy together. Now their convoy was quite strong, with a total of 6 extraordinary sequences. Definitely considered a powerful convoy. The current situation was somewhat tricky, whether by car or on foot. They couldn't leave this service area. Can anyone think of any other solutions? Lu Chuan and the others sat under the rain shelter, beginning to discuss the situation of this service area. Lin Yi sat on the side, lit a cigarette, and leisurely said, I had a guess before. Now there are only 2 possibilities. Oh, the few people were immediately intrigued. First, that eerie existence follows a specific set of rules, which is the main reason we cannot leave. The second, the entire service area can be considered a weirdness. We are now within this weird body. Upon hearing these 2 guesses, everyone's heart sank at that moment. Because no matter which it was, they were in a passive situation. And they hadn't even seen that eerie face. It's easy to imagine how troublesome their situation was. If it's the first, then according to the news from the Hope Convoy, the disappearances at night are affected by some kind of rule. Perhaps we should keep an eye on it at night. Lin Yi explained calmly. If it's the second, then everyone really needs to be prepared to wait for death. Exactly. Once the entire service area was a weird body, they could be said to be in absolute danger. As long as the weirdness didn't let them go, they would have to wait to die here. With no other choice. Let us keep an eye on it tonight, Lu Chuan pondered. Then let us temporarily assume it's one of the 2 scenarios Lin mentioned. Everyone should rest for now and prepare to stay up all night. Okay, I'll go tell my wife and kids. Ji Qingcong knew that the current situation was very tricky. They had to be prepared for the worst. If what Lin Yi said really came true, then this place would become their burial ground. Shin Qingqing, Shin Chuchu, and Wang Ming also drove their vehicles over and parked them next to the survival law team. Wang Ming's vehicle was a delivery truck filled with supplies he had collected. Although the driver's seat felt a bit cramped for him, it was enough for him to step on the gas. Once he confirmed that there was nothing going on, Wang Ming lay down and fell asleep in the truck's cargo area. Despite looking like a rough man, he had arranged the cargo area very well. There was a desk lamp, a table, and a bed, making it look like a small bedroom. Even Lin Yi couldn't help but feel envious. In contrast, Shin Qingqing and Shin Chuchu did not rest. Instead, they were discussing sharpening their swords. Today's events made them realize what the true dangers of the apocalypse were. When facing human nature, if they wanted to survive, they had to bring out real weapons. Sharpening their swords was their best choice. Initially, they believed that the swords in their hands could be used to threaten and intimidate others. Now, it seemed that was not enough. To make others fear and dread them. The best way was to let them know that they would act ruthlessly, even to the point of killing. Why do people fear Lin Yi? It's because they know he will not hold back. When he strikes hard, and once weapons are drawn, it must be to the death of the opponent. Qingqing, are you really planning to do this? Shin Chuchu nervously clutched her knife and said, we actually have other choices, like helping out or something. There's no need to take this step, right? I have no other choice. You're too gentle, but I must stand up. Shin Qingqing said as she stood up and walked outside, heading towards the place where the bodies had been discarded. There. The body of the woman she had argued with earlier lay on the ground. Shin Qingqing knew exactly what she had to do. If she couldn't even bring herself to strike a corpse, then there was no point in talking about killing. Although the survival law team seemed to treat them well, the second rule of the team was aimed at them. If they could not show their value, then there was no need to receive special privileges. If Shin Chuchu was not suited to step up, then it was up to her, as the older sister, to take that step. The long sword scraped across the damp ground, sending sparks flying. They didn't have a whetstone. The swords they held were taken from a craft shop in a tourist area. But sharpening them on the ground was better than leaving them dull. Once the edges were sharpened enough, Shin Qingqing finally stood up and looked at the corpse. The old woman's head bore the marks of a kitchen knife, her eyes wide open, staring straight ahead, giving off a feeling of dying with eyes wide open. Shin Qingqing stood by the corpse for a long time. Even when the rain fell on her, she did not raise her hand. Was she afraid to strike? Did she lack the courage to act against a corpse? At that moment, a knife came down beside her, swiftly and accurately slicing towards the corpse's neck. Turning her head, Shin Chuchu looked at her sister with a gentle smile. Qingqing, if you're afraid to act, then let me do it. I can protect you. She gripped the knife handle tightly, not trembling at all, and steadily struck the corpse in front of her. That once delicate smile now appeared terrifying. Shin Qingqing glanced at the sword in her hand, gritted her teeth, and followed her sister in striking down. The two of them stood together in the rain. repeatedly striking the corpse before them. Even as the body on the ground became unrecognizable, they showed no signs of stopping. The people in the team watched this scene, feeling a mix of awe and caution towards the beautiful sisters. They were pretty, but their ruthlessness, even towards a corpse, was somewhat dangerous. Lu Chuan and Ji Qingsong exchanged glances, but showed no intention of intervening. They both understood how difficult it was for women in this apocalypse. If they couldn't rely on strength to speak for them, the final outcome would be like Su Xiaohan, disappearing forever from this world. Although Su Xiaohan was a good knife wielder, her strength was average, which is why she remained forever in Guangming Town. Lin Yi glanced at the rearview mirror and then lay back in the driver's seat with a smile, resting. These two sisters were quite interesting. They could add 2 more fighters to the team. At present, only Wang Ming was still unaware of the specific situation. What kind of ability was his giant sequence? Could it make his body grow larger? Chapter 37. A strange appearance. Choose one of 3. As night fell, the service area fell into a dead silence. Darkness swallowing the entire area like an endless abyss. Beneath the silence, the sound of light rain pattered on the roofs of the vehicles, making it hard for anyone to sleep peacefully. In the survival law team, Ji Qingsong and Wang Ming stood under umbrellas, keeping watch on either side. Shen Qingqing and Shun Chuchu stayed under the rain shelter, holding their swords and watching the darkness outside. On top of the delivery truck, Lin Yi, carrying the soul-devouring saw and holding a black umbrella, quietly observed the surroundings from the darkness. Lu Chuan glanced at Wang Gui, who had fallen asleep in the driver's seat, and took out the passive gourd, using the pink mist to observe the Hope team inside the service station. Tonight was destined to be a sleepless night. Everyone was on high alert. Someone would go missing tonight. Only by figuring out what was happening could they truly leave this damned place. Time passed second by second. And even though the Hope team had arranged for people to keep watch, they ultimately dozed off due to physical and mental exhaustion. Lu Chuan focused on everyone in the screen, not daring to miss any details. In the Hope team, small groups of people had already fallen asleep. Even the night watch was leaning against the wall or door, their eyelids drooping as they fell into a deep sleep. And at this moment, in the image displayed by the passive gourd, a transparent figure began to ripple into existence. Old Lin, Lu Chuan shouted towards the outside. Inside, there's a strange entity that can become invisible, right behind Wang Xufei. Hearing this, Lin Yi dropped the umbrella in his hand, leapt down, and unsheathed the soul-devouring saw from his back, charging out without hesitation. The others were caught off guard, not reacting in time. Was he really charging in? Wasn't he going to plan first? Transforming into a polar bear, Ji Qingsong smiled and explained, "Don't worry, Lin Yi is from the criminal sequence. He is not that easy to kill. He knows how to deal with the strange entities. Are we not going to help?" Wang Ming scratched his head, awkwardly asking. "I'm worried something might happen to him alone. We need someone to keep watch here." Ji Qingsong was very confident in Lin Yi's strength, smiling. "As long as it's not a level 2 strange entity, Lin Yi can handle it alone." After saying that, he began to look around, becoming vigilant about the surroundings. Meanwhile, Lin Yi had already rushed into the service station with the soul-devouring saw in hand, accompanied by the roar of a beast. The terrifying noise immediately startled everyone inside the service station. They all looked at Lin Yi, who was holding the saw, with fear in their eyes. What was he planning to do in the middle of the night? Was he going to kill them all? After rushing in, Lin Yi ran directly towards Wang Xufei, the flaming chainsaw in his hand, making Wang Xufei's scalp tingle. As the saw blade approached him, his legs began to tremble uncontrollably. Kolini walked past him with a chainsaw in hand, standing behind him and looking around. Behind Wang Xufei were Minister Qian and his woman. The two were huddled together, staring in fear at Lin Yi, who was holding the chainsaw. They knew that the person in front of them was a madman willing to kill, so they did not dare provoke him easily and could only slowly move backward. "What do you want to do?" Wang Xufei hurriedly got up and quickly distanced himself from Lin Yi. Lin Yi did not notice the so-called invisible entity and turned to shout outside, "Captain Liu, where is that entity now?" As his voice fell, the people in the Hope convoy became increasingly terrified. Was there an entity among them just now? That meant they had almost died. Wang Xufei realized that the entity had been right behind him and was probably intending to attack him. At that moment, Lu Chuan rushed in, holding his loudspeaker, and the gourd at his waist slowly emitted pink smoke that surrounded his body. It disappeared the moment you went in. It detected you. Lu Chuan quickly approached Lin Yi, shining his flashlight down at Lin Yi's feet. He saw a sticky, transparent liquid under Lin Yi. But it seemed that only this small area had liquid. There was none elsewhere. The entity seemed to have only appeared in this small spot. Lin Yi looked at the transparent liquid beneath him thoughtfully, then glanced at the crowd in front of him, silently turned, and walked outside. Lu Chuan followed him and left as well. Wang Shufei intended to ask something, but seeing the two just walk away, he didn't know what to do. After going outside, the two walked toward the direction of the convoy. What now? Lu Chuan asked in a low voice. We can confirm that it's not the worst-case scenario. This entity can be invisible and likely has a connection to a person. Lin Yi's voice was deep. Either it can take on a human form, or it's hiding on someone's body, but we can be sure that Wang Meng and the other two have nothing to do with the entity. That's good. Although Lu Chuan had agreed to let the three join the convoy, as the captain, he also had to take responsibility. So during dinner, he specifically approached Lin Yi to help keep an eye on the three, especially at night. Now that he learned the three had nothing to do with the entity, he also breathed a sigh of relief. With so many people in the Hope convoy, they couldn't possibly kill them one by one, right? Lu Chuan knew that Lin Yi could be unscrupulous to achieve his goals. From Lin Yi's perspective, killing everyone in the Hope convoy would be the best solution. He even believed Lin Yi would definitely do that. But Lin Yi shook his head. No need to kill them all. That puddle of sticky liquid already says it all. Wang Shufei? Lu Chuan's eyes widened suddenly. Not necessarily him. Lin Yi pondered. And the two people behind him, Minister Qian and his woman, all three of them are suspicious. When I went over, there were only 3 people in that spot. The sticky liquid can be confirmed to be from the entity. That means the entity appeared near them and also disappeared from that spot. What is going on? Ji Qingsong, still in his transformed state, asked in the form of a giant bear. Lin Yi shook his head and looked at Wang Meng, Shen Qingqing, and Shen Chuchu. Do you remember the location where the entity appeared while you were resting inside? The location where the entity appeared? Wang Meng and the others looked confused, completely not understanding Lin Yi's meaning. Lu Chuan explained from the side. It's when the people from the Hope convoy went missing. Who were they with? This time the 3 understood, and they began to frown and recall. Wang Meng spoke first. On the first night, a young woman and a couple went missing. They were all sitting by the window. I was at the door keeping watch, and when I turned back, they were gone. Who were they with? Lin Yi immediately pressed on. 2 college students, and the auntie who was killed during the day, along with Minister Qian and his woman. Wang Meng thought hard, and then confirmed. At that time, there were only those few people. Others were quite far from them. Minister Qian and his woman. Wasn't he Wang Shufei with them? Lin Yi continued to ask. Captain Wang Shufei was with me keeping watch, Wang Meng said. We took turns watching. And the next night, it was the Shen sisters. So Wang Shufei was with Wang Meng at that time, making it impossible for him to be a suspect. The biggest suspicion was still on Minister Qian and his woman, right? What about the second night? Lin Yi shifted his gaze to the Shen sisters. Shen Qingqing directly explained. The incident on the second night happened near the stairway. Chu and I were at the door, and 5 employees went missing. She knew Lin Yi wanted to ask about Wang Shufei's location and took the initiative to explain. Captain Wang wasn't at the stairway. He and Wang Meng were resting in the middle. What about Minister Qian and his woman? Lin Yi immediately asked again. They? I didn't pay attention to where they were resting that night, Shen Qingqing said. At the stairway. I remember clearly. Qingqing, you forgot. But Minister Qian said something about forming a convoy and wanted us to join them. What Shen Qingqing couldn't remember, Shen Chuchu recalled clearly. The people at the stairway were all those willing to follow Minister Qian to form a new convoy. Hearing this, Lin Yi looked at Lu Chuan and nodded, indicating it was enough. The situation changed from 3 choices to 2. The entity must be among Minister Qian and his woman. But Lu Chuan still uncertainly asked, what about last night? Were Minister Qian and his woman still resting together? Last night, we didn't rest. The 4 of us were keeping watch in 4 corners, and there were even people helping to keep watch, yet someone still went missing, right in front of us. Shen Qingqing seemed to remember something terrifying. Shen Chuchu and Wang Meng felt the same. The 2 were terrified by the sight of a living person disappearing before their eyes. What about Minister Qian and his woman? Lin Yi gritted his teeth and asked. I don't know. Shen Qingqing shook her head. We were all scared by the bizarre scene. So we didn't notice Minister Qian and his woman. They seemed to be resting with Captain Wang. Wang Meng suddenly spoke. Since that incident happened, they've been staying by Captain Wang's side. Ji Qingsong also understood what Lin Yi and Lu Chuan meant. They had found the entity, and it was related to a person. The ones they suspected were naturally Minister Qian and his woman. Otherwise, they wouldn't keep asking. Lin Yi took a deep breath, gripping the soul-biting saw as he turned and said, Let's go. It's better to kill mistakenly than to let go. I'll personally see them off. Seeing Lin Yi walking toward the service station, Ji Qingsong and the others looked at Lu Chuan, waiting for him to give them a response. Lu Chuan sighed and said, That anomaly appeared tonight. Old Lin suspects that either the anomaly has turned into a human or someone is helping the anomaly. Old Lin and I suspect Wang Shufei, Minister Qian, and his girlfriend. It seems that Wang Shufei should be fine now. Minister Qian and his girlfriend? Shen Qingqing exclaimed, gripping the long sword tightly. That's right. They were all present when the incident occurred. Ji Qingsong furrowed his brows and said in a deep voice, Team Lu, you go help out. I'll stay behind to keep an eye on the situation with the convoy to prevent any unexpected incidents. Someone must watch over the convoy. Ji Qingsong's steady personality made him the most suitable for the task. Wang Ming and the Shin sisters followed Lu Chuan towards the service station. Inside the service station, everyone was already on edge because of Lin Yi's intrusion in search of the anomaly, fearing that the anomaly would appear next to them. Before long, Lin Yi returned with the soul-cutting saw, scaring everyone away from him. Seeing Lin Yi come back, Wang Shufei couldn't help but step forward and asked, Brother, do you know the location of that anomaly? Get lost. Lin Yi pushed Wang Shufei away and darkly approached Minister Qian and his girlfriend. The soul-cutting saw let out a terrifying roar, flames igniting at that moment. And the massive saw blade came to a halt right in front of Minister Qian and his girlfriend. What do you want? Minister Qian shouted in terror. I'm a public official. You can't kill me. If you kill me, you'll regret it. This is illegal. Trampling on the law is a dead end. Enough with the law talk at this moment. Lin Yi glared at Minister Qian and his girlfriend, sneering, no matter whether you are an anomaly or related to one. If you affect my survival, then you must die. What? Minister Qian and the others are anomalies? The people in the service station panicked, crowding towards the exit. Afraid of being dragged into the chaos, Lin Yi showed no intention of holding back. The soul-cutting saw pressed directly against Minister Qian's neck. Sizzling sounds echoed as the sharp blade sliced through Minister Qian's neck, sending his head rolling off, blood splattering everywhere. Looking at the fallen corpse, Lin Yi knew that Minister Qian was not the anomaly. With that, Lin Yi's gaze fell on the woman with fiery red lips beside him. At that moment, Lin Yi felt a sudden tightness around his ankle, his body being yanked back and falling due to inertia. In front of everyone, a slimy tentacle wrapped around Lin Yi's right leg, oozing out from under the woman's skirt. Anomaly. It's an anomaly. Run. Someone in the crowd shouted, immediately alarming everyone to rush towards the exit in a panic. But from beneath the woman's skirt, more slimy tentacles spread out, directly grabbing at the people around, ensnaring several in the blink of an eye. Run? The woman smirked, her eyes swirling with a strange dark green as she licked her lips. I'm about to break through. Just one more person to eat, and I can take that step. Her fierce gaze fell on Lin Yi, who was suspended by the tentacles. It's all your fault. Originally, Minister Qian was supposed to disappear tonight, but you had to come out and meddle. You're not an anomaly, even suspended in midair. Lin Yi was curious about this woman's situation. The tentacles seemed to emerge from her lower body, but she could speak directly without being detected by the Watcher, clearly indicating that she was not a simple anomaly. Anomaly? If I were an anomaly, do you think Captain Wang Wunti have noticed me? The woman smirked, proudly stating, I may not be a sequence extraordinary, but I can obtain the abilities that a sequence extraordinary possesses, and I can even become stronger. If I eat all of you, I could even become a being comparable to a level 3 anomaly. Who could stop me then? I ate an anomaly's flesh, and I found that I could coexist with anomalies, even gaining extraordinary abilities. The reason you can't escape is because of my hunting domain. Here, you will all become my food. This world is beyond saving. Only people like me can survive. Coexisting with anomalies is the true evolution. And you are destined to become my delicacies. Chapter 39, Lu Chuan. Come on, I can do it. Coexisting with anomalies? To be honest, when Lin Yi heard those words, his expression darkened. What kind of thought process leads someone to consider sharing a body with an anomaly? Most importantly, eating the flesh of an anomaly could allow one to coexist with them, enabling an anomaly to survive in another form. It could even be said to become an anomaly. In this state of coexistence, humans could also gain certain extraordinary abilities, just like the current situation. In this so-called hunting domain, as long as the woman in front of them did not intend to let them go, they would not be able to escape. The only way out was probably to kill her. Since it was coexistence, it was likely that if the human died, the anomaly would die as well. Eating the flesh of an anomaly was not something unacceptable. Lin Yi could understand that. After all, when a person is hungry, it's hard to control their thoughts. Not to mention an anomaly, even a corpse could become food. At that moment, Lin Yi's skin began to show a hint of orange red, and the soul-cutting saw in his hand erupted with terrifying flames. The soul-cutting saw emitted a beast-like roar. As Lin Yi bent forward in midair, the saw blade cut down towards the tentacle around his ankle. The moment it made contact, the tentacle was easily sliced through. Lin Yi's body fell from midair. The woman, in pain, glared at Lin Yi with resentment, as more slimy tentacles surged from her lower body, and she even tore off her own dress. In the moment she revealed her perfect figure, her skin and the tentacles turned transparent. As the other tentacles grabbed those trying to escape, with the tentacles retracting, the person was dragged up. Immediately after, amidst the person's screams, the tentacles pulled them directly toward the woman's body. Because it was transparent, Lin Yi could only see the person being pulled out of sight in midair. After eating one person, Lin Yi could clearly feel that the anomaly's aura had intensified, even stronger than all the level 1 anomalies he had encountered before. He couldn't let her eat anymore, otherwise, he would become food himself. Seeing the woman about to consume another person, Lin Yi immediately swung the soul-cutting saw towards the tentacle. Unexpectedly, the woman had long been on guard against Lin Yi. A tentacle transformed into a whip and fiercely struck Lin Yi's back. Crack! Lin Yi was caught off guard and was sent flying. At the moment he crashed into the glass, it shattered completely, and he rolled out among the glass shards. This was troublesome. He couldn't solve this alone. He needed help. Lin Yi initially thought he could quickly end this, but now it seemed he had been overly confident. Old Lin, Lu Chuan, and the others rushed over, anxiously looking at Lin Yi, whose face was covered in glass shards. Although they knew the anomaly was between Minister Qian and his girlfriend, they didn't expect even someone as strong as Lin Yi would be beaten like this. The woman and the anomaly coexist. We can't get out because she has gained extraordinary abilities from the coexistence. We must not let her continue eating people, or we will all die here. Lin Yi held the soul-cutting saw in one hand, his expression dark as he said, I don't care what you all think. I absolutely will not wait passively to die. Even if it means sacrificing some people, I don't care. I only care about whether I can survive. His selfish words left Lu Chuan and the others momentarily stunned. Thinking about it, the first thing to consider in the apocalypse is oneself. Only by surviving can one find a way to care for those around them. If the other party threatens their lives, they can only take them down first. Together. Lu Chuan was the first to step forward and said in a deep voice, I might not be able to move later, old Lin. Throw me out like a hidden weapon. With the passive gourd, I won't be in any danger. Good. Lin Yi immediately grinned while holding the chainsaw. This thing is now transparent, making it even harder to find its position at night. Have the convoy turn on their headlights. All aim this way. Even if we can see a silhouette, that would be good. I'm going to notify them. Shen Qingqing knew time couldn't be wasted. The sooner, the better. Watching her sister leave, Shen Chuchu smiled gently, slowly drawing her knife, and said softly, Then let's go together. I don't want anything to happen to everyone. Although my sister has a bad personality, I still want to protect her well. As soon as she finished speaking, she smiled and charged forward with her knife. Showing no signs of fear, this scene left Lin Yi dumbfounded. Wait, is this girl really that fierce? 1 second, she was smiling and talking gently to you. And the next, she charges in with a knife to attack the strange being? Has she always been like this? Lin Yi couldn't help but turn to ask. Wang Ming frowned and shook his head. I'm not sure. I haven't known her for long, but she shouldn't be like this usually. Stop dawdling. I'm ready. Lu Chuan stood behind the two with a defiant posture. If it weren't for knowing the passive gourd's properties, Lin Yi would have kicked Lu Chuan away. Damn. This is really over the top. Old Wang, you're strong. Just throw him like a hidden weapon towards the strange being. Lin Yi shouted to Wang Ming, while he himself charged in with the soul-eating saw. He really didn't want to deal with Lu Chuan. It was a physical aversion. Wang Ming stared at Lu Chuan in that position, a glint of excitement flashing in his eyes. Then he couldn't help but swallow hard. Hurry. Lu Chuan couldn't move now and could only make sounds. He didn't know what was happening behind him, but hearing Lin Yi's words before leaving, he immediately urged Wang Ming. Wang Ming came back to his senses and activated his ability. His originally 2.5-meter tall frame immediately swelled up again. He stopped at about 4 meters tall. Then his massive hand swept over, grabbing Lu Chuan with one hand. In the next moment, Lu Chuan transformed into a cannonball, launching towards the transparent figure that flashed by in the service station. Captain Lu, it's up to you. Lu Chuan wanted to curse, but the terrifying force made him understand what it meant to break the air. At that moment, he couldn't even speak. Tears and snot began to flow uncontrollably, and his body spun as he crashed into the strange being. The female strange being wanted to eat other people, but Lin Yi and Shen Chuchu charged out one after the other. Seizing the opportunity, they rescued the captured individuals one by one, and the transparent tentacles were cut off. The female strange being was thoroughly enraged, roaring as she tried to rush outside, planning to eat more people to break through. But at that moment, Lu Chuan, transformed into a hidden weapon, smashed in with unstoppable momentum. Chapter 40. Eliminate the strange symbiotic entity. The advantage of the giant sequence. Bang. Lu Chuan, transformed into a hidden weapon, collided directly with the female strange being, sending her flying. Even Lin Yi was momentarily stunned, turning to look at the terrifying figure outside that resembled a small giant. Wow, is this the giant sequence? It's ridiculously powerful. Old Lin. Luchuan's body was still bent. When he hit the ground, he lay still and could only make sounds. Lin Yi, regaining his senses, seized the moment, raising the soul-eating saw and leaping up. Although the female strange being was transparent, Lin Yi could still discern her approximate position. Moreover, so many slimy tentacles spreading out further exposed her location. Shen Chuchu smiled gently, then leaped up, twirling her knife in midair, creating a visible blade aura that appeared like a lotus. This was one of her extraordinary abilities from the swordsman sequence, the blade lotus. It could quickly condense blade aura into a lotus. With a downward attack method, the moment it landed, the lotus exploded into countless blade-like fragments, shooting out across the ground. In just a moment, the female strange being shrieked repeatedly, her swinging tentacles being cut and injured. Although it couldn't sever like Lin Yi, causing injury was already quite impressive. It's important to note that the female strange being in front of them was about to reach level 2. Lin Yi aimed the soul-eating saw at the female strange being's transparent body. The terrifying saw blade spun wildly, landing on her abdomen and instantly eviscerating her. The pain-stricken female strange being screamed, swinging a multitude of tentacles in an attempt to knock Lin Yi away. Seeing this, Lin Yi didn't entangle with her. He yanked up the soul-eating saw and turned to run. Having been eviscerated, she was considered severely injured. To be cautious, it was best to retreat first. There was no need to risk injury to ensure the other party's death. In the apocalypse, once injured, one could easily find themselves attacked from all sides. Shen Chuchu held her knife in one hand, a gentle smile permanently gracing her soft cheeks. What's happening? Is she dead? Not yet. Lin Yi caught a glimpse of the headlights gathering behind him, then focused on the writhing tentacles in front of him, his brow furrowing tightly. For some reason, this strange being seemed to be more troublesome than he had anticipated. Now that there were no people left at the service station, it was impossible for her to eat anyone. Moreover, with Lin Yi and Shen Chuchu here, plus Wang Meng and Shen Qingqing outside, the advantage clearly lay with them. Lin, brother, is that strange being dead? Wang Shufei, seeing that there was no movement inside, hurried over. He just wanted to confirm the result. Minister Qian was already dead. He had to be prepared for what came next, especially since he still had to lead people north. Not dead yet. Lin Yi looked at the approaching Wang Shufei and frowned. You need to tell your convoy not to come over, just in case, before he could finish. A terrified scream came from the female strange being. Old Lin, help. Oh no, I forgot about Luchuan. Lin Yi slapped his forehead and hurriedly looked toward Luchuan's position, only to find he had already been ensnared by the tentacles. Moreover, he was being pulled toward the strange being's body. Strike. Although he knew Luchuan wouldn't die in this situation, it was crucial to strike now and take the strange being's life. The tentacles were almost all around Luchuan, giving Lin Yi the perfect opportunity to strike the female strange being again. But just as Lin Yi got close, the female strange being revealed her true form. Although it was only a head, her vengeful eyes fixed on Lin Yi, wishing to tear him to pieces. Yet Lin Yi remained calm, approaching with the soul-eating saw. At that moment, another scream rang out from the entrance. Turning to look, Wang Shufei, that fool, had also been ensnared by the tentacles, and he was being pulled into the strange being's body as well. In fact, he was being pulled in faster than Luchuan. Don't let him get eaten. Lin Yi immediately understood the strange being's intent and shouted, Kill him. A dead person has no effect on this strange being. As soon as these words were shouted, Shen Chuchu immediately drew her knife and charged forward at high speed. Once again, a blade-like aura blossomed like a lotus. However, this time, the female anomaly was clearly prepared and took the opportunity to frantically swing her arms, dragging her body outwards. For the female anomaly, as long as she could consume just one more person, just one, she could become an anomaly comparable to a second level one. Lin Yi raised the soul-devouring saw, and without any hesitation swung it towards Wang Shufei's body. In an instant, the slimy tentacles wrapped around him were easily severed. Even Wang Shufei's body was split in two by the saw blade, blood splattering everywhere, making the transparent tentacles more distinct at that moment. She wanted to run. Help me. Old Wang. Lin Yi shouted to Wang Meng outside, while holding the soul-devouring saw. In his giant state, Wang Meng lunged at the female anomaly, his hands like a car, pressing her firmly to the ground. Then, he effortlessly swept his hands, capturing the female anomaly with ease. No matter how she struggled, she couldn't break free from Wang Meng's grip. The strength and physique of the giant Wang Meng were beyond that of ordinary people. Brother Lin, it's your turn. Wang Ming lifted his hands, presenting the anomaly directly in front of Lin Yi. The tentacles were still frantically whipping at Wang Ming's arms, but he seemed completely unfazed, feeling no pain at all. This scene made Lin Yi's scalp tingle. His criminal sequence also enhanced his physique. However, compared to the giant sequence, the gap was simply too large. Nevertheless, Lin Yi raised the soul-devouring saw again, and the sharp saw blade sliced downwards on the female anomaly's abdomen, easily splitting her in two. Wang Ming discarded the two halves of the corpse on the ground, and Lin Yi, for safety's sake, even stepped forward to finish her off with a blow to her head. Gray anomalous energy surged into Lin Yi's body, marking the end of the encounter. Old Lin, help. On the ground, Lu Chuan wailed. I'm stuck. Quickly pull me out and take the passive gourd from my arms. Shin Qingqing and Shin Chuchu stared at Lu Chuan with strange expressions. Captain Lu's current posture was quite undignified. Lin Yi cleared his throat and turned to say, Ahem. Can't you just retract the mist? Have you forgotten how to use the passive gourd? It's blocked. Lu Chuan shouted desperately. The tentacles are blocking the gourd's opening. I can't retract it. Hurry and help. Chapter 41. Promotion Sequence. Fallen Death Row Inmate. Lu Chuan did help this time, as he indeed attracted the attention of the anomalous symbiote. Lin Yi felt that after they dealt with the anomalous symbiote, they returned to the rain shelter of the convoy. The rain outside was still pouring, but they were drenched through, needing to change into dry clothes quickly, or else they would risk getting sick from their wet garments. In this apocalypse, getting sick could mean stepping onto a path of death. However, as soon as they arrived at the rain shelter, Lin Yi and the others saw several people lying on the ground, wailing. They were all from the Hope Convoy. Additionally, there was Ji Qingcang in his polar bear state standing by the edge of the rain shelter, vigilantly watching the people from the Hope Convoy. Old Ji, what's going on? Lin Yi didn't even bother to change his clothes and approached with the soul-devouring saw. I saw you all dealing with that anomaly, and some restless ones came up trying to steal our supplies. Ji Qingcang explained slowly. If I hadn't kept an eye out and stayed here, they probably would have succeeded in stealing. Stealing supplies? Heh. Lin Yi approached directly with the soul-devouring saw, which emitted a terrifying roar. Ji Qingcang ultimately wasn't ruthless enough. He only broke the limbs of these people. In Lin Yi's view, that wasn't enough to make them remember their lesson. Only by killing a batch would they realize how good it is to be alive and understand the rules of survival. Swoosh. The soul-devouring saw easily sliced through these people. The sharp saw blade effortlessly opened their bodies, killing them on the spot. After taking down the last person, Lin Yi's body suddenly stiffened for a moment, followed by an indescribable sense of comfort flooding through him. At the same time, the most crucial aspect was the manifestation of data. The data everyone could see now, whether it was the sequence name or the description of the anomalies, was influenced by the data sequence. The mysterious sequence, data, was the first to appear in this world and has provided convenience for many sequences. Now, Lin Yi saw the change in his sequence name. Originally, he was in the criminal sequence. Now, his sequence name was no longer criminal, but the higher level Fallen Death Row Inmate. He even gained an additional extraordinary ability, Fallen Act. After killing an anomaly, you can choose to become the killed anomaly, briefly possessing all abilities of that anomaly. If the number of falls exceeds 10 times, you will completely become an anomaly and cannot recover. This skill, to put it bluntly, allows transformation into an anomaly. Unlike Ji Qingcang's transformation into a polar bear, Lin Yi's skill enables him to directly transform into an anomaly and possess all of its abilities, even if only for a brief time, allowing him to blend into the anomaly community. The only drawback is the limit of 10 times. In other words, Lin Yi can only transform 10 times. After that, he would become an anomaly himself. Now, Lin Yi had successfully promoted, becoming the first person in the entire convoy to do so. His physical qualities significantly enhanced, and his new extraordinary ability was also remarkable. It can be said that he truly possessed the strength of the convoy's first combat power now. Old Lin, old Ji. Something's wrong. At this moment, Lu Chuan suddenly shouted, Everyone, get in the car, we need to leave here immediately. While speaking, Lu Chuan grabbed Wang Gui's collar, dragging him towards the convoy's vehicles. Seeing this, the others didn't dare to be careless and immediately rushed towards their own vehicles. Although they didn't know what was happening, Lu Chuan was not resting but choosing to flee, indicating that danger was approaching again. The anomalous symbiote had died, and the hunting domain was broken. Lu Chuan immediately sensed the sudden developments outside. Within 5 kilometers, 6 anomalies appeared, each with a strong aura, all heading towards the service station. Clearly, the gathering of too many people here had attracted the attention of the anomalies in the heavy rain. And the anomalies that could move freely in this rain were undoubtedly the rain people. Rain people are level 3 anomalies. Unlike other anomalies that need to find ways to level up, rain people appear as level 3 anomalies right away, and their numbers will only increase. With this heavy rain, the number of rain people could be imagined. Lu Chuan's lead vehicle was the first to drive out, simultaneously broadcasting his voice through a loudspeaker. The members of the survival convoy kept close, maintaining a speed of 120 km/h on the highway. We are being targeted by the rain people. Do not stop. Stay close to the convoy. I repeat, do not stop. Stay close to the convoy. Hearing this, the members of the survival convoy understood how dire their situation was. Although they had long known that they would encounter rain people in rainy weather, they didn't expect them to appear here, likely due to the large number of people gathered. Lin Yi drove closely behind Lu Chuan's vehicle, the heavy rain outside still pouring, the wipers swinging wildly. Even after the earlier battle, he dared not slack off in the slightest. This is a level 3 strange rainman, and judging by Lu Chuan's reaction, there must be quite a few rainmen. The cars behind are also closely following, and the people in the survival law team are now very taciturn. To survive, they must listen to their captain, Lu Chuan. However, the people from the Hope team are different. They never intended to leave with the survival law team. After all, in their eyes, that white-haired killer doesn't care about their lives. If they make him unhappy, they could all die. But when they heard Lu Chuan mention the level 3 strange rainman, the people from the Hope team completely panicked. Escape. They must escape. Otherwise, they would all die here. There are quite a few people from the Hope team catching up. And naturally, there is chaos. Some even forcefully squeeze their cars to overtake, leaving others stranded. I want to survive. Get out of my way. Damn, are you crazy? Isn't it better for everyone to escape together? Everyone die? If my car breaks down, you all won't survive either. Just die. Ha ha ha, we can't escape. We're all going to die together. Some vehicles at the back broke down, and stopping on the road affected the cars following closely behind. Seeing that he couldn't keep up, the owner of the broken vehicle looked outside in despair. Die? We all have to die? Since he couldn't survive, then others should die with him. Unrelated to the plot, personal matter, let me explain something. Over the past 2 days, it's been 80,000 words. So there's a verification process that takes a total of 7 days. Since it's the first time doing this, I'm not clear on the situation. So I can only follow their rules and update 2 chapters a day. When the 100,000 words debut comes, there will be an explosive update. Also, one more thing. The promotion path for the Seeker sequence has been arranged. However, there are some issues with the sequences of the other team members. If anyone has good ideas, please share them here. The initial sequences of the team are Orc, Bear, Swordsman, Duelist, Giant. Please give some suggestions. Thank you. Chapter 42, Direction of Enhancement. Choices of the team. The rain is getting heavier, just like the downpour on the first day, washing the land beneath their feet. On the highway, the survival law team shows no signs of stopping. In the lead Buick, Lu Chuan sits motionless in the passenger seat, staring at the pink smoke spilling out of the passive gourd in front of him, while sensing the strange aura around them. The pink smoke displays the situation of their team, resembling a black dragon swiftly moving forward in the rainy night. And in the darkness, the strange aura also closes in. Although it's much better than when they were at the service area, there are still 3 auras appearing behind their team. Leaving the service area early is clearly more beneficial than harmful. Lin Yi sits in the car, continuously following the lead vehicle, not daring to stop the headlights or wipers. If it weren't for his recent promotion to a new sequence, he would probably be overwhelmed with fatigue by now. Glancing at the soul-cutting saw beside him, Lin Yi chooses to enhance it once again. He also enhances some food from the passenger seat. Enhancing weapons and oneself is the best choice. Next, he can choose to enhance food and basic living supplies. Enhancing the car is still not Lin Yi's first choice. As always, enhancing a car takes too long, and he might need to change vehicles on the road ahead. A vehicle is different from a weapon. The soul-cutting saw has been enhanced step by step, and it took him a month to finally reach the level of a strange object. But what about the car? After successful enhancement, it will definitely change. Just look at the soul-cutting saw. When the team members ask him about it, what will he say? The worst-case scenario would be to eliminate the team members before the news leaks. But Lin Yi knows his own nature. He can be cold-blooded, but he cannot be heartless. Even in the apocalypse, he cannot truly become a complete killing machine. What difference would that have from being strange? The enhancement sequence is his trump card, and he absolutely won't let anyone know. Even his identity as a dual sequence extraordinary, Lin Yi doesn't want anyone to know, even if that person is Lu Chuan, who shares life and death with him. He doesn't want to be known. Why was he so eager to kill Deme before? because the main new things she shouldn't have known and even used them as leverage to negotiate with him. Hey, everyone in the team, listen up. We will continue driving for about another hour, and the next rest point is outside Salpa village. The passenger window of the lead vehicle slowly rolls down, and Lu Chuan's voice comes out. The loudspeaker announces the upcoming situation. Everyone needs time to stop and rest. At least they need to refuel the cars, right? So even if there are strange beings following behind, the team must take time out. Lin Yi looks at the can of gasoline tossed in the back seat, and worry rises in his heart. This damn car is really too fuel-consuming. The previous pickup truck, although lacking power, didn't consume fuel like this. At least one can of gasoline could last him quite a while. But now, he barely made any distance with one can of gasoline before it ran out. Now he only has one can of gasoline left. After using it, he will have to worry about gasoline again. One more thing, once the team sets off, there may be times of fleeing both day and night. Even a dual-sequence extraordinary body cannot endure that. Lin Yi is very clear about this. If they come into contact with the strange beings, fleeing will inevitably be exhausting both physically and mentally. Therefore, he needs a helper in his car. Wang Gui from Lu Chuan's vehicle is pretty good. Even Lin Yi is somewhat tempted to have this honest man join his car. After all, he has observed that Wang Gui is just a man seeking basic necessities and survival. He has no grand goals or ambitions. Such a person is definitely the most reassuring. Unfortunately, Lu Chuan, as the captain, most needs someone like that to drive. Lin Yi can only suppress this thought for now and see if he can find someone trustworthy to join the car later. To be honest, Lin Yi hopes to quickly go to Gan province. His home is in Gan province, and he really wants to go back and check if his family is safe. Although this thought has become a very small hope in his heart, he still wants to go back and take a look. An hour later, the team stops at the entrance outside Salpa village. It's still a little past 3 in the morning, and the village is eerily silent. Even when the car lights shine into the village, they can see some dark figures standing inside. No one knows exactly what they are, but those shadows are definitely not good things. Lu Chuan senses that there are no strange auras in Salpa village, and even the 3 strange beings that were following them are now down to just 1. He instructs Wang Gui to get out and refuel the car while he walks over to Lin Yi's vehicle with a flashlight. Old Lin, should we take care of the people from the Hope team following us? Lu Chuan looks at Lin Yi, who is refueling the BMW X7, and asks, our team has become quite strong now. If possible, I suggest taking more people to survive. You're the captain, you decide. Lin Yi pours a can of fuel into the tank and turns to remind him, for big matters, you decide. If they don't behave, I'll find a way to deal with it. All right. Lu Chuan nodded and then went to the back to explain the situation to Ji Qingsong, Wang Ming, Shin Qingqing, and Shen Chuchu. The 4 of them had no objections and agreed to let the people from the Hope team follow them. If they could survive, the more people who lived, the better. The Hope team also didn't want to be abandoned. They had no way out, and following the survival law team, led by the extraordinary sequences, was naturally the best option. However, Lu Chuan explained the situation to them. They could choose to travel with them, but whether to join the survival law team was their own decision. Once they chose to join the survival law team, they had to abide by the rules of the team and could no longer act recklessly as they did in the Hope team. This made many people hesitate. The reason was simple. The people in the survival law team didn't care about their lives or deaths. In the eyes of those extraordinary sequences, it didn't matter if this group of ordinary people starved to death. No one would care about their situation. The team was only responsible for leading the way, helping them survive better, but how to survive depended on their own choices. Self-reliance. This was the principle that everyone in the team had to adhere to. Many people, accustomed to being taken care of by Wang Shufei and the others, were now suddenly required to rely on themselves, which made them reluctant. They still naturally believed that the strong should protect the weak. Chapter 43. The strange motorcycle appeared in the village after adding gasoline. Lin Yi stood by the motorcycle, lit a cigarette, and quietly stared at the nearby Salpa village while holding an umbrella. For some reason, he always felt that something in Salpa village was watching them. Lu Chuan had said that there was no strange aura here, and even in the 5 kilometers behind them, there was only one strange aura. The fact that he could sense the strange aura indicated that Lu Chuan's ability was functioning properly. There were no illusions or anything affecting them. If everything was fine, then the problem lay with the Salpa village in front of them. At this time, Ji Qingsong also walked over, staring seriously at the direction of Salpa village for a long time. You feel it too? Something is watching us, but I don't know what it is. Lin Yi exhaled a puff of smoke, turned around, and took a can of Red Bull from the motorcycle, drinking it down. People. Ji Qingsong lowered his voice. I can smell the scent of living people. There are living people in Salpa village, and quite a few of them. Living people? Lin Yi's pupils suddenly constricted. Then he stared intently at the shadows in Salpa village. Could it be that those shadows were living people? No, that didn't make sense. Even at night, with so many headlights from the convoy shining over, it was impossible not to see the situation ahead. Salpa village wasn't far from them. How could they only see those shadows? The most terrifying thing was that these shadows stood still, as if they were frozen like monkeys under a spell. Should we go over? Ji Qingsong asked. Let's not. Lin Yi shook his head. You just said there are quite a few living people inside. If those shadows are indeed living people, then clearly this village is problematic, and if we go over, we might get into trouble. He had to think about his own safety. Rushing to explore a strange village upon seeing it was either the act of someone with a hole in their head or someone overly confident in their abilities. Lin Yi chose to give up. He didn't want to be a fool. The convoy supplies were sufficient, and there was no need to risk exploring the strange Salpa village. All right, then let's act as if nothing happened. After Ji Qingsong nodded, he walked back toward his vehicle. After Lin Yi finished his cigarette, he casually tossed the butt aside, his gaze returning from the direction of Salpa village. Just as the convoy was about to set off again, an anomaly occurred. It wasn't danger, but a roar of a motorcycle came from within Salpa village. Then everyone saw a streak of light pierce through the night, accompanied by a deafening roar. Rushing out from Salpa village, in the sight of everyone in the convoy, a motorcycle surrounded by milky white light shot out, speeding toward the convoy. Before everyone could react, the motorcycle suddenly turned around, executing a beautiful drift. The rear tire left a perfect arc on the ground, glowing with milky white radiance. At the same time, the rider stabilized the front of the motorcycle and sped out from the side of the convoy, watching the streak of light fade away. Lu Chuan couldn't help but click his tongue. In this day and age, there are still lone wolves, riding a motorcycle and not afraid of getting wet. That motorcycle is a strange object. Lin Yi stared at the fading streak of light. His eyes filled with brilliance, and the clothes and helmet on that person are also strange objects. This guy is richer than our entire convoy. He realized he was also becoming obsessed. Why did he have to consider enhancing large items? His habitual thinking had trapped him in a deadlock. Enhancement could give items strange properties and could also allow a person to become extraordinary. However, after Lin Yi enhanced his body and weapon, his thoughts remained stuck on whether to enhance the car or continue enhancing weapons to improve his strength. But that guy on the motorcycle showed Lin Yi another way to enhance, through equipment. Equipment didn't have to be about enhancing the soul-devouring saw. Clothes, gloves, shoes, and other small items that he needed could become strange without being noticed, and could even play a significant role at critical moments. Moreover, he could also find some convenient weapons, such as brass knuckles, daggers, or triangular prisms. The soul-devouring saw was too large, and its attack methods were too singular. Continuing to enhance it could bring many benefits, and it wasn't impossible for the soul-devouring saw to undergo another qualitative change. But other equipment could also keep up. The more trump cards he had, the greater his chances of survival. This was just the beginning of the apocalypse. In the future, all kinds of monsters would likely appear. So Lin Yi had to prioritize staying alive. Old Lin, how did you tell it was a strange object? Lu Chuan was somewhat confused. Lin Yi glanced at him and then directly got into the car, saying, I saw it with my own eyes. When the rain fell, it was deflected. Didn't you notice? Lu Chuan's eyes widened, and soon the others furrowed their brows as well. The rain was deflected? What are you joking about? That person came over in just an instant. They didn't even see clearly, and you saw the rain being deflected? Ji Qingsong seemed to think of something and quickly asked, You leveled up? Level up. This was the first time Wang Meng, Shun Qingqing, and Shun Chuchu had heard of it. However, judging by Ji Qingsong and Lu Chuan's reactions, it was clear that leveling up was definitely a significant matter. Lin Yi nodded. I leveled up at the service station. I guess I killed too many people. And data determined it as a crime, so I leveled up like this. Your sequence path starts with criminal, and according to what I know, you should be sequence 9, criminal. Now you've leveled up to sequence 8, and it should also be in the criminal sequence path, right? Ji Qingsong eagerly stared at Lin Yi, as if he wanted to confirm whether his earlier method was effective. Lin Yi didn't hide anything. After all, he felt he could wipe out Ji Qingsong and the others now, which was the feeling sequence 8 brought him. The sequence 8 of the criminal path is fallen death row inmate, gaining an additional ability and significantly enhancing the body. Lin Yi grinned and said, I feel that even if you all team up, you still can't kill me. The three of Wang Meng, who were wide-eyed, exchanged glances. There's a problem. The three of them, who had just joined, seemed to be isolated. Shun Qingqing was the first to be unable to sit still and quickly spoke up. What path? What sequence 8? What does leveling up mean? It was agreed that we would join the team to share information, But why are you treating the three of us as outsiders? Lu Chuan said with a smile. Let's set off first. When we reach the next stop for a break, I will explain everything to you slowly. Now that our team has someone from Sequence 8, the road ahead will be easier to navigate. Explanation: Sequence pathway. Criminal, note, no branching sequence pathways. Mainly focused on enhancing physical attributes. After Sequence 7, additional abilities will emerge. Sequence 9, Criminal. Sequence 8, Fallen Death, Row Inmate. Chapter 44. Like sunshine breaking through the night, the convoy ultimately did not enter Tsalpa village. The strange figure on the motorcycle that burst out of the village had long since disappeared. As they once again set foot on the road of escape, Lin Yi immediately chose to enhance his clothes, gloves, and shoes. The clothes inside his leather coat were bought with his own money and were the first piece of equipment he enhanced, just like the initial Soul Eater saw. The Soul Eater saw started as a small short blade and was gradually enhanced by Lin Yi to its current form. Clothes cannot become exaggerated after enhancement, right? The first enhancement only took 10 minutes. Fortunately, Lin Yi directly enhanced his clothes, pants, shoes, and so on. 10 minutes was just a short distance for him. Additionally, he turned his attention to the supplies he had collected. Although he didn't find the desired dagger or claw, this direction was definitely worth pursuing. The advantage of the criminal sequence was clearly in physical strength. Therefore, melee weapons were a must-have. 10 minutes later, the enhancements to his clothes and other gear were explained. And there were no significant changes. They still looked the same. This was the result Lin Yi wanted. He was worried that, like the Soul Eater saw, the changes would be too obvious for him to explain later. Now that there were no changes, he could enhance them confidently. He immediately continued enhancing. Curious to see how long it would take to enhance everyday items like clothes to the level of strange objects. After all, it took a month to enhance the Soul Eater saw to the level of a strange object. But the Soul Eater saw was a strange weapon. According to Jiqing Song, the number of strange objects was very limited, even less than 10,000, while strange weapons were even rarer. The Soul Eater saw in Lin Yi's hands would likely only be handled by large convoys like the Flame Seed convoy if sold. Smaller convoys wouldn't even dream of it. And Lu Chuan's passive gourd, which seemed absurd and unacceptable, was actually a favorite in Nanliang. Most importantly, its life-saving effect was maximized. It was even ranked in the top 1,000, indicating its high value. The further the convoy traveled, the more violent the heavy rain became, even returning to the initial storm. Visibility was completely affected by the rain, and Lu Chuan had no choice but to notify everyone to slow down. Although he didn't know what was going on, slowing down seemed to be the best choice. When the convoy finally crossed the border of Guizhou province, what greeted them was not the violent rain but a wave of hot, sandy air. Indeed, it was a hot wave of yellow sand. The convoy seemed to have entered another world. The bizarre climate change left Lin Yi somewhat stunned. The BMW X7, which had its windows tightly shut, instantly turned into a steam room. All the way, Lin Yi and the others felt their bodies were in a damp state. The sudden rise in temperature made it impossible for the convoy members to adapt. The following vehicles also arrived and stopped by the roadside in this sandy world, seemingly unable to adjust to the strange weather change. Once Lin Yi got out of the car, he was immediately hit by the hot wave, and the leather jacket became a life-threatening item. He quickly took off the leather jacket and tossed it into the car, then turned back to look at the road they had come from. Behind them, dark clouds seemed to be obstructed by something, resembling a massive glass wall standing in their line of sight. On one side was the torrential rain and damp chill. On the other side was the vast yellow sand and scorching heat. It wasn't exactly a case of extreme conditions, but this sudden change made Lin Yi and the others gasp in shock. Were they really still in their own world? No. The highway signs were still in Chinese characters. They were still in their original world. But this climate. At the front of the convoy, Lu Chuan carefully studied the map, then looked up at the road they were on and the sign not far away. The route was definitely correct. They had now entered Hunan province. However, how did Hunan turn into a desert? It shouldn't be called a desert. Looking around, there were houses standing amidst the yellow sand, seemingly resembling a village or town. Behind them was pouring rain, and now there was yellow sand in the sky. Old Lin, what do you think? Lu Chuan shouted. Holding the map, we definitely haven't taken a wrong turn. This is indeed Hunan province. Hunan province? Are you sure it's the Hunan province famous for stinky tofu? What a joke. How did Hunan turn into a city surviving in a desert? Lin Yi took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, it seems that many cities have encountered strange occurrences and this inexplicable climate disaster over the past 2 months. Is the north still safe? A single sentence from Shun Qingqing instantly silenced the convoy. Lin Yi glanced sideways at Shun Qingqing and said with annoyance, safe or not? We have to survive, right? Now that we have escaped the heavy rain, that's a good thing. This place seems safe enough to rest for a bit, and also to gather some water from the rain curtain. If the road ahead is a desert, then water will be the most needed resource in their supplies. Be careful, there are quite a few people in that town over there. Ji Qing-song stepped forward and said quietly, I suspect there may be other convoy members there. Anyway, stay alert and see what the situation is with them. Other people present? Ji Qing-song had previously mentioned there were many people in Salpa village, but only one had come out riding a strange motorcycle. Now, there were still many people in the town ahead, and Lin Yi had some doubts about how old Ji could distinguish faces. Ji Qing-song noticed Lin Yi's gaze and explained, Salpa village had no smell of gasoline, only the scent of humans. Here, not only is there a human smell, but also a strong smell of gasoline, indicating that there are definitely many convoys. Hearing this, everyone looked at Lu Chuan, the team leader. Whether to go to the town was a major decision that needed Lu Chuan to make. Lu Chuan looked at everyone, who were exhausted from fleeing, took a deep breath, and said, let us go check out that town. I estimate they must have noticed our presence as well. This road has to pass through the town. Let us see if we can find someone there to trade for some gasoline or other supplies. After rushing through the night for so long, they didn't even realize it was already dawn, as the dark clouds behind them were too deep. Now that they had arrived in the area of yellow sand, the convoy members could take a good rest in the town and replenish supplies like gasoline. Chapter 45. Brothers, stand down, be careful of firing off. Outside the town at the intersection, various vehicles were parked, indicating that there were quite a few people here. Yellow sand lay thickly over the town, and even those vehicles bore traces of being covered in yellow sand. As soon as the convoy approached, several people immediately rushed out from the entrance of the town. These people are all wearing helmets, with scarves around their necks to shield against the wind and sand, and holding controlled knives in their hands. Stop! In front of the group, one of them shouted while raising his knife, if you want to enter our peace town, you must hand over 30 of your resources, otherwise, you can't go in. Hearing this, Lu Chuan, in the lead vehicle, furrowed his brow slightly. This highway runs alongside Peace Town, but now it is covered in yellow sand, with many vehicles parked on the highway, clearly to block the road. As for who blocked the road, the result is already obvious. Someone in Peace Town has blocked the highway, forcing those fleeing behind to pass through Peace Town. And to enter Peace Town, they must pay resources as a toll. It's outright highway robbery. Lu Chuan got out of the car, smiled at the three people in front of him, and said, let your leader come out. Even robbery has its rules, doesn't it? To hell with rules. It's the apocalypse, and you're talking to me about rules? One guy wearing sunglasses stepped forward, brandishing a machete with an air of arrogance. As he spoke, he had already pressed the machete against Lu Chuan's neck. Even if I kill you, no one can do anything to me. This person was as arrogant as ever. However, the others in the convoy saw their captain being threatened and all got out of their vehicles, grabbing their weapons. Lin Yi got out with the Soul Eater Saw, and the boost from Sequence 8 gave him an inherent sense of oppression. Following him were Ji Qing-song, Wang Ming, Shin Qingqing, and Shin Chuchu. A convoy of 6 sequence transcendents could definitely be considered strong, not to mention the other members who had escaped with them and were willing to fight alongside them. The weapons they brought were enough to say it all. Seeing the stance of this convoy ready to confront them, the machete-wielding man showed no fear, even laughing. You think you can scare me just because there are more of you? He pointed the machete at Lu Chuan and cursed, I've killed before. As he spoke, he swung the machete down towards Lu Chuan's neck. However, just as it was about to strike, a roar accompanied by flames suddenly erupted from the side. The roar of the Soul Eater's saw was heard. Then everyone saw the machete in this man's hand snap, and at the same time, his head rolled to the ground as it was caught in the saw's blade. The others at the entrance of the town looked on in shock and disbelief. In the past, when they encountered convoys, there had never been such a ruthless person. They either complied and handed over resources to enter Peace Town, or took a detour through the sandy areas. They had never encountered someone who would directly kill after just a threat. Looking at the white-haired man before them, who seemed somewhat impotent, the others didn't dare to approach at that moment. After all, this man clearly appeared to be a sequence transcendent, and the chainsaw in his hand was no ordinary weapon. This was not something they could provoke. Lin Yi glanced at the corpse on the ground and said solemnly, You dared to threaten our captain. I thought you had several lives, but this is all you have? Lu Chuan turned back and chuckled, giving a thumbs up. It's still you, old Lin. I feel at ease. Stay away from me. Lin Yi took a step back, glancing at the pink gourd at Lu Chuan's waist. Feeling an inexplicable dread, Lu Chuan no longer had the masculine aura he once had. The influence of the passive gourd on him was still too great. Seeing Lin Yi step back, a hint of resentment and grievance appeared in Lu Chuan's eyes. Are you serious about stepping back? Alright, stop messing around. Ji Qingsong frowned and stepped forward. What do we do now? If we kill someone from Peace Town, they will definitely come looking for trouble. We have no idea about their situation right now. What are you afraid of? Old Lin is already Sequence 8. Even if there are experts in Peace Town, they can't possibly all be Sequence 8, right? Lu Chuan still smiled as he patted the passive gourd at his waist and said, besides, isn't there me? There can't possibly be such a troublesome entity like a weird symbiotic being here, right? As soon as he finished speaking, a roaring sound of a car echoed from the streets of Peace Town. A jeep came into view. There were two people in the car. A short-haired woman driving and a plump man dressed in an oversized military uniform from the last century, complete with sunglasses. At first glance, it did look intimidating. Soon, the jeep stopped at the entrance, and the fat man jumped out, pulling a handgun from his waist. At the sight of the gun, the faces of the members of the survival law convoy turned grim. Guns are banned in the country. It's not easy to get a gun in the country. When the apocalypse first began, Lin Yi had thought about taking advantage of the chaos to check the police station, but the armory had long been emptied. Many people had the same idea as him, but unfortunately, they all returned empty-handed. Clearly, the police had received the news and emptied the armory at the first opportunity, then left with it. Who the hell killed my brother Lu? The fat man approached with an arrogant demeanor. Speak. Who did it? Don't you know this Peace Town is my Lu's territory? Daring to act here. Are you tired of living? Lin Yi turned to Ji Qingsong and asked, can you help me draw their attention? You want to rob? Ji Qingsong frowned. It can be tried. He seems to have only this one handgun. You, being Sequence 8, should have no fear of firearms. As soon as he finished speaking, Ji Qingsong suddenly shouted loudly, startling everyone and drawing their attention. Lu's hand trembled instinctively, ready to fire. However, the moment he saw Ji Qingsong transform into a big white bear, his gun couldn't make a sound, because someone had already arrived beside him, effortlessly snatching the handgun from his hand, even aiming the dark muzzle at his head. At that moment, Lu was panicking, realizing he couldn't mess with the person before him. Hurriedly raising his hands, bro, stop. Don't misunderstand. Be careful not to fire. Chapter 46. Wherever the gaze reaches, there is an anomaly. Quick. Too quick. From Ji Qingsong attracting attention to Lin Yi seizing the gun and threatening. Everything happened too fast. Even the others from Peace Town were left in shock. This is a gun. How can someone not be afraid of a gun? Lin Yi looked at the plump man before him and frowned. Aren't you a Sequence Transcendent? Lu hurriedly shook his head. No. We had a Sequence Transcendent in Peace Town before, but he was killed not long ago. A Sequence Transcendent was killed? By a weird hand. Lin Yi was about to continue asking for details when Lu hurriedly explained. It was a female Sequence Transcendent who acted. Her motorcycle could shoot lasers. Old Wong was cut in half by the laser, and now there are probably just bones left. The sandworms under the yellow sand have long eaten him clean. A female Sequence Transcendent's motorcycle? Could it be the one they encountered earlier at Saupa Village, who had brought many strange objects? At this moment, Lu Chuan walked over with a smile and asked, how many of you are there? How long have you been robbing here? There are over 5,000 people in Peace Town. Because I have a gun, everyone let me become the town chief. Lu did not dare to hide the truth. Especially since the handgun on his forehead was no joke. We robbed to help everyone eat. After all, there are too many people in the town, and the resources are really too scarce. We really had no choice but to do this. Please don't misunderstand, brothers. His gun had previously intimidated many convoys. Some people, upon seeing them with guns, immediately chose to take a detour and leave. It was just this time they encountered a tough character. Who would have thought that this white-haired guy, looking frail, would be so fierce? This was much stronger than that old Wong from their Peace Town before. Over 5,000 people? Even Lin Yi couldn't help but widen his eyes upon hearing that number. Honestly, no one expected so many people to gather in Peace Town without being noticed by the anomalies. Their luck was unusually good. Lu Chuan and the others exchanged glances, then immediately asked, how come so many of you gathered here without being discovered by the anomalies? We were discovered long ago, Lu Dashui quickly explained. There used to be no sand here, just beautiful green mountains and clear waters. But now that the apocalypse has come, dust storms blow every day. And there are sandworms hidden in those dust storms. Wherever you can see, there are sandworms lurking underneath. Sandworms are the anomalies here. Lu Chuan asked urgently. Lu Dashui nodded. Yes, sandworms are the anomalies, capable of turning a person into bones within seconds, all hiding beneath the sand. Upon hearing this, everyone looked at the surrounding yellow sand, feeling uneasy all of a sudden. So, does that mean there are anomalies hiding everywhere they can see? In that case, the situation in Xiang province is much more serious than in your province. After all, there aren't that many anomalies over there. Lu Chuan hadn't leveled up yet. so the convoy couldn't gather more information. They were entirely clueless about these sandworms. What should we do? Keep moving or rest here for a bit? Ji Qingsong looked up at Lu Chuan and asked. Before Lu Chuan could respond, Lu Dashuai hurriedly explained, you brothers should stay for now. The road ahead will be even worse. Sandworms are just the basic anomalies. If you stay in the car, you can at least avoid them. But the closer you get to the city, the more anomalies there are. Many people in the town have been forced to turn back. While it's understandable that there are many anomalies, being forced to turn back suggests they might be blocked on their path. Just as everyone hesitated, Lu Dashuai continued. Also, the road ahead is hotter, and without water, you definitely won't be able to continue. Here, at least you can get some rainwater to drink from next door. This was indeed true. Peacetown's location was quite advantageous, so they didn't have to worry about water. Lu Chuan nodded and said, let's first rest in the town. We've been fleeing all this way and need to recuperate. Before we leave, we'll get some water so we won't have to worry about it later. Seeing everyone was about to enter Peacetown, Lu Dashuai rubbed his hands and smiled. Hey, brother, look at my handgun. We'll talk about it when we take it away. Lin Yi snorted, quickly tucking the handgun into his waist. Lu Dashuai wanted to say more, but upon seeing Lin Yi's soul-eating saw, he didn't dare to speak up anymore. He couldn't afford to provoke this convoy. Plus, their town had lost its sequence transcendence. It was a foolish dream to think he could compete with this group. The convoy smoothly entered Peacetown. As they drove in, the streets were lined with thin, yellow-faced figures inside the houses. Some even looked at the convoy with greed and jealousy, itching to rush out and snatch something. Lin Yi drove behind Lu Chuan and stopped near the town's hospital. Lu Dashuai, who was leading the way, explained, the hospital doesn't have many people staying here for now. You can rest here first. And we'll stay in the bank next door. If you need anything, just shout. The hospital in front of them was not large, or it would be more accurate to call it a town health station. It was perfectly fine for the convoy to rest here temporarily. Hopeful that the convoy would see so many survivors here, many of them began to have second thoughts. Clearly, some felt that staying here was safer than going north with Lin Yi and the others. However, just as Lu Chuan and the others got off the vehicle, a woman wielding a fire axe stepped out of the hospital, and everyone recognized her. It was the movie actress Wen Wan. She had debuted as a child star and shot to fame at 15 with the TV series Unmatched, later stepping into the film industry, releasing at least 3 films a year. By the age of 28, she had already become a billion-dollar actress, well known in the entertainment circle. Everyone was surprised that such a famous actress would appear here, and wielding a fire axe gave an inexplicable oddity. Lu Dashuai, what do you mean by bringing people here? Wen Wan came out with a dark expression, accompanied by several women. Did we not agree to keep to ourselves? Are you going back on your word? Lu Dashuai quickly waved his hands. Starwin, don't say that. These people in the convoy are just passing through. There aren't any other large places in the town to accommodate them, so I arranged for them to stay in the hospital. Don't mess with these brothers. If something happens, don't blame me for not warning you. Chapter 47. Shots fired. But unfortunately, poor aim. The people in the survival rules convoy were also watching Wen Wan, and it seemed that she and Lu Dashuai were at odds with each other. In Peacetown, it felt like they were competing with each other, each on guard. As for why Lu Dashuai, who had a gun, was still being threatened by Wen Wan, Lin Yi and the others could probably guess. Even a cornered rabbit would bite, let alone a person. It was likely that Wen Wan's group had also been targeted before, but Lu Dashuai probably only had that one gun and not many bullets. He could threaten others to avoid wasting bullets, but if he ran out, that would be the day he faced death. Wen Wan had also seen some convoys pass through Peacetown, but those convoys were merely small groups that couldn't even gather 10 vehicles. But this convoy? The lead vehicles were not cheap, followed closely by 5 vehicles in the middle, and the scattered ones at the back numbered at least 50 or 60. This was clearly a large convoy, much stronger than those that had come to Peacetown before. Knowing it was a large convoy meant that they certainly wouldn't lack supplies. Thinking of this, Wen Wan's eyes lit up, and she quickly said, if you want to stay here, you have to hand over some supplies. Hearing this, Lu Dashuai's mouth twitched slightly. Are you really starving? Can't you see I'm trying to appease them? And you still dare to ask them for supplies? It's good enough that they haven't robbed us. Before Lu Dashuai could speak, Wen Wan's gaze landed on Lin Yi. After all, with his white hair and frail demeanor, he looked nothing like the others in the convoy. Even the 2 women beside him seemed stronger than this white-haired guy. She knew that those with sequence transcendence could deal with anomalies, but it came at a price, and this white-haired, frail man probably paid that price. Naturally, there was a big difference between white hair and dyed white hair. Having been in the entertainment industry for so many years, Wen Wan understood this well. You are the captain of the convoy, right? Have someone hand over some of your supplies. Wen Wan pointed her fire axe at Lin Yi and said, We occupied this hospital first. You know the principle of first come, first served, right? If you want to rest here, it's fine. As long as you give us some supplies. Seeing that this woman had directly targeted Lin Yi, the people in the convoy couldn't help but admire her. Wow. With so many people in the convoy, you chose the toughest one to confront. Even Lin Yi was taken aback, pointing at himself and asking, "You mean me? You want supplies from me? You must be a sequence extraordinary. I can tell you are different from them." Wenwan said gracefully, "With so many people following you, you must be the one who can sense the strange sequences, right? I've seen people like you before. We are all human after all, and besides, this is my territory. If you want to rest here, you must follow my rules." Before Wenwan could finish her sentence, Lin Yi was already amused. Has this woman been in the entertainment industry for so long that she forgot she is also an ordinary person? In the next moment, Lin Yi directly drew the gun from his waist and pulled the trigger at Wenwan. Bang! The crisp gunshot rang out. The bullet shot from the gun's muzzle and instantly hit Wenwan's shoulder blade. The sharp pain and burning sensation made Wenwan fall to the ground and scream. The people behind her were also frightened by the gunshot, not daring to step forward. Lu Chuan turned to Lin Yi in surprise and said, "Old Lin, is your marksmanship this poor? Come, you try shooting one." Lin Yi frowned and said, "Before the apocalypse, I was just a corporate slave. Don't even mention shooting. It was my first time even handling a gun. Did you hit a 10 ring on your first try?" Well, that was the case. Everyone was used to Lin Yi's prowess and naturally thought he could get a headshot with one shot. Now it seemed that Lin Yi was no different from everyone else. He was just faster at adapting to the apocalypse. Looking at Wenwan on the ground, covering her bleeding shoulder and screaming, Lu Chuan smiled and approached, saying, "I am the captain of the survival law team, and as for the person you threatened, it seems you were just unlucky to have chosen the one in our team who is the least to be provoked." Hearing this, despair filled Wenwan's eyes. She never expected that person would have a gun and would shoot in public. Lin Yi reholstered his gun and shouted at the people inside the hospital, "Everyone mind your own business. We will rest for a day and then leave. Don't disturb us." After saying that, he turned and walked towards his BMW X7. As for Wenwan on the ground, Lin Yi didn't even spare her a glance. The big star was indeed beautiful, but in Lin Yi's eyes, in the context of the apocalypse, being a beautiful woman was a sin, especially if she was beautiful but lacked strength. Lin Yi didn't know how Wenwan had survived until now, but he wouldn't look at such a brainless woman twice. After seeing Lin Yi back in the car to rest, Lu Chuan had everyone park the vehicles inside the hospital, with those that couldn't drive and parked outside. Those who needed to rest did so, and those who needed to eat and drink did that as well. This peace town was not peaceful. They still needed to continue moving north. The survival law team had prepared a big pot of food, and there were still some public ingredients left. Enough for 2 or 3 more meals. Ji Qing-song was now responsible for logistics, watching the people who couldn't stop swallowing their saliva as he stood by the rain shelter, keeping a close eye on them. It was no longer raining, but the rain shelter could still provide shade. This thing had to be preserved. As for Lu Chuan, he was explaining to Wang Meng, Shin Qingqing, and Shin Chuchu about sequence promotions and the numbering of strange objects. The people in the hospital watched the group of women cooking under the rain shelter, unable to help but swallow their saliva without any intention of hiding it, until the smell of meat wafted out, completely breaking down the will of those left in the hospital. Not just them, but even many outside caught a whiff of the smell, each one pressing against the hospital to look inside. However, this food was only provided to the survival law team. Even those from the Hope team who followed them had no right to participate. Some tried to come up and ask for food, but Ji Qing-song chased them away directly. "Don't come near, otherwise, I will treat you as enemies." Ji Qing-song transformed into a big white bear state and coldly said, "If you want to test the strength of a bear's paw, you can come up and keep asking." Faced with such a threat, those who approached immediately dismissed the idea. They all knew that the people from the survival law team were not to be trifled with, especially that white-haired man who would act without caring whether you were male or female. Chapter 48. The unpeaceful peace town. The sun hung high, and under the scorching heat, people instinctively sought out cool places to rest. Lin Yi took out his damp clothes from the car, unfolding each piece and laying them out on the BMW X7. Even the clothes still in the strengthening phase were laid out to dry. In Guizhou province, he had hardly seen sunlight. It was either drizzling or pouring rain every day, and his clothes had never dried. Even his shoes still held muddy water. Fortunately, the sun in Xiang province was nice, allowing people to dry their clothes. After eating, Lu Chuan took people to collect rainwater, preparing for their departure by gathering all the containers they could take. Ji Qing-song asked Lin Yi for an oil barrel and took 2 people to find gasoline. With Lin Yi, this ruthless person, around, Others did not dare to cause trouble. As for Lin Yi, he opened the car door and laid down in the driver's seat, comfortably sleeping to the best of his ability to catch up on sleep. Water and gasoline were the most needed items for the team at the moment. However, since Ji Qing-song and Lu Chuan were handling it, Lin Yi didn't need to worry. Wang Meng, Shen Qingqing, and Shen Chuchu gathered together to digest the news they had just learned. As this was their first time hearing about sequence promotions, and they needed to process it well. Inside the neighboring bank, Lu Dashuai had a gloomy face, biting a small piece of bread viciously, clearly venting his emotions. Sitting on the opposite sofa was a graceful woman in a tight dress, crossing her legs and smiling softly as she watched Lu Dashuai. Still angry? The woman said softly. This group of people is not easy to deal with. You don't need to go against them. I know, but my gun was stolen, Lu Dashuai said with a grim face, taking out a pack of treasured cigarettes from his pocket, pulling one out and lighting it. That was something I had to use connections to get. It was my lifeline in the apocalypse, and now it was stolen by that white-haired guy, and he even shot and injured Wenwan. Hearing this, the woman's expression slightly changed, but she quickly hid the glint in her eyes. Wenwan and you are not on good terms. Now that she is injured, isn't it easier for you to control her? The woman smiled lightly and said, don't forget that all the medicines in the town are in our hands. Since she is injured, if she wants to survive, she will remember to come to us for help. Upon hearing this, Lu Dashuai's anger dissipated a bit, managing to squeeze out a smile and nodding. He had long wanted to pin Wenwan down on the bed. Before the apocalypse, when Wenwan and the crew came here to shoot, he had specially come to check the situation as an investor. He had subtly hinted to Wenwan to accept his unspoken rules, and the following scenes would not be a problem. But Wenwan insisted on pretending she didn't know, which frustrated Lu Dashuai greatly. After the apocalypse began, Lu Dashuai relied on the gun he brought to take over this filming town at the first opportunity, renaming it Peace Town, originally intending to threaten Wenwan into submission. He didn't expect this woman to bring a group and occupy the hospital, displaying an attitude of not fearing death. Even when Lu Dashuai threatened with a gun, Wenwan and her group were determined not to yield. Seeing this, Lu Dashuai was too lazy to waste bullets and planned to slowly wear down Wenwan's temper. Even chased heroines would eventually run out of supplies, wouldn't they? By the way, you mentioned earlier that Wenwan has a master behind her. Are you sure they won't come looking for her now? Lu Dashuai suddenly looked at the woman sitting opposite him. The woman smiled and nodded. Others may not know, but how could I not? She entered the entertainment industry at a young age, and I know the details all too well. She dropped out of school at 15 to serve that master. And let's not forget that I was her first agent. When the apocalypse first began, her master had already stopped contacting her. She was long abandoned. Hearing this, Lu Dashuai let out a hearty laugh. This was the result he desired. Refusing to submit? Now you, Wenwan, are short on medicine and supplies. I don't believe you can hold out much longer. The woman across from him listened to Lu Dashuai's laughter and turned slightly to look out the window, staring silently at the sky outside. Just as they said, Wenwan's situation was indeed dire at this moment. Although that bullet wasn't fatal, for someone like Wenwan, if the wound wasn't treated quickly, she would only wait to die from infection. The few people around her were all from the same crew, having stuck with Wenwan since the beginning of the apocalypse. Now that Wenwan had ended up like this, they were all deeply worried. We don't have any medicine. The supplies in the hospital were taken away by Lu Dashuai's people long ago. A young man with glasses stared at Wenwan's wound, his eyes unconsciously drifting towards her cleft. However, everyone was focused on Wenwan's situation, and no one noticed his gaze. We can't go to Lu Dashuai. Wenwan grit her teeth and pressed a tissue against her wound, her face pale. His intentions are impure. Seeking him would only be seeking death. What should we do then? A curly-haired woman asked anxiously. For them, Wenwan was their pillar of support. After all, there were powerful figures backing her. And Wenwan had said that this powerful figure had already sent someone to find them. It was because of this hope that they willingly stayed by Wenwan's side. If Wenwan were to die here, they would truly have no hope left. What if we asked the people from the convoy? The glasses-wearing man whispered. The only difficult one in their convoy is that white-haired person, but the others seem fine. We could ask them if they have any medicine. After all, it was their convoy that injured Wenwan, so they should be responsible. Don't be foolish. The curly-haired woman turned and glared at the glasses-wearing man, saying, can't you see? This is the apocalypse. There's no law anymore. Do you think those people outside are good? They kill without blinking. But the glasses-wearing man still felt it was worth a try. However, Wenwan bit her teeth and said, all right, let us consider this a lesson. I won't die just yet. Everyone should think about what to do next. To her, the appearance of this convoy was an opportunity. She originally thought she could leverage her status to manipulate others, but now it seemed she had been a bit arrogant. Their supplies were running low. Although Peacetown seemed to be in a good location, once the supplies ran out, it would become a cage. Now that a convoy was passing by, if they could join it, at least they wouldn't have to worry about supplies anymore. The only problem was that the people from the survival law convoy seemed hard to deal with, especially that white-haired guy. He would resort to violence at the slightest disagreement and had no understanding of compassion. He was simply an emotionless ice cube. Chapter 49. The price of extraordinary sequences in the convoy night patrols continued as per the old rules. The extraordinary sequences in the convoy had to keep watch at night. Currently, there were 6 extraordinary sequences within the survival law convoy, and Captain Lu Chuan arranged the shifts. Shin Qingqing and Shin Chuchu were responsible for the first half of the night. Lin Yi and Ji Qingsong would guard the middle of the night. Lu Chuan and Wang Meng would keep watch from the end of the night until morning. By nightfall, the temperature in Peacetown hadn't dropped at all. It remained hot, just not as high as during the day. Lin Yi estimated it was around 20 degrees, while during the day it had been around 40 to 50 degrees. After taking over the shifts from the Shin sisters, Lin Yi and Ji Qingsong began to wander around the hospital area. The people of Peacetown seemed to know that the convoy members were not to be trifled with, so they didn't dare come over at night. Lin Yi and Ji Qingsong sat at the entrance of the hospital, one smoking a cigarette while watching the street outside, and the other keeping an eye on his wife and daughter resting in the vehicle. "Old Ji, what is the price of your sequence?" Lin Yi suddenly asked. "I see you protect your family well. You don't seem to be affected at all." His criminal sequence had directly cost him a kidney. That feeling had truly been life-threatening. Hearing this, Ji Qingsong's expression darkened slightly, and even his aura took on a hint of negativity. Lin Yi immediately noticed and turned to focus on this 30-something full-time house husband. "The price I have to pay is significant. Human emotions will completely disappear as the sequence level rises, eventually turning into a beast." Ji Qingsong revealed a bitter smile and said, "You all are fine. You just lose something, while I have to lose all human emotions." At that moment, Lin Yi understood why Ji Qingsong valued his wife and daughter so much. Because Ji Qingsong was well aware that to protect his wife and daughter, he had to elevate his sequence level. But once he did, he would face the loss of human emotions. It was a dilemma. Yet for Ji Qingsong, he had to grit his teeth and continue down this path. After all, he had already taken that step and had to protect his family. Lin Yi had thought that losing a kidney was a significant price to pay. But now, compared to Ji Qingsong, it seemed his sacrifice was relatively minor. It was clear that Ji Qingsong would continue to elevate his sequence, but how long he could endure was unclear. Once human emotions completely dissipated, Ji Qingsong would no longer be a true human being. "Actually, sometimes I envy you guys. Your sacrifices aren't that severe." Ji Qingsong smiled and said, "Captain Lu has withered, but he doesn't regret it. After all, the passive gourd suits him well." The newcomer Wang Meng will have a physiological aversion to women, while one of the Shin sisters has completely lost her feelings for men, and the other has developed another personality. They still seem human. As for my future hearing this, Lin Yi couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. "Wait, are you all that familiar with each other already? Do you know each other as problems? Am I the outsider here?" Ji Qingsong looked at Lin Yi as he lit a cigarette, knowing he was overthinking, and explained, "Captain Lu made inquiries privately. He knows you don't like to interact with people, so he didn't ask you. Have you forgotten rule number 2? Second rule, self-value. Extraordinary sequences joining the convoy cannot conceal their sequence." Lin Yi nodded, then exhaled a puff of smoke, and said, "No wonder Captain Lu seems to be losing his vitality. It turns out he has already withered. That price is comparable to mine. What price did you pay?" Ji Qingsong became curious. After all, he didn't know the price Lin Yi had to pay for his criminal sequence. "I lost a kidney." Lin Yi took a deep drag from his cigarette and reminisced. "At that time, I could feel the absence of the kidney. It was so painful, like being gripped by a hand and continuously kneaded into a small point, before finally disappearing completely from my body. Fortunately, it was a one-time thing. Losing a kidney still leaves me a bit of hope, right? Who says having one kidney left means it can't be used? If it weren't for the inconvenient escape, I would have wanted to try releasing some tension long ago. There are plenty of women in the convoy willing to trade their bodies. That's good. Just lost one. At least it can still be used." Ji Qingsong smiled with the demeanor of someone who has been through it, saying, "Try to use it as much as possible later. What if one day there's no chance to use it? Wouldn't that be regrettable? We'll see later." Lin Yi took a hard drag from his cigarette and tossed the butt aside, saying, "You're not wrong. I was doubting whether I could still use it at that time." The two chatted and laughed, occasionally getting up to check around to make sure there were no problems before returning. About an hour later, a bespectacled man rushed out of the hospital's inpatient department, his eyes filled with fear and tension. As soon as he came out, he bumped face to face with Lin Yi and Ji Qing-song, freezing in place from fright. Seemingly realizing something, he immediately knelt on the ground and said, "Please, let me join your team. I can work. As long as you let me join, I can do anything." Lin Yi frowned at the man and then looked towards the figure stumbling out of the inpatient building. Wan came out disheveled, her clothes in disarray, with a hatchet in her hand. Given the situation, it was clear what had happened. Wan, this female star, had always been a caged bird for her backer, waiting to return to that cage as a canary. No one, regardless of who they were, had the right to touch her body. But tonight, she had nearly been assaulted by that damned man. If she hadn't reacted quickly, that bastard would have likely gotten away with it. Watching Wan approach with the hatchet, Lin Yi remained silent, and Ji Qing-song did the same. Adding people to the team was the responsibility of Captain Lu Chuan. Asking them was pointless. What are you? A piece of bottom-tier trash, only worthy of stealing glances from a distance, and you dare touch me when I'm injured? Wan seemed to have gone mad, raising the hatchet to kill the bespectacled man. The others in the inpatient department heard the commotion and rushed out one by one to stop Wan's actions. After all, they couldn't guarantee what the consequences of killing someone in front of these two extraordinary beings would be. It was better to stop Wan for now to prevent her from really killing someone. After Wan was stopped, someone draped a coat over her, and others stood in front of her, afraid she would be exposed. Lin Yi and Ji Qing-song couldn't be bothered with them and turned back to continue monitoring the surroundings. At that moment, the bespectacled man crawled over, hurriedly grabbing Ji Qing-song's pants leg. He didn't dare to touch Lin Yi, knowing how ruthless that white-haired man could be. "Please, let me join the team. I can tell you some secrets about Huangsha. Wan and Lu Dashui have hidden things from you." The man immediately began to plead. However, as soon as he said this, Wan and the others' expressions changed. Wan's desire to kill intensified. Lin Yi stopped, turned back to the man, smiled, and said, "Interesting. Go on, what secrets do they have?" "Sandstorm." The man quickly looked up at Lin Yi and said, "Every morning there are sandstorms, and sandworms hide within them. We usually stay in our rooms and seal the doors and windows to avoid them. If you people outside don't seal your vehicles properly, you will definitely die." Upon hearing this, Lin Yi's expression immediately turned serious. They had arrived in Hepping Town around noon yesterday, which meant they hadn't experienced the sandstorm. Lu Dashui had clearly intended to keep this matter a secret, wanting to watch them die in the sandstorm. As for Wan, it was reasonable for her not to speak up after being shot by Lin Yi. "Old Ji, what do you think?" Lin Yi turned to Ji Qing-song. Ji Qing-song pondered. "This news should be true. Just look at their reactions. When we hand over to Team Lu, let them know we shouldn't rest now. Have the team members secure the windows and doors before resting." "What about this person?" Lin Yi pointed to the man kneeling on the ground. "Let him join. This information is important and has saved our lives. I'll speak to Team Lu about it later." Ji Qing-song understood the importance of this information. If it weren't for this bespectacled man, they might have been caught off guard tomorrow morning. Lin Yi had no objections. It was normal for a man to be unable to resist in front of a beautiful female star. Not to mention, this was the apocalypse. Laws were meant for the dead. Lin Yi took a deep breath and smiled. "You let him know the team rules. After the handover, I'll go find Lu Dashui." They had no intention of killing Lu Dashui since he had received them. Even if he was using them, Lin Yi didn't see any problem with that. He would do the same in his position. But now Lu Dashui wanted to use a natural disaster to kill him. That was Lu Dashui's fault. Lin Yi's bottom line was very low, focused solely on survival. Anyone who threatened his survival deserved to die. Lu Dashui had already paved his path to death. Ji Qing-song knew Lin Yi was going to kill again and didn't care. After all, wasn't he the criminal sequence meant to commit crimes? Lin Yi had killed quite a few along the way. There were no survivors in the Queen's team. They all died at the hands of Lin Yi's Soul Eater Saw. As one of the teammates, Ji Qing-song knew Lin Yi's bottom line from the beginning. As long as it didn't threaten Lin Yi's life, he was an ordinary person. It was precisely because of this bottom line that Lin Yi could adapt to the apocalypse environment faster than them. "Don't kill too many. Just capture the king to catch the thief," Ji Qing-song reminded, worried that Lin Yi would become addicted to killing. Lin Yi smiled and raised his hand to make a no gesture, then said, "Still the same thing. If you don't provoke me, I definitely want to make a move." After saying that, he glanced in Wan's direction, and a look made her and the others' faces turn extremely ugly. Ji Qing-song then explained the situation of the team to the man. The survival rules of the team were not that complicated, but once you joined, you had to follow the rules. Self-reliance was the first rule of the team. Upon hearing this, the man's face changed. He thought he would enjoy life after joining, but no, it turned out to be self-reliance. Hearing this first rule, the man began to regret. But noticing the eyes of the others, he knew he had no other choice. If you follow the team well, you will definitely survive. Ji Qingsong patted the man's shoulder and smiled. There will be sandstorms in the morning, so we'll likely have breakfast very early. You can help out with the others then. Okay. The man quickly nodded in agreement. With breakfast to eat, this team was simply too good. He had almost forgotten what breakfast tasted like. When Lu Chuan and Wang Meng came to take over, they also heard Ji Qingsong explain the situation here. The fact that sandworms were hidden in the sandstorm was really not good news. They immediately called the team members to get up early, preparing to eat and get ready to set off as soon as possible. Lin Yi wasn't idle either. He swaggered into the neighboring bank with the Soul Eater saw in hand. Lu Dashui was sleeping soundly with a woman, completely unaware of the events happening outside. In the adjacent room, Wenwan's first manager was staring wide-eyed at the person in front of him. Wow, you have quite a bit of supplies here. The rice and flour are more than what I managed to get. Lin Yi took a deep breath, glancing at the situation in the room. This was a small warehouse, stocked with plenty of rice and flour, even other food items. The people outside are starving to death, yet this mayor is rich beyond measure. He really is a good mayor of Pingy Town. The woman quickly calmed down, sat on the edge of the bed, reached for a cigarette box, lit one, and said to herself, "You want this food for your team? Just kill Lu Dashui. After all, you can do it alone." You want to use my hand to kill Lu Dashui? Lin Yi immediately caught the meaning behind her words. Using someone else's knife to kill. I've wanted to kill him for a long time. Being pinned down by that fat pig is not a pleasant experience. The woman explained while smoking. To survive, I had to rely on him. After all, he has the most food. But I also know I can't kill him, considering there are other subordinates living in his room. And they often have gatherings, not afraid of catching a disease. Insightful. No wonder you can live so comfortably, even having cosmetics. Lin Yi couldn't help but compliment her. The woman smiled and exhaled a puff of smoke, saying, "I'm still clean behind me. If you help me kill that fat pig, I can give you my first time. You can consider it a transaction. I don't have any other leverage now."